Cette personne, c'est Alan Jack, un ami à moi depuis 25 ans à peu près.
Oh ouais.
Quand on était à l'école, on était amis, des fois sans être amis.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Et puis on avait un petit peu de problèmes tous les deux. Et je l'invitais chez moi. J'avais 2 gangbox, on en prenait un chacun. Il est gaucher, je suis droitier. Et puis on réglait nos comptes. C'est comme ça que ça se passe à Charme, les gars. We will wait, okay? Eh? I'm here? I come from the northeast of France, the region called Lorraine, a small town called Charmes, 5,000 people living there. Thinking about my childhood, such a good childhood. My mom carried everything, okay? She was the mom, the dad, everything. She always had to be hurt. I didn't want to complain about everything because my mom was doing already so much that I didn't want to create other problems. My father was not there because they got separated when I was 2 years and a half. As my mom was working a lot on Tuesday to Thursday, and my grandmom coming to my home, she was amazing. She's one of the reasons why I got well educated and well raised.
Ma maman, elle a été très importante pour lui parce que c'est elle qui l'a plus ou moins élevé parce qu'il était 5 jours par semaine chez elle. Hein. Et donc, elle lui a inculqué beaucoup de choses et puis elle lui a raconté beaucoup sur sa vie à elle que moi, il y a des choses que je ne sais pas.
She lived a really tough life, so I had to learn from that. That's why I also not giving up that easily, is that if my grandmother didn't give up, I wouldn't give up to play video games, that's for sure. I was not into gaming at all. I was 14. A friend asked me to come. I was like, no, I don't have time. I'm gonna play football with the friends, so maybe another time. I don't really care about that. And at some point, he asked me so many times that I went to join. I played a bit. I was like, wow, this is crazy. There were 2 brothers that have teams in the cybercafe of Counter-Strike. So they both have teams. Their 2 teams came to the cybercafe and they did like little bootcamp, 5v5, like a best of 5. And me, I was there, I was playing CS for maybe 10 days. I was like, wow, I want to do that. And I remember I was 14. I stayed in the cybercafe until 6 a.m. And my mother was getting crazy at me.
On voyait de toute façon qu'il ne pouvait pas s'en sortir. Il aimait trop jouer à ce jeu.
La seule différence qu'il y a eu entre toi et moi, c'est que moi je jouais avec mes potes.
Ah ouais?
Non mais je jouais pour le fun.
Ah ouais?
Toi t'es parti directement faire tes équipes là.
I joined Furia Games in the beginning of 2012. So we do a tournament on CSGO and Source. But the problem is I get spent. I took the gamble, so the big gamble, but fuck Source. Let's play CSGO as much as I can from the beginning. I really remember it was really cold outside. I have a call coming. General manager of LDLC, we want you. You have a 500 euro back then. Wow, 500 euro? I was like, crazy, so happy. We created that lineup. We took Uzi and the upper, everyone expected Kenny. But he was one of the reasons, Kenny, huh? It wasn't one of the reasons that the all LDLC team splitted. We did really well. A few semis, won DreamHack Valencia, went to Cologne Major, lost in semis against NIP where they win the event. We should have won that event. It was my best event probably individually. I was actually insane. Then same, Titan coming, okay, we want you. Salary raised by 2, playing with Existence again. The beginning starts really well, but quickly gets backbanned before 2014 DreamHack Major, one of the 2 majors I missed. We pick up APK, it's going okay. We lose, I think, 3 finals in a row, and then same. Envious. And they tell me basically, we want you to replace Shocks. It's not going well for us, and we're pretty sure that we can win a major together. We lost the Cologne 2015 final first, that 14-7 lead. Crims 1v3 from Carl.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple! And Fnatic are not done yet!
I remember that like it was yesterday, but then we ended up winning Closure after, so that was okay. The team chemistry, we were about to split, it was not professional. Like the players were doing whatever they wanted, etc. Yeah, it was a mess. I was being a hard worker, We've always been like really fine with strats. The only thing is they saw crazy entry fragger, fearless, and they thought I was dumb because I was doing the job. Why I did that job forever is that no one else wanted to be the entry fragger. No one else wanted to die in French team and they just wanted to shine. Back then, no flash, just run first, no smokes, good luck. I was in G2 and we lose this PGL Krakow Major 2017. We go outside, I'm really disappointed. Yeah, my first point is I don't think we do enough. I think we're not hungry enough to be the best version of ourselves. And they shock straight say, no, it's not that. So when we started like that, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna talk much about the debrief because if it's not that, sorry. I got frustrated a lot by that. I was giving 120% and the players were giving 50%. And the French is known for that in CS. So much talent, so much everything, but so stubborn, so much, I want the power, I want to be the boss, but I don't want to work. So yeah, we joined G2 and we talk at the bar and we know we have the best team France possible. Best AWPer, one of the best entry fragger, one of the best supports, young talent with body, shocks that can lurk like no one. I remember me saying, oh, many majors we're gonna win. 2, 3. Yeah. We had this discussion. At the end, 0-0.
Il a eu le malheur d'être sur le banc par G2 en mai 2018.
That was one of the hardest moments of my career because I was on the bench on G2 and Marsport, Cloud9 back then wanted to buy me, but all G2 owner, Oslot, wanted to sell me for so much money. Like he put me on the bench and then asked for so much money. He asked back then 800K. I was actually in a really bad mental moment at that time.
Il n'arrivait plus à vivre chez lui tout seul à l'époque avec son ex en Andorre et il me dit maman est-ce qu'on peut venir? Eh bien je dis oui, il n'y a pas de souci, venez. Il me dit parce que il dit j'en peux plus, je vais péter les plombs parce que il n'arrivait pas à retrouver une structure et donc il a vécu donc 2 mois, un peu plus de 2 mois chez nous. Et ma maman est décédée en août 2018.
I'm happy that I could live that time with her, to finish her life and I could see her and be with her a bit more because for me it was really important to finish that well.
Peut-être un malheur pour lui à l'époque qu'il a été mis sous le banc, mais ça a été un bonheur de vivre jusqu'à la fin avec sa mamie, quoi. Ben, c'était une deuxième maman pour Dan.
I was just like, okay, I'm gonna do my best now in life as well to prove you from there that I'm gonna be strong. After the G2 team, we still wanted to play with the same players. NBK got benched, so wanted still to play together, so NBK and me. We really wanted to take RPK. We heard about a young guy that was pretty good on FPL and AAA, that was called Zaiwu. And the fifth, we didn't know. NBK comes up, he's like, I found the fifth. It tells happy. Once again, the same problem of NBK, like just trying to recycling players. For the first time, I will come and say what I feel and what I think, because it's been a long 5 months and I don't want to get back to something shit. I say, I don't want to play with Happy. And NBK explained me that in a way, he prefers Happy than me. So I'm like, okay, fair. I'm not gonna join that because I don't believe in it. So they asked Jax instead of me. But Jax says no. But at some point, NBK comes back to me. I know we have Happy, but do you want to join us? And I'm reflecting. And I'm like, okay. I had such good moments with Happy. He was actually a fantastic leader, fantastic player. He helped me to be one of the best versions of myself. But at that time, I don't think he was reliable as a player. And that's the first time I get to Paris. The adventure starts. And I remember arriving, meeting APK, I've seen him many times, NBK, Happy, and Zaiwu. Was 17 years old, a little shrubby guy. He just wanted to take his chicks and I remember APK and me, we think about Xtaz. Xtaz was a caster in ESL France, and I could feel he understood CS. He becomes the coach. We go to the close qualifier in bootcamp. We qualify like just like this to the minor. The road back then. Woo! Now VRS, let's go. The manager and the coach decide to bench Happy and to bring up Alex. So Alex comes, we qualify in the minors thanks to Zaiwu. And then step by step we become better and we go to CS Summit and win our first tier 1 event. We beat Liquid in the grand final. Liquid were the start at the legacy. After we go ECS, we win ECS in London. We go to Cologne, lose in grand final. We beat the legendary Astralis in the semis.
And there it is! 16 rounds! It's going to be a grand finals for Vitality. A magical run!
So the team is going really well, but inside of the team, it's a French team. So obviously it's not going well. Of course, Xtaz was a big help, having finally the players didn't have the power, even though they wanted the power, and that started to be the idea. I think my mom would say that I wanted to be the chef, I wanted to be the boss.
Il n'était pas du tout timide, c'était un meneur de troupe. Il fallait qu'il se mêle de tout. Il ne pouvait pas se mettre dans un coin, il fallait qu'on sache qu'il était présent. Même vis-à-vis du foot, au foot, il fallait qu'il montre qu'il savait, qu'il faisait un peu le capitaine alors qu'il n'y était pas, mais...
People need to accept the person I am as a leader because I'm tough. The first thing I was thinking about when I started to be agile is what I don't want to be. And what I didn't want to be is I wanted to listen to my players when they didn't feel good because I felt that in my career I didn't feel listened enough. One of the other things I really wanted to be is a leader of men. IGL is a good start, but being a leader of men in tough moments is even more important. You need to be there mentally to show to you guys that if you're here, they can follow you. Just look at the tweets I had when I said that I'm gonna be IGL. In general, 95, maybe more, said that I wouldn't succeed. That's always been something that I loved, to show that, okay, you think that? I will show you you're wrong. That's all you can say. Ooh, fuck you, APAC. Ooh. Just scream on us, boo us, do whatever you have to do. I don't give a fuck once again. You know, I've been criticized from day one being in game leader, but now I win a fucking major, so fuck you.
Vitality show! It's a full house from the French! No hold back! No surrender!
No tournament will be better than Paris. Winning in your home country, in front of all those Vitality fans, in front of my mom, that was the tournament to win.
Quand je l'ai vu sur le grand écran géant, là, je dis waouh, c'est mon fiston, quoi.
It's a crazy moment. I have actually a small picture here with my mom. We won and she came in my arm and she cried. I remember it was a pretty emotional moment for me. I wish I could go back at that moment.
Le plus beau souvenir avec d'un enfant déjà, sa naissance. Sa naissance, c'est parce qu'au départ, ça a été compliqué pour moi parce que déjà avec son papa, ça n'allait plus trop. Et quand j'ai su que j'étais enceinte, j'ai eu du mal à accepter. Mais quand il est né, ma foi, ça a été un grand bonheur. Et puis après, quand je l'ai vu venir ce qu'il est devenu, et puis surtout à Paris, quand il gagne le Major, c'était...
At the end of 2023, Magisk and Zonic leave us to go to Falcons. So we bring up back Xtaz and Meze. We win straight 2 trophies. Blast 4 finals in Copenhagen and Blast 4 finals in Abu Dhabi. We were like thinking about the dance and say, look, we don't need you to win. 2024 starts, it's tough. Group stage exit in Katowice. But then we come back stronger. We lose in semi in the major. We lose back-to-back finals in Dallas and EPL. The summer starts in 2024. We have EWC, first tournament, and we do really bad. And that's one of the most important tournaments for Vitality. And we lose in quarters against VP, really bad showing. I remember like the boss putting pressure on us, playing better than that and stepping up. Yeah, but then we win Cologne. Pretty amazing to be able to win Cologne in a fashion way, winning Navi in the grand final 3-1. That was just like the iceberg that was hiding the rest, you know. Still done tons of playoffs that year, but never been able to win a trophy again, and change had to be made. We had a lot of change available. It was between Rops, Twist, Magisk, and Jimpat. They were all 4 interested of joining us. And the problem with Rops is You know, the player has been insane, but the personality was scary. I'm really happy that he joined us, but at that time I was a bit scared. I didn't know. And he was free. Basically, it was free. First event is Brasmonti. I'm not really into that. I don't really care, but we have Katowice after, and I want to win it. I tell you guys, I want to win that event. It's so important for me, and we'll not say, oh, we need years or whatever. No, we don't need years. We know each other. We just add one player. The synergy can come instantly. And here we are.
5 souls, 1 counter. They have Katowice! Vitality! Running, fucking man! You're champions of ESL Pro League. We are witnessing a reign of terror. Melbourne, this is Vitality's world now, marked by an ESL Grand Slam. The 8 Counter-Strike 2 trophy. This team are building an empire. Your Blast Austin major champions. And another trophy! The Vitality era is upon us. Domination is in their DNA. This chapter in Counter-Strike history is written in golden ink.
Apex, Extras, Zyro.
Robert Cool, Messi,
Vitality! Je vous avais dit quoi?
Alors aujourd'hui, la personne la plus importante, c'est sa copine, c'est Ambre.
It's Amber, without a doubt. She is the most important person for myself.
The first time I heard the name Apex was when I arrived at Team Vitality in 2021. And yeah, for me it was like really nobody. I didn't realize like the history around like Apex, Zaiwu, and all the other guys from Vitality.
I think one of the first time I saw her, I really liked her. We could see that we had like synergy together and that we enjoyed speaking to each other.
One of the first time that we did like a date, Dan told me like very fast, I think you will be the mother of my children. And I was like, wow, man, you're doing very fast.
I had an event in Burgundy in October. We enjoy wine there. It's just the best moment of the year. And I tell her, yeah, I'm gonna see to invite you if you want to come. So she comes. At this moment, she asked me if I think it's time to be together in a couple. And I really like hunted her for a long time. And I was a big relief for me and the best moment because I'm like, finally, I felt she was the right one for me for the future. So if I have to pick up one, this particular moment is the one, but I think the next one will be probably in October. I was speechless. I'm usually not speechless.
To tell him that I was pregnant, soon it's Saint-Valentin, Valentine's Day, so here is a little gift. And yeah, he saw it, he was like, really?
Those little socks. So of course I understood, because I'm smart.
He was like super happy, I think happier than me for the first months, honestly, because he balanced with my overthinking. For him, once the data is processed, he's just moving forward.
Your first kid is something that can't be beaten. I have a good relationship with my dad now, but unfortunately he didn't take care of me much when I needed it the most. And I know what it is to not having proper dad.
I think he will be a very supporting dad, loving in the emotion.
Donc Dan, il a déjà fait beaucoup de choses énormes dans sa vie professionnelle. La suite, ça va être un grand-papa, parce que quelque part, il a manqué. Un papa lui a manqué, quelque part. C'est un exemple quand même. Hein. Et lui, il sera un très grand papa.
I don't know if I'm gonna be a good dad. Future will tell. But I will make sure I will give my best for that. That's for sure.
You all know why you're here. Vitality reigns supreme, and we cannot anti-strat alone.
Vitality have violated the Geneva Convention and must be punished.
Dennis, I know you've been through a lot, but it's still only Counter-Strike. Gentlemen, please. Our combined resources. Where language is a barrier, strategy is not.
Well, apparently language is a barrier.
Sorry, no English.
You were supposed to translate.
Марах таныг орчуулахаар ирсэн мэт гинэ.
Question. Here is most playoffs anti-strat. Nobody asked for that.
Speak for yourself.
Hey Dennis, do you have any group stage prep? I might be needing that.
Wasn't it Mouse who beat Vitality last Cologne? Hope lies on their shoulders.
And now, I effectively have two stand-ins. Vitality's weakness.
900 IQ.
All we need now is the fans to rally behind us.
We are in the mud.
Guys, why we don't smash them? I was Kassesha. Jamie Shaman, we do it many times.
At this point, I'm in.
What we need is a system.
Oh yeah, we fucking go. You wanna know about a system? I'll tell you about a system.
And that system is right here. Look, we play to each of our strengths. First up, Mouse preps group stage.
Okay.
They've graduated. Aurora and the Mongols will prep quarterfinals.
Yes.
FURIA and Parivision, semis.
Jam prep. Insane.
Falcons is down to you to prepare
the third place decider.
Bro, there is no third place decider on the major.
No, you bring that 5-time major winner experience and we get the shit done.
Let's go, boys!
Vamos, caralho. Vambora.
Let's go, boys.
Counter-Strike unites.
Fuck you, Apex.
Fucking idiots.
What are you going to do to win this major, Jovic? Bye, 6. Look, great work. Let's do it.
I'm still holding on. Take me to the place I dream of. Even after all these years I've gone, baby, I'm still holding on. Yeah, I'm still holding on. I'm running low for Heavy God, but they're giving him the 5. He's come so close in many of these moments. Oh, Hunter's keeping them at bay. Will Hunter's sacrifice be in vain? Donk swings out. Donk does it. But Magix knows that might not make the difference. Got to back his aim here as all of G2. Bars does it bigger. Bars does it better. He's got it. Hunter gets it done. Can they do it one more time? Zontix doesn't think so. Heavy God, the last domino to fall. And Spirit and those semi-finals are right there.
And you've got Testes and Kiyosuke having to come in clutch immediately here for the Falcons, trying to get back into this retake. But Kiyosuke, welcome to the stage, young man. That's a forte in the cathedral. Here's your question. Vitality gone. Here's the right full after ready. Kiyosuke into the open, blind. Everybody's blind. What? Kiyosuke, will you check? Behind you, Apex is right there, but he's blind again. Kiyosuke, how is he alive? How is he getting away with it? No way! Goes out into the open, so it's all on Monacy. Primes himself, he's ready. They're dropping like flies. Monacy's got both. Flames doing their best, but Monacy's got the triple and forces them away. Out he goes, but Apex will silence him.
This Falcons doesn't lose these kinds of rounds, not anymore.
Not today, but Monacy secures it. This is Counter-Strike. Carrigan gets away with it. Falcons have taken down the world number one.
Counter-Strike, need I say more? We lived one of the most incredible days of competitive CS ever yesterday in the Lanxess. Can you believe that Spirit versus G2 game? I still can't. I didn't sleep after that. How did Magix pull off that 1v4? Is it a graffiti? I don't know. We know that G2 unfortunately will be heartbroken, but for Spirit to get this far without a coach, it's truly incredible. And who are they playing today? Falcons or Vitality? Falcons! The dream of Nico's Major is still alive, and unfortunately Vitality will have to climb back up the ranks to get that best team of all time moniker behind their names. But we're starting today with, as you can hear here, FURIA versus Aurora. The FURIA fans are already all here. They've been dreaming of Fallen, getting that third major in Cologne for so long, but they have to get past the Turkish powerhouse and Zantares, who is firing on all cylinders. What do you say, Lanxess? Let's do it all again?
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
Another day of Counter-Strike means another pre-show. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026, the major. I don't know how we topped yesterday. I don't know how we do anything about it.
Well, Jason, I saw those drummers. And you're kind of like my little drummer boy.
Hell yeah, I am.
I'm glad to have you here. You know, yesterday,
Thanks, dude.
Your heart, it would have been pounding like a drum after that series.
Yeah, that was hard to sleep after that one.
Could you get to sleep?
4 a.m.
4 a.m.
4 a.m. was the sleep time for me.
Well, I hope the players got more sleep than you did.
I definitely do too.
I think that was just... It's impossible to top yesterday, but that doesn't mean today can't be great.
Wow, hold over. Hold up.
Hold up.
How are we meant to get that again? I don't think we can.
You can't.
Move over Ben-Hur, that was an absolute epic yesterday, right? The fact that we had all 6 maps, that other than Overpass, right? That was the one that was the biggest blood of the day, but your
with a 13-9 score.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah, there was 2 rounds missed of regulation of all the maps played yesterday.
Insane.
Yeah,
right?
Everything else was overtime or 13-11.
Which just shows the day, what was it, 27th birthday of, was it 1.0? Is that what we were celebrating yesterday?
I don't know. Was it like the whole thing, the betas as well?
They have more birthdays than... I don't know where we'll go with that.
Yeah, no, a lot of things, I don't know.
They have a lot of birthdays.
They have a lot of birthdays.
But yeah, the results yesterday, absolute bangers, right? They're only 1-2-0 of the playoff bracket so far. And that's great. That's what we want. We want all these games to be highly contested. I hope we get more of it today. But again, it's going to be super hard to top that, right? The first game, I thought there's no way we were going to be able to top. What do you reckon was better of the series? Obviously, we had the Magix moment. We had the quad overtime. We had all of that nonsense. But then we had the Falcons versus Vitality game. Which one, if you guys had to pick, was your series of the day?
Take it away, Yanko.
Yeah, no pressure.
I don't... How can you pick between the two, right? I think the final 3 rounds, though, of that Falcons game.
Yeah, those were
an absolute crazy roller coaster. I can't remember an ending to a game like that up and down, where from round to round, you're thinking, oh, they're coming back. Oh, no, they're closing it out. No, they're coming back. And in the end, Falcons close it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit biased since I casted it, so I'm going to go with the second. But two different styles of games, too. Like, the first series had way more highlights, way more, like, crazy, I feel like, moments across all three maps.
I feel that's the G2 effect of drawing those games into the mud, right?
Yeah.
But that Magic's moment, do you think it should be a graffiti? That's the talk of the town right now.
Yeah, probably.
We haven't had
I don't know
one
if I could take one with 2018.
Was it Dozier?
Yeah, it had to have been 2018.
Was that the last one, the Dozier nade?
Shit, was it the last one? That would have been 2017.
I don't know.
Maybe. I can't remember.
I didn't do my research on the
I'm
graffiti.
still a bit fried from yesterday.
Yeah, it was a late one, right? It was a late one.
Yanko and I went back to the hotel, and we had one little nightcap before going to bed, and Kerrigan kind of walked in, and he had a big smile on his face.
Oh, wonder why.
He looked over at the table where we were sat, and he was like, did you guys see the stat line? And we were like, no. And he goes, 6'7". He got a .67 rating, and he had a giant smile on his face, and he just came in and did the whole Zoomer meme.
Both me and Jason thought the exact same thing. I wish you lost. For that joke.
Jeez, okay. Well, we know that's not true, but I think yesterday regarding these two series, right, there he is up on the screen, the big man. Everyone's pocket watching this guy, and not for the money, but for the frags. I think that, well, yeah, but that's the internet, Yanko, at this point.
That's also not true.
Which part?
That he doesn't need to perform. It just like people measure his performance in a wrong way. Like you're measuring his performance by how many kills he has, you're doing it wrong, right? And it's also easy to point out his rating for the series. In the map wins, it wasn't as bad. Like it's actually the Inferno map has dragged it down a lot. And I think if you are going to tell me that Kerrigan as an individual player did not have impact in the series, then you haven't watched the game.
I reckon those two USP kills were his most impactful kills of the tournament so far.
Saved the day. Kerrigan bailed them out.
They were insane, right? I want to not flip the script, but look at the other side of this. And this isn't to get people riled up. This is just to throw this into the universe and get people's opinions, right?
Sure.
So don't quote me on this, but looking at the way Vitality have performed throughout this tournament, right? It's not the team who are playing near perfect Counter-Strike up to this point. Now that it doesn't excuse their performance.
Yep. But
one of the things that I think there's been a lot of critique on throughout the community since the Vitality reign of terror is that, oh, it's boring. Oh, we don't want to see it. But guess what? We may have seen it. It may be over. We won't know. Future will tell. But these could be the first bricks in the wall that are starting to crumble, right? Yeah. This is Vitality not looking immortal, not even looking... I'm saying about 65% of what we've seen at their peak. They were nowhere near that. The mistakes they were making. Like that round they got at the mid doors. They didn't even hard clear mid doors. And they lose to 2 kills, 5-7. It's nuts.
5v3s.
They're losing rounds that this team would never lose. So we may have just witnessed the end of the Vitality reign, and we don't know it yet.
And that might have popped the bubble, right?
It's crazy, Jason, because you and me were doing media with them before Stage 3, and we were talking about this and how you stay motivated, and Flames literally said, you never know when you played your last stage game.
Sure.
Right? Like you never know when you played your last final, and Vitality, what we praised them the most for was this mental of staying hungry and staying motivated, and I think that game versus Falcons is the proof of concept for Apex, why he's so hard on them, why he keeps saying it, because at one point things will go wrong. You won't be playing as well. Like you won't play your A game or maybe even your B game, right? And then you get the result that they got yesterday. So I think this will be a great lesson for that, because from all the different players we've been hearing coming into this tournament and during the tournament, it hasn't been the best. You know, the preparation wasn't as great. Something just feels off, right? But they're the ones who have the power to change that come next season.
Jason, can we do a temperature check?
Let's do a temperature check.
Oh, hold on. We got a quote on screen.
A quote.
Still feel empty. Even
this was from 10 minutes ago.
Together, I want to win so much more. I'm devastated. Need time to reflect, but it hurts a lot. Thanks to all the fans that came and the ones at home support us. No matter what, not going to lie, it's needed right now. He looked devastated.
Dude, I was going to say the
loss.
same thing. He looked absolutely wrecked.
Yeah.
Which, like, on some level...
There it is.
This is weird. On some level, it kind of, like, makes me... I don't want to say happy, but, like, I'm glad that Apex is devastated. I'm glad that this hurt. You know what I mean?
See, this point right here, there's a moment where I think the reality of, that moment right there, that's the moment of, oh my God,
it's actually
we are eliminated. Like, this is real. Like, in the beginning, it's disbelief. You're denying it. You're not believing what's happening. And then as soon as that sinks in, it's like, and now you think about this from a human perspective. You're exposed on a stage with hundreds of thousands of people watching. You know, mate, like that.
He called such a great game.
Yeah.
Such a great game.
And on Dust 2, he was fragging as well. He was topping the scoreboard. He was doing everything for Vitality.
To lead his team back, and I know maybe he wants that final round back, but you can't judge it based off of that, you know, and just a tremendous... I really hate how much this word is thrown around, but Apex is definitely a legend of the game, right? And one of the reasons is that this late in his career, you still see how much it means to him. And this is a guy that's played all but one major in his career in different roles, evolved so much as a player and as a leader, and it's tough to see them go out like that.
Can I do the temperature check?
Yeah, go on.
Our audience
Yeah.
that we haven't really engaged with. Who's happy that the Vitality reign of terror might be over?
Couple of thumbs up as well.
So the community's kind of content with the situation, it seems.
Uncertainty is exciting, right? Like going into an event and knowing
Not economically.
it's not just going to be Vitality. You know, there's a lot of these teams that have opportunities. So I think, people may have gotten a little bit tired of that, but I don't think they'll go anywhere.
There's a lot of cool stories in the other teams that are still in the event as well that I think overtake the kind of Vitality story of trying to get that third in a row and trying to leave no doubt. You now have like the Nico story that's going to be full in front of everyone's face. Kerrigan as well. The whole Spirit thing with Magix without a coach, blah, blah, blah. You have the FURIA thing with Fallen as well. You got a lot of really cool stories that I think take the sting of Vitality being gone early out of
With the way that things have evolved now, I'm on, let's get Nico his major.
Okay,
Right? Well,
you're in?
make sure he earns it, but we're here now. Let's do it.
Might as well
and
do it.
imagine if it's Kerrigan versus Fallen in the grand final, like two absolutely storied in-game leaders who've been playing this game since the early days. We're talking 1.6 players who are still playing in the big 2026.
Yep.
Imagine both of them in the grand final, both of them have won majors, both of them have won Colognes, both of them are unks, right? If either of those guys win, even Madja, it'll be the new oldest player to ever win a major.
I know, but don't underestimate Team Spirit and their propensity to play spoiler to all these Cinderella stories. Even last year to Mouses, right? Who took down Vitality finally only to lose to Spirit in the grand final. Shanghai against FaZe Clan, right? It was Magix who stepped up as a player, not IGL, with 69 kills, match Donkey in that final. And for all this conversation about their coach, bro, did it not matter yesterday?
Yeah,
like
Can't believe they kept their cool.
That was absolutely. We might look back on that G2 series and say this was the game that sort of solidified Magix as an IGL, right? Really put them on the map because you're down 12-9, no coach, you take a timeout and you have some incredible calls to take it into overtime. Then obviously the one before that ended up being the difference maker. You know, sometimes a player wins that round and then they run away with it. Yeah, the mental aspect is there, but literally without that round, they would have been eliminated. Like that was only to extend us, to take us into another overtime, and just him and the rest of Team Spirit have handled this incredibly well on their own.
We're starting to tiptoe towards talking about the games today, so before we get into that, we had Trace going around the arena as we've done all day.
Let's go, Stunner!
He's talking about a lot of stuff, talking about the maps. We want to see what he's got for us.
What a mustache.
So the question is, which map should Cash replace? Now you're going to place a vote on here, similar to kind of what we did yesterday.
Bold choice, but that one. Obvious choice.
Super bold. What do you got?
Anubis.
Anubis. I like that too. Tell me why you hate Anubis.
The color.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Sure. No pressure though.
A group vote.
Yeah.
For that one.
Now, so what you're saying is by being able to see that, it swayed your vote a little bit.
It did.
Where are you from?
U.S.
It sounds like it. That's why I was curious. Which parts?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. I'm from Alabama. Is this your first Cologne?
Yes, first clone ever.
What do you think?
It's awesome. It's the best.
Hello, gentlemen. Would you like to play as well? It's not really a game. It's more like a vote. It's a communal vote. What I'm trying to understand is which map should Cash replace?
All right. So what I'm gonna pick is for sure, I'm sorry guys, also this. So it's an easy pick for me. Me too.
Damn. Is there no originality anymore?
I'm failing hard. Wait. All right. Here we go.
7 hours later.
Here you go. Yes. I also gotta say Mirage.
Okay, all that for another Mirage.
Yeah. All for that for another Mirage.
Respect. Where are you from?
Netherlands.
How are you finding Cologne this year? You having a good time?
It's my first time, so yeah. I think it's great.
Keep rocking, guys.
Yes, thank you.
How are we going to get a Magix graffiti if we take Mirage out of the pool?
That's a good point.
That's a really good question, I feel.
But we might have a man who can help boil this one down. Everybody, who's German? Any Germans? Make some noise for Crimbo. All right, we got, I turned the sign, sorry everybody. Crimbo, thank you for joining us, sir.
How you doing, brother?
Thank you for having me.
I see a big jersey in the building.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, he snuck in with that one, hasn't he?
For now.
For now. Yeah, we'll leave that for another time. We'll wait for the play break to come to its close.
What map are you replacing?
I personally hate Anubis actually. Like
I think we're not most of the other pros, I'd say.
Yeah, I personally think it's boring, right? If you like these like slow B executes or these A executes late round, like I don't know, it's always kind of the same. I feel like, and if you remove Mirage, like as you said, like highlights like this, like yesterday, wouldn't happen.
Yeah, but Mirage, can you see why the community might be hating on it?
I think it's the longest map in the pool, right?
Yeah,
never got
left.
removed, right?
It's never left.
I think that's the only reason for it, and maybe they hate playing it on Faceit and get like destroyed by Russians or Ukrainians, right?
Yeah, sure.
Fully.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
That's why Chad, it's his least favorite map. He can't cheese his way with utility and nade combinations. You actually have to know how to shoot.
I can't shoot. That's my
I feel
problem.
like no votes for overpass getting removed is kind of a travesty. I feel like that's insane to me.
That is insane to me as well.
Yeah.
Just I think we don't like the pace from our perspective.
Yes,
right? It's
yeah.
just slow and crawly. I understand it from a strategic standpoint. I'm just not loving it otherwise. Now, have you even played a professional game on Cash in your life? You're a young man.
I think it was like Division 2 in the German league. But
Okay, so you
besides
have
that,
played
it's
it.
like, yeah. We had like
Not a professional game.
Well, a semi-professional.
Semi-professional.
We'll give him that. Okay.
Well, like you had these door executes, like
Yeah?
with the smokes, you threw, like that's it. And
Okay, so you're not too well versed on it. I'll give you some tips from back in my day. But
Do play me in Cash. I've played you on Cash. It's not fun.
yeah, I don't mess around. As far as Cash goes coming into the pool, that's the assumption that's being made, but we don't actually know.
Huge baseless assumption.
But is that something that excites you? Do you care about Cash? Would you prefer to do something else?
I don't really care about Cash. I more care about what's getting removed. I feel like, yeah.
Okay, so
Just
how
want
it's
that
gonna-
Anubis out of there. Just desperate for it.
But this is something that I was bringing up when we've done, I don't stop talking with you lads, but all the different podcasts and stuff. Anubis has been the least played map of the major. It's been the least played map of the year in all the tournaments. It's cropped up in both days of the playoffs now. It could even crop up in, well, here you go. Look at this. They got graphics on the screen. It could even crop up today. Right, there's an opportunity for it to crop up today in the Falcons versus Spirit series. There's a possibility.
I'll say briefly about Anubis, just maybe because of the way Train was removed, this Anubis coming back into the pool always just felt like kind of like a lazy, like, we have this map kind of here and we need to
We
take
changed
Train
the
out.
hole.
Yeah.
We put a new little box.
We've moved it a little bit. We've shifted things. Let's try it again.
Yeah, look, I don't mind it. I think that it's the only, or at least it was, last time I checked the stats, is the only T-sided map so far.
I enjoy it, to be honest. I think it actually has some fun
I think
Counter-Strike.
it's also like the map that's newest, right?
Yeah.
Maps like Overpass or Train, they go out of the pool, but they come back and people still remember how they're being played. I know Train was reworked in a significant way, so it wasn't exactly like that. But for Anubis, there's no muscle memory really or anything like that. So you feel like, I just don't want to go through this. Again, as Crimbo pointed out, it's just a little bit awkward in some of those late round situations where you don't feel like it's Counter-Strike to the same extent.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it was when I was standing in for Liquid. I think that like 1 week ago, before that at Krakow, Train got removed, right? And Anubis got, and we also were talking like, and we were saying Anubis, like we don't have time to prac. Like no team has time to prac, right? And every team at this stage also was like kind of floating it and like gambling it, and teams don't pick it, right? And just removing it second stage. And like since then, like the season has been going on, right? After Krakow, there was a new tournament, and teams never really also maybe had time to practice.
But the map pool is really important, right? Especially for the teams that are aiming to be contenders but not in the top 3, right? FURIA got to #1 by mastering Overpass and then Train, which a lot of other teams at the time wanted to avoid. Na'Vi finally beat Vitality with Anubis, right? Yesterday, Falcons, Anubis. So these teams that don't have as much depth or are not as good as the vanilla maps, like they have to master these other maps. The other teams just don't want to play because you can't permaban 2 maps.
Okay. Are you guys excited for Cash to come back? You guys want to play some Cash? Okay. Should we put a pin in this conversation?
Let's put a pin in it. We got some big games today.
Okay. Crimbo, in terms of the major overall so far, what's been your biggest surprise in a positive or negative light, sir?
I think the most positive one is that Aurora is actually at the semifinals. I think also many people just underestimated them and also put them 0-3 actually in most of pick'ems I saw. And yeah, that's like my biggest surprise.
Okay.
That's a fair surprise, I think. I'm a little bit surprised to see them in the semifinals as well.
Well, they're a team that obviously have a lot of Anubis, and that'll be a big feature of the veto today, right? But all right, let's start as we have been doing. Right?
Second series of the day.
Second series of the day. We'll talk about
semifinal.
that first, and then we'll get into the Aurora versus Furia game. So, second game of the day, Spirit going to be taking on Falcons. Any immediate thoughts on that one, Crimbo?
Not really. I just hope. I think it's time that Nico gets his major.
There you go.
Yeah, he's on board with that too.
See, now
I'm all about
Yanko's
that as
happy.
well. I think the hard thing about talking about this match is I like coming in and saying the Magic's thing with the IGL, because we covered at the start, it's like he just proved himself on the biggest stage. That was like the biggest red flag I had for Spirit. And now it's like, well, if he goes into that many overtimes and is able to deliver that as an IGL and performing individually, like I can't, there's no red flag anymore. That takes it away.
One talk is, Jason, you said you couldn't fall asleep until 4 a.m. after you casted that game.
Yeah.
What about the people who played
playing it?
You know, I mean, that was an insane series to be in. You finished the game, you're doing all the interviews, everything, right? So how much energy does Falcon did they spend yesterday, and do they have enough for what's not going to be an easy game by any stretch of the imagination?
I mean, it's really one of those days someone in the team comes up and is just like, all right, boys, we got up early. We had a little bit weird energy from the game. Go back and take a nap. Like, you have a middle of the day nap.
But this is the thing. Sorry, Crimbo, get stuck in, mate. I'll jump in.
No.
I was just going to say, in terms of what
it looks crazy from G2's POV.
Yeah, well, what are you meant to do, right? All the different angles, they're the low HP. There's a couple things, right? We were showing the Spirit stuff there, but what you're talking about is the fact that Falcons finished so late. I don't know what time you guys got back to the hotel. I stayed all day. I got back at 1:30. I imagine you guys probably got back
I was
around
on the
2.
shuttle with you.
Oh, you were too. That's right, he was. So you probably got back by around 2, right? So at that point, by everybody getting back, and then you're sleeping 8 hours, then you have to get up the next day and prep. Spirit obviously going to have a little bit more lead time on that. They didn't know their opponent quite clearly, but in terms of their rest, their preparation, but then they don't have the coach factor. So you would assume that they're going to be in a better position, at least as far as rest is concerned. But then the prep factor, I guess this is where all the staff need to stay up all night for Falcons or get up early this morning. It's one of the two.
Or Nico just hits Hunter up. Well, bro.
Yeah, pass the research on.
Send me some of that prep, son. Like, you know, like we need all the help we can get.
I actually don't know if the prep is what worries me most. I think the rest thing is bigger, because I still think with Kerrigan at the helm, he's going to be improvising a lot anyways.
Yeah, that's true.
He's going to be doing things on the fly. I feel like towards the end of their Inferno game yesterday, he was sort of, they could tell that he hadn't had a whole lot of time with the team to work on that map. I felt like the playbook fell thin down the stretch with a lot of like mid pops, but Kerrigan's just the master of improv in the mid round, like reading how they've been playing, how they've been doing, what's been successful, and building something random on top of it.
About the resting, I feel like it's more on the mental side. If you like think about it, and like I only got 5 hours of sleep, and you let that affect you, I think it's like that's the worst part. But I feel like the adrenaline on playing such a stage and whatever, it's going to be like so high, you're not going to be tired or whatever. So I feel like that's a big factor.
I think it would hit you on like the third map, I imagine, right? Like that adrenaline in that moment of walking onto stage and getting things started. For the first map, you're going to be fine. Second map, you're probably going to be okay. Third map is when that energy, I feel like the adrenaline wouldn't carry you through it.
Yes, Chad. Gentlemen, I brought some facts to the table.
Okay.
And those facts can be considered however we want the facts to be
Sure, let's go.
All right, this is just to set us up for a conversation. Head-to-head between Spirit and Falcons. May 2025, Rival Season 1, Group Game, Falcons win. November 2025, Chengdu, Group Game, Falcons win.
Ooh.
November 2025, Rival Season 2, Group Game, Falcons win.
Go on.
December 2025, Budapest Major, quarterfinal, Spirit win. April 2026, Rio, Group Game, Falcons win.
I'm noticing a trend here.
Hold up. Rio, semi-final, Spirit win.
Ooh.
And finally, May 2026, Astana Grand Final, Spirit win. And one last little tidbit here.
Ooh.
None of those group games were for elimination. They were already secure, or it didn't matter.
And that Grand Final win really sticks out, doesn't it?
So there's a landmine, Bianco, for you to leap on if you would like.
There's no. I think the one loss that was with Kerrigan was the Astana Grand Final, right? And that was the first tournament they played with him. Now they've had more time. I think they've gotten a little bit better over time. They just have more reps with him. They have a better understanding on how his system works. And I think, actually, I love that you brought it up, because all of those losses in crunch time outside of the one were with Kixan. And Spirit were not the only team that was beating Falcons in those games. Any contender put them there. That's why they have 0 trophies, because when it mattered the most, they were too frail. They fumbled, right? And now we're seeing this new Falcons. They actually rise to the occasion.
Yeah.
G2 game, the opening here. Navi game in 2-1. Yesterday against Vitality. You could say the same thing about Vitality. They're beating him most in games that don't matter.
Yeah.
And when it mattered, they would lose. So I think, yeah, that was true. But this is a different Falcons we're getting with Kerrigan.
I feel like this new Falcons is giving me like G2 vibes who won Cologne with JKS and Fuxi. I feel like Kerrigan, how he played yesterday, like a lot going first, dying for Kyuzuke or whatever. He's just like a decoy kind of stuff. I feel like Kyuzuke is the better second star than Hunter was, but I feel like JKS back in the days was the better anchor than Tezes and was getting more kills. And overall, this is like if Nico and Monasi obviously play to a level, it's giving me like these team vibes.
Okay. All right.
Kyosuke did have a disgustingly good series yesterday.
He did, right? He also had some moments where you go, oh, you can tell this guy's inexperienced, right? Like over rotations where you'd hope that a player would stick to their guns. But I think that's the teething issues. And we're at that point. You live or die by the sword of the way Modesty and Kyosuke play.
Don't get the good without the bad.
Exactly.
Before in big games, you were getting mostly the bad and not enough of the good.
But now we're getting 50-50,
Now you're
60-40?
getting like some good and some bad, and you can live with that because he is young.
Sometimes good, sometimes
Hopefully
bad.
he'll learn, he'll improve, he'll get better. But you saw how when you unleash him and he isn't stressing out about, oh, I want to make this play, but if I do and I die, I'm going to get the looks, or oh, we're going to be losing, it's an important round. You know, that 3v5 against Vitality yesterday on Dust 2, where he asks for a flash, goes out mid, kills Zaiwu, and they end up turning it around and winning the round. You know, those sorts of things, you wouldn't see it before. And he had so much impact on the 2 map wins, especially for Falcons. That's why he was the highest rated player for them in the series.
If we look at the Spirit side of this equation, just because we haven't touched on it much, I mean, Donk is the easy one to go for, but now that you have Magics with this IGL and going through these overtimes, the supportive cast is there. I thought Tanir had a really rough series.
Yeah, Tanir's a bit of a worry, especially when the Dust 2 game at Long, he was getting exploited, and you could also see him getting stressed.
Yep.
Which, you know, in those scenarios, if he gets one traded, that's going to be enough, but in those lots, he was, you know, swinging out, missing the timing, copying a team flash, getting isolated, then swinging late, and then Donk's going, hold up, bud, I'll take pit, right? Then they don't want to be exploited anymore.
Swapped, you knew exactly what that meant.
Tanir yesterday was a little bit of a worry, but hopefully that puts hair on his chest and you get a better version of him today. But I think the inexperience factor of a Tanir doesn't really get spoken about as much because we had high expectations from Heroic. He's like, oh, this guy's good.
I think also Donk just covers a lot of those mistakes. Donk being as good as he is just covers a lot of the issues that this team has that when you go deeper and deeper into the layers of it. So sometimes you don't actually see all the issues because Donk's just playing super well.
Yeah, I want to ask you, have you ever felt like that? You know, sometimes you're getting targeted, and how do you deal with that, mentally, when you see people coming your way time and time again?
It's actually I think it's kind of rough. I think most of the time it's different if you have a bad game or a bad day, or if you have bad stats, right? Maybe you have a bad scoreline, you're down, 0-7, and you had 3 ecos, and you had to entry for Donk 3 times, and then you're okay, I have 0-7, but it is what it is. I think that plays a huge part, but I think besides that, you just have to be consistent, do what you always do, and also maybe switch up, especially in a semi-final game, right? You have to just see and have to, understand what's maybe happening, what's exploiting you, and then maybe try to adapt.
And what we learned yesterday about Spirit is they won't break. If there ever was a game for them to break with no coach, it was yesterday, right? And
that's fair.
They've stepped up, especially Donk. I mean, he didn't have 100 kills or anything like that, but you watch that Dust 2 T side, it was just him. It was him time and time again, entry, double entry, the round-defining kill, just sort of giving them enough to stay alive and to stay in the game.
All right, who are we taking to win that series? That semifinal, second one of the day.
Can we get there in a creative way? I know we're on the clock, but
we're about 5 minutes left, right?
That's all right. We're going to make it. All right, boys, you're all going to contribute here. We're going to go player for player. Monacy or Shira?
Monacy.
Yeah, okay, well, that's what I thought. That's why we started there. Karrigan or Magics?
Karrigan.
Magics.
Oh.
For what? Fragging?
In-game leader.
Magics.
You can frame it however you want.
Karrigan.
Okay. Well, then let's... who are we comparing Donk to? Kyosuke, I guess, if we're going rolls?
Donk.
Yeah, okay. So then I guess Nico...
Yeah, that's hard to compare, yeah.
Nico Tanir?
Nico, I'll take.
Even though it's
Nico.
Major playoffs, Nico.
Okay. And then finally, that's the Tesses Zontic situation.
Oh. I feel like I'm just building Falcons with Donk right now, but I would probably take Tessa. Would you really?
It's his natural roles compared to Tesses, who's only played them for 3 months.
I would also take Zontix, I think.
Okay.
I'm sticking with Tesses.
Okay, the Frog or Zonic?
Oh no.
It's a tough one. The Frog or Zonic? 5-time major winner.
Let's let the audience pick that one.
What do you guys like, Zonic or the Frog?
The Frog.
I think it's a toad, but that's fine. But anyway, the winner. Sorry, Jason. Who do you guys have? Falcons.
Falcons, third map.
Okay. Oh.
I'm taking Falcons.
He's anti-jinx.
I know. He's doing his best.
He's doing his absolute best.
I'm taking Falcons.
Just so we're split down the middle, I'll go Spirit, and then you guys can be the deciding vote. Spirit or Falcons? I couldn't have expected that. Okay, all right.
Right into it.
That one's done.
Done and dusted.
Okay, that's our first grand finalist.
Yep.
According to these guys.
According to them.
Those guys, it's Falcons.
Them.
Yeah. Do it for them, Jason.
First semifinal of the day. The first match we're going to have coming up, obviously, going to be Aurora taking on FURIA.
Yeah, okay, so the head-to-head Rotterdam last time round, FURIA kind of got a hiding, but I think that's when FURIA was slumping hard. They lost their identity.
They've had a weird season to read.
They have had a weird season. I think Yakinda said it was trash.
Yeah, I think that this is uncharted territory, right? Obviously, the farthest the Turkish team has ever made it at a major, and also the farthest this FURIA lineup has ever made it at a major. They had 2 quarterfinal exits, and FURIA has not played well this tournament. They have not played their A game. Right, 9Z wasn't good enough to punish them. Those clutches on Mirage cost them.
They had an easy group.
Can Aurora be good enough to capitalize on that, or will we see FURIA unlock something with that win in the quarterfinal? Right, I think this one there's a decent chance for Aurora to spoil FURIA's day.
I actually do too.
What I found really surprising is that, or like promising, is that Vicaria is actually playing really good, and
best Turkish player.
Yeah, and he's playing so consistent as well. I think that's what they've been lacking, like a second consistent star, like next to Zantares, right?
I think it might be the other way.
Well,
yeah, like, no, before. Yeah, but now it's probably the other way. But before they didn't have that, right?
Yes, you're right.
The Zantares conversation is a weird one, right? Because if you look at his playoff games and you don't look at big arena games, then you can say he's decent in playoffs. But if you look at big arena games and you make sure that you take out the EWCs, the Malta Pro Leagues, the Blast Bounties, you take those all out of the equation and you just look at the big ones. Traditionally, his big arena game's not good, but they've got a mental coach now that's clearly making a difference. He played lights out the other day.
Well,
he is in the tournament the highest rated entry player on the T side, above Donk. So he is going to be the entry factor today. He's going to go toe-to-toe with Yakinda on the other side. That's going to be massive. That for me is where this gets decided. Who turns up between those two?
I think him and Wakadia take like 70% of the opening duels for Aurora as well. So
Makes
I
sense.
feel like they're going to live and die by the performance of those two guys today.
Yeah, and I also think that Voxic has also been playing really good, right?
He loves the big games.
yeah, and then I think it also comes down on, I think Major, like he had like I don't want to say a live game, but he had like insane games, and I think it also comes down in the end to Soulfly, because I feel like Soulfly has also kind of been playing my roads, like the anchor lurk, and as an anchor lurk in these games you have to get like per map, you have to get a clutch in, get a like something like that, or get an entry in as a lurk, and I think that's also going to play a big part.
Tough for a major rookie.
We got about 40 seconds before we got to get out of here and send this down to the arena.
Holy shit.
I think if I'm going for the story, I'm going FURIA win.
Yes, story is FURIA. Who do you actually think?
FURIA.
FURIA?
Yeah, the veto is going to be interesting, but I'll let you guys do that on the desk.
Yeah, I think we have to go with FURIA based off of they've actually not at the major, but they've had some deep runs towards the end of last year. You're hoping they can play a little bit better in the quarterfinals. They'll have it.
I think FURIA because of stage experience.
Okay. Someone pick Ancient.
I'm taking
I know that's the perma ban. Someone do it. We haven't had it in the playoffs, Jason. I want to see Ancient. I want the green map out there today.
All right. I'll let him know.
It's
I'll
unlikely.
I'll tell him ahead of time.
I want it.
loves the green.
I want it.
I'm going to let Yanko do the veto on the desk as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm taking Aurora for the win today. I'm taking him for the upset win. I'm going a little bit crazy.
All right.
Either way, we're going to get out of here because then Yanko and I got to run down to the desk. So we'll see you there. The semifinals at IEM Cologne begin right now.
I'm good, but how are you? More important question.
Good. We just started already?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. We are feeling ready. We had the all preparation done. You know, it's like a final day for us still. We'll give our best to reach the final.
Yes, I mean, every day probably feels like a final in there. Talk to me a little bit about your experience on Thursday, right? Because we've had so much question marks about all of you on stage, and it seemed like you looked like a new team, honestly.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you just keep losing it on stage in front of people for a long, like many times, I think you're just getting used to it. The feeling, the atmosphere and everything as a team, and you just can brought the game that you have been playing in the studio also on the stage as well. So I think now it's not like kind of affecting us. It's just I'm happy about that, just because this is the biggest tournament, the most important tournament right now, and I feel that the feeling that we don't have this. I can understand from team speak and also like helping like communication each other, and everything is just so calm. Like.
God, like you have been fighting for this for so long. You came from so far. It's actually incredible. Do you have time to stand still about that right now, or is that something you will do, you know, after the next match, after the next match?
After next game. Yeah, definitely. Not now. We will do it on stage.
Yes,
after.
okay. Tell me a little bit about this match after the cup, after you lift it.
Hope so. I don't want to.
No. We don't talk about those things like that. No. What we can talk about is it's FURIA versus Aurora, and that's like the Brazilian fan base versus the Turkish fan base. Tell me a little bit about that, because that's going to be insane.
Yeah, it's going to be insane on social media, and I think if the game goes in a close way, I think we can break the records. I think like yesterday, I think it was just some record got break. Yep. And this is going to be, I think, another one if the game goes close and overtimes and like third map as well. But it's gonna be like close game, and I really love to play against those guys, like because they are like really good friend of ours, and it's gonna be make both players the set who gonna send each other to home, gonna feel like happy at the same time, and also like sad to, you know, you're just sending them. Also, they're gonna send us, you know, in case they win. So yeah, but you know, we'll do our best. We are ready. We prepared everything. I'm wishing them also like good luck. Who is better gonna win the game and go to the final.
Yeah, amazing. Always great talking to you. You can join your team. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Hey Rick, can I grab you for a second? Please, come here. Welcome to the semifinals. I've always seen you with a big smile on your face. Is there even a point asking how you feel right now?
Actually, I'm a little bit sick since yesterday. Today I'm a little better. But yeah, I'm happy. Everyone is happy. Today gonna be a good match.
This is what Yekindar said 2 days ago, that some of you guys are feeling sick. Is it just you or anyone else in the team?
It's me, only me. I don't know, there are like 3 finals already. Every final, semi-finals, I'm sick. I don't know what's happening. Maybe the AC, I turned on the AC and the next day I was already bad. But it's fine, I'm taking meds. I'm better.
Could be a little bit of a stress as well, right? That causes it.
Yeah, could be as well. Everything maybe, like AC, the temperature. In their room it's so hot, so when you go out it's like a little bit cold. But yeah.
On the bright side, you know that you have a new nickname?
New nickname?
Brazilian Zipnix.
Yeah.
You heard about that?
Oh yeah, I heard. I don't know what's happening. I'm just winning clutch. This is very good. Last year actually it was one thing that I said to me, I need to be better in clutch, because I'm the kind of the guy, I will be last sometimes, so I need to win clutch. And this year I'm winning a lot, so I'm happy.
You're stepping it up massively. Just for the guys watching and everyone watching at home, out of 10 clutches this major you've played, you won 9 of them. Is there...
Why only?
Is there any one that is memorable, the most important that you think got you all the way here in the semifinals?
Bro, actually there are a lot of 1v1. Maybe against 9Z, I think I had 3. But the clutch I like most, it was the one before against 9Z.
Yeah.
That I remember. But all clutch is important, right? Like all clutch, because it's one round. So in the end, it matters a lot.
Are you ready to add like 3 or 4 more today?
Yeah, of course. Amen. Thank you.
Let's see how this goes. Good luck on the stage.
Thanks so much.
Oh my.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
24 teams came to Krakow. Only 6 remain. So let's test the acoustics.
Semi-finals Saturday here in the Lanxess, and you know what we've got. We've got more Colex Fantasy, Harry. Our teams have been raging through these last couple of days, as we've seen some very competitive games in the Lanxess so far, and now we get to see who really cuts the mustard come these final couple of days on the weekend. I'm just going to spit my team out, because you know it's Falcons heavy after that win against Vitality yesterday. I kept Carrigan, I kept Tesses, I kept Kiyosuke, I kept Zontix as well. He was stable in his quarterfinal against G2, and then I threw in Yukinda from the other side of the bracket just to keep on some firepower. I'm feeling ferocious. I don't know about you, Harry, but I think you're going down.
Ha ha ha, laughs in Brazilian. I've kept a bunch of the FURIA guys still. I've got Yuri. I got Queserato. You know them as the Fangs of FURIA. I know them as the guys that are getting FURIA to a grand final. Up against them, or rather I should say with them, I actually have Magix in this squad. He's looking stable. He had some crazy clutch rounds. Holy graffiti. We all saw that play in what was formerly known as Market. Now it's known as Magix, Hugo. Nice. That's why he's made the team. And then I rounded it out with my Falcons guys. I got Nico, I got Tesses. I'm believing in this Falcons run, and I think they will be the difference makers. I've homed in on a couple of legends. You've homed in on some dudes.
I've honed in on Triple Falcons, Harry. You say you believe in them. I'm holding out to the final.
I'm believing in them more.
All right, well, you're believing in FURIA on the other side of the bracket. It's understandable, and I wish you good luck. I think we've been pretty friendly this event, but I think the heat is rising, the pressure is rising, and you better watch out come that grand final.
Please! Maybe S-Attack wasn't the play. I'll never doubt you again. Prove it or I'll kill you! Ah!
Prove it?
It's over. Wait! You wanted me to prove it? Well, check out this new look Colossus.
I ain't reading all that. Wait, there's prizes on this thing too? Still a Carrigan believer though, eh?
No!
This is heavy.
Yeah.
Soulfly is in the semi-finals of the major in Cologne. Isn't that insane? I remember talking to you in Krakow, and that was kind of the first time that you would be in that environment. Tell me a little bit about Thursday and how amazing it was that you were able to show your best CS on a big stage like this.
Krakow is my first LAN, and basically we made the playoff, and it was my first time playing in front of the crowd. It was so chaotic, honestly. Like, I couldn't manage my emotions, and I can hear so much crowd, so I didn't get used to it before, you know. But now I played many playoffs and many arenas right now, and I feel like I am showing my best version slowly, and I feel like I'm adapting really well as well. Yeah, like playing in front of the crowd and the German fans, they are really insane, so it's really nice to be here.
We have seen a big change indeed in your confidence on the server. There was that 1v2 you won versus Bedboom to close out Nuke. Moments like this, tell me about that, how that gives you momentum going into these semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, after this game, I just saw some pictures that ESL took while we are playing. I was like, I couldn't see myself that before, you know. I see like screaming a lot, just pointing finger to fans and stuff. It was something that I never tasted before. And now it's really like, the taste is really good.
That's amazing to hear. It's like you're a new person almost. Now, I know you're also working with a wonderful sports psychologist. What has she been saying that you should focus on specifically for this? Because it's one thing to do good once, but what if, for instance, it doesn't go as well and some of the rounds don't go your way, right? Have you worked specifically about turning that around in an atmosphere like this?
Yeah, she's helping me a lot. Especially, I would like to talk all the time with her because she gives me confidence, and she is always saying the same thing to me. Just take the point, but don't take the emotion, because sometimes I'm struggling to, for example, in the middle of the game, they can't be like, hey, Soulfly, you need to do this. Sometimes it's a bit harsh, you know. But sometimes I was getting affected as well. With sports psychologist, she really helped me about that. And right now I'm really focusing my game, and she brought my confidence back as well. So I feel like I'm doing every time better. But you know, sometimes it's a bad day, sometimes it's a good day, and I believe this day is going to be a good day.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This was a wonderful interview. It's always great to hear from you, and the best of luck to Chocolat.
Yekindar is here with me. Hello, and well, congratulations on breaking that curse, going 3-0 and then always going out in quarterfinals. Now you're against Aurora, who already are having kind of like a dream run, and you're on this side of the bracket where you're supposedly go to final. How does that feel? How is it all playing out?
Well, listen, we had it in Blast Austin Major. We had that supposedly we should be in the final or whatever. So the thing is, everybody who's in the playoff, they deserve to be in the playoff. There's many teams that proved it. Everybody thought Spirit is going to smash G2 and that they're going to go through, and then the game was nail-biter. And our game against 9Z is also an example of, like, you cannot underestimate anybody here in the playoffs. So we are taking step by step, game by game. Today, we have a semifinal against Aurora. We're not thinking about qualifying for finals, or we're not thinking about how we're going to win or whatever. We're just focusing on ourselves. We prepped. We're ready to play, and let's see how it goes.
You mentioned those nail-biters game yesterday. So I want to ask you, did you watch it? How was the adrenaline? Did you feel the atmosphere of the arena? Do you want to do it again today, or do you just hoping for smooth 2-0?
No, of course, I wish for these games. For me, personally, the result never matters. If we can truly kind of show a historical game, that's the most important thing. You know, we were watching the games yesterday, and the neighbor from the room came in and she was like, "Can you keep it down?" We were like screaming and shit. It was very cool.
She probably heard what was happening in the Lanxess arena as well. But obviously, Aurora, there are certain rumors around their team. How do you feel around so-called dead team buff? You know, that the team that is running out on the last tournament, and they're probably going to make a lot of changes. Is this affecting your gameplay or maybe the gameplay of theirs, so you have to be ready for it?
Well, this is personally the first time I hear about the dead team. You know, if a dead team is making semifinals on Major, maybe the team is not so dead, that's the thing. But for us, it's just normal preparation, focusing on our things, and we know how they play. We somewhat know what to expect, but at the same time, it's like, this is a Major semifinal. Maybe they cooked some stuff. Maybe they overcooked in the kitchen, and we will see. But maybe they cooked some good things, you know, so...
They're definitely not the dead team, but they're playing very much alive. Hopefully, this will translate into the fan bases as well. We all know that Turkish and Brazilian fan bases are very passionate, and there will be war not only on the server, but here in the arena, on the social media, on HLTV. You got anything to say to these people watching this game?
Yeah, I mean, for all the Brazilian fans, we love you guys. Thank you for the support. For all the non-Brazilian fans who are watching and supporting FURIA, also very grateful. But also for all the Turkish fans or any other fans from any country in the world, guys, we are here for CS. The CS is uniting us, and that's the most important thing. So we love you guys all, even if you hate us.
Beautiful words. Thank you, Ekindar.
Thanks.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
From 8 teams down to 4, semi-final Saturday is locked and loaded in the Lanxess. And finally, for Aurora, the stars seem to align. The first time they have ever made it to a major semi-final. And in all honesty, their quarterfinal was the least chaotic of the 4. But even with BetBoom kicked to the curb, their journey only gets tougher as FURIA lays in wait. Strangely enough, a curse broken for this squad too. From Austin to Budapest, they just couldn't break through that quarterfinal ceiling. But this cathedral was once Fallen's playground. From the major champion in 2016 now to his final year of competitive play, this trophy could be claimed for a historic 3rd time. The Cologne Chalice may be getting closer by the day, but it doesn't make it any easier to claim. We've got Aurora versus FURIA for our first semi-final, where 4 nationalities will be up on that very stage. But we've got a couple more to be throwing into the mix up here on the desk. To my left, Dupree, hailing from Denmark, once the reigning champions, the kings of Counter-Strike, and who can blame them with 5 major titles to their name. Over on the far side, we've got uncharacteristically happy Yanko, because his Balkan brother of Nico finally managing to make it back to a major semi-final. But in the middle, they say the North American Counter-Strike dream is dead. But don't worry, one day maybe, if you work really, really hard and never give up on your dreams, you might just become the commentator who always comes back to the desk. Welcome back, Jason.
It kept going. It kept going. It was getting worse each and every time.
Welcome back. You like being back?
Yeah, I'm pumped to be here. I'm excited for this one.
Well, your curse of returning to the desk might not be broken, but Aurora's curse of not making it through those quarterfinals of the major finally has been. Yanko, give me your take on Aurora and their run here to the semis.
Yeah, we're in uncharted territory now. Freya with Aurora winning a game in the major playoffs right against Bad Boom, and in a very convincing manner, you know, but I think it has to be said about both of these teams. Their runs haven't been as difficult, right? Like, both of them just played one top 5 team, and actually only Aurora played a top 5 team in Spirit, and it ended up losing that game, right? So I think this will be the toughest game for both of them, but for Aurora, the big part is they're playing more loose. They're not as stressed, it feels like, whether that's like Stiko alluded to because of the dead team buff or whatnot, but they're sending it way more, and they're finding success doing it.
Yeah, but it's like the thing with Aurora, right? You know, I think looking at this game specifically and isolated, you know, that they're their own worst enemy, right? And I'm just going to be looking forward to see if they can keep up what they showed in the quarterfinals. Yes, it was a Bad Boom that on paper they should be beating, and also with that stage experience they do have. I still think this game is, you know, it's going to matter a lot about who's going to be showing up. And I think if Aurora can just show up in the form they had in the quarterfinals, I think we could have a game on our hands.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why they're playing so loose right now is, like, I think, you know, Wakadia is really just, this is a major where he's just jumped up in his level from previous majors, so you have that extra firepower. I think Soulfly not putting up crazy numbers, but impactful in the games that they're having. So I feel like there's a lot more freedom at the moment, and feel like they have a little bit more room to make some errors and go for some plays, especially if you're Xantares.
Yep.
And I know some people may say, Yanko, that Xantares struggles typically on these playoff stages. Has that been the case so far here, though?
I mean, it hasn't been the case, but they also played Bad Boom. Like, how much can honestly, right? Like, how much can I look? Yes, on one side, you're going to look at it and say, listen, whoever is the opponent, it's a big stage game, and that's true. But then on the other side, it was Bad Boom playing with a stand-in and having even less experience at this stage of the tournament than Aurora does. So yeah, hugely important just for his own mental to have a good game, right? Like, if you can just tell yourself, hey, I did it. I can do this. Like, just do whatever you did. Have the same mindset going into this game. Yes, that's hugely important. But also, you play to an extent how much your opponent allows you to play. And Bad Boom was not good in that game. That wasn't, you know, they played maybe their worst game in that quarterfinal against Aurora. So we'll see if he can have the same sort of impact against FURIA, who will be a much tougher nut to crack.
Well, he has to, right? I mean, like, going up against Bad Boom, you know, sure, it is a weaker opponent, and you also just gotta play in the mental part. Like, imagine that he turns up for that, he didn't turn up for that game, and then he's still winning, and he's still thinking, okay, I still have my issues, right? I think, at least, looking at Xantares, the fact that he did it against Bad Boom, I mean, whatever opponent he would be facing, it's just good that he gets this one off the bat, right? You know, the fact that he shows himself that he can do it, and he also proved that back in Rotterdam against the Mongols. But then when they turned up against Vitality in the semifinal, that's where he fell flat, right? So I don't want to see the same script. He's had, like, he set himself up to actually perform better this major now with the performance he had in the quarterfinal. But he has to show up again, otherwise it's just going to be another repeat, right?
He also changed his mouse pad. He said it was sticky, so he swapped that bad boy out.
I don't even want to know anything more about that. Can we just put that to bed?
That was an interesting
No, it's because of the humidity, Freya, relax.
Interesting that you brought up Wikadia's name before Xantares, though.
Yeah, we were just joking at the pre-show as well, because Crimbo had been like, it's nice for Xantares to finally have this, like, second star next to him, and I was like, I think it's actually flipped. I think Wikadia kind of has his second star next to him right now, because he's playing super well, and obviously against Bad Boom in the quarterfinals, Xantares Antares kind of popped that up, but Wakadia through stage 3 was the guy powering this squad. So really kind of fun to watch these guys kind of grow up through the majors. And Wakadia, what now, I think his 4th major he's been in, like he's elevated each and every time. So now he's in a prime position, and now he's creating a lot of opportunities in space for Antares, and they can kind of work in tandem with how well they're playing individually to create those opportunities for each other.
You know what they say, Jason, you either retire a star player or you play long enough to see yourself become the second star. So
Absolutely.
Antares had to wait for so long that actually a Turkish player came along who surpassed him in Wakadia.
Yeah, I wonder how he takes that. I'm imagining he's just happy as hell that it's happening right now, that he's helping him get to this point. Yeah, right.
He's finally getting a bit of support, right?
Yeah, and I mean, when it's fair, when you look at this team, I mean, they've been making roster changes time and time again to try and find more firepower within Turkey. And Wakadia has been someone that they've allowed to kind of develop over the past few years because he's shown such good potential. And it's cool seeing him get more and more responsibility, where he kind of came in as that 5th player with role player positions, and now giving him more and more responsibility in the team.
Let's be real with the BetBoom series as well. You can only play the teams in front of you, right? Dupree, if that's BetBoom, if that's Gamer Legion in a major grand final, it doesn't really matter, right? But in terms of the game plan that you saw Major deploying, what stood out to you in terms of his approach to BetBoom?
I think that Major is one of those guys that just puts so much time into preparing, and I also think that he spent probably 12 if not 14 hours preparing for this game, right? He's a guy that wants to go and have 5 maps prepared, even though he's not going to be using half of it. And I think that's always been his strength. If he can find that one thing that will help his team to win a couple of rounds, that's good for him, right? But it's also, I've seen multiple situations where he's been in an issue where he comes up with a game plan and then it doesn't work, and then he just reverts back to his 5-man death ball, and that's what they've always been doing. But I think specifically the game against Spirit, that's where I really saw it coming into fruition, where he kept going into Longhouse, getting that information, and also had being the main storyline himself. And that is exactly what we're going to see on the picture here. Like he's just up front and he wants to get the info, like pushing in front of his own smoke, gets into Longhouse, get all these information where he can hear rotation, but he's also just that flank that can happen. And he did that 3 times throughout this game. And I suppose this is something that he looked.
How gimmicky did you think this was, though? He does too. There's going to be games where that long player really gets frisky with these long pushes. Like, everyone has that in this position. You're not going to pull this off twice. This isn't a game plan you go back to.
No. Like, I guess this is specifically for Spirit because he saw that there's a gap here that I can abuse, and I think that's what he's also showing. But I think that's what he's good at, And it's like mixing up these kind of tricks. But apart from that, that is maybe a game plan that he puts on himself individually in his position. But as a team on the T side, that's also where he's going to be trying to find the gaps. And it is just very important that you come into these games prepared, because you can win rounds by just being prepared and knowing what's getting thrown at you, but it's not going to carry you like the entirety of the match. So it's a good way of like setting yourself up for success, but it's not going to be enough to win the entire game.
The worst part about this is it did look like, it was a tell and he wanted to do this time and time again. And then we asked him about it and he said, it wasn't necessarily just prep, like I was just, I just saw opportunities and I wanted to be aggressive and I was just sending it, which actually makes it even better, because that has to be the mindset for Aurora, right? Yes. Like you have to keep sending it. Like it was always the issue of them playing not to lose in the playoffs for one, and for second, the frustrations, right? The tilt, the table smashing, I'm gonna curse for 6 seconds before I actually relay information to my teammates. And it was so funny because they brought us 4 psychologists and they were playing in Astana, I think, and she was there and she's like, I don't see what the problem is. And then the playoff game happens.
Like, oh.
And then they were like, do you see now? It's like, yeah, I think now I see like some things that I can work on. So listen, if indeed changes are being made and that's affecting their mental, it's actually doing it in a positive way, because now they're like, well, this is the last hurrah. This might be the last time we play together as 5, so there's no point in stressing anymore about mistakes. There's no point in tilting anymore. Let's just enjoy the ride. And if they can do that, they have a chance to play on Sunday.
And quite literally, you never know when it's going to be your last stage game as well, unless you're fallen and you're choosing to retire at the end of the year.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm, it might not. There's some conspiracy there.
If you lose to Aurora, maybe just end it now.
Actually, if you win this, you might as well just end it now as well. Just go out on top. That would be wild. But yeah, announcing his retirement towards the end of the year, I think it's always going to be hard for Fallen to pull that trigger at the end of the day and actually take that retirement. So that'll be, I'm not saying this with any kind of inside knowledge. I just know from speaking with Fallen over the years, that's going to be a very difficult moment for him.
100%. I mean, he said to me multiple times, it depends on the day, right? Sometimes, okay, maybe I want to retire a little bit early. Sometimes, maybe I just want to keep this going. Like,
Kinder called him bipolar. Like, he was on the desk with us and he was like, he's bipolar going back and forth.
Can't make up his mind, right? But I did this 1 year ago, right? I know how hard it is. Like, It's your whole life.
Did you think about coming back after you said it?
No, definitely not. No, I mean, like, I've been in his shoes, you know, it's super difficult because it's your whole life that you've built your whole identity around this one, so it's crazy.
Just a quick one to you. How much more difficult do you think it is, because you had basically finished playing, right? You were joining us on the desk, it was in Austin. Is it more difficult to do whilst you still have to compete? What's your take on that?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think it might be more hard on the team, right, knowing that things are going to come to an end, right, and you start to be looking like, what is it going to be looking at the other side? Who are we actually going to be bringing in, right? But I think for Fallen, it's more about he wants to make this last dance and just make sure that he leaves that last really good impression on the counter scene, right? Because that's what he's always done, right? He's such a genuine guy and a guy that everyone seems to be loving, so he wants to go out with a bang. And I mean, the major, the last opportunity, that would be a massive bang.
And the only guy on this FURIA roster that's actually made it to a major semi-final, of course, subsequently won it, which seems kind of illegal, Janko, when you're talking about the likes of Cesarado and Yuri being on this squad as well.
Yeah, it's for the reason that they haven't teamed up with Fallen sooner, right? There's been just a lack of leadership in Brazil to be able to foster that talent and take them where they're really supposed to be in a way. But yeah, it's crazy to think that it's been 7 years since Fallen went this deep into a major. I mean, that's almost twice as long from the first time he made, you know, the playoffs of a major to doing it again. So I don't know if it's a familiar feeling at this point in time, but obviously they have a massive opportunity here for a Cinderella story of sorts.
We got to hear from Siko catching up with Yuri ahead of the matchup. He was talking about the clutch factor that's come into play from him. What have you noticed about some of these moments?
Yeah, like, Yuri is just a massive clutcher, and I think that he deserves a little bit of airtime because you usually talk about Moldori, Cesarado, and even Yekanan, so I think he's rightfully deserved to be in this spot as well. He's a phenomenal clutcher. He had 2 very big clutch moments against 9C, and I've picked out the one here in the pits round, and it's not every day that you do get to see a 1v4 clutch situation, specifically in the pits round, you know, but it's just the way that Yuri does it. That clutch is all about isolating duels, and Yuri has like a very good approach to it. Like, he takes his time, he plays with the clock, he knows how to approach these duels, and he finds himself in a situation where he's recovered the bomb, finds Max, and he's already aware of the last players, and he tucks in and gets the bomb down. At this point, he also hears that Mayan is coming from stairs, and I think he gets a little bit lucky that he actually doesn't die this, because he does have a little bit of mistiming here. But being a clutch player on stage, and when it comes to semifinals and majors for that matter, that's very important. Moldori also having another massive clutch coming into this one, a 1v3 with the AWP as well. It's just so good and so important to see that players can come up with these kind of plays.
I think there's obviously no problem with it, but I think the thing with the Yuri clutches in that 9Z series was that was like to hold on in the game. They were actually getting destroyed at that point in the game when Yuri's making these clutches happen. These aren't like clutches of like kind of, you know, taking off and getting a huge lead and grabbing control of the game. These were like, I'm barely keeping us alive. We heard Jakinder and how frustrated he was after that series when he was up on the desk, and those slow starts against 9Z really annoyed him and really actually made that a difficult matchup for FURIA. And there's only so many times you can get away with that in a major playoffs. Like, there's only so many times you can go down 0-5 and be able to scratch your way back.
That was 6 rounds for FURIA on the T side. They've earned 1. It feels like, you know, that could have easily been just 1 round on the T side, because there was a 1v4, 2 1v2s, a 2v5 that was a 1v3 from Molodoi. I mean, 9Z fans, look away, right? Because this was nightmare fuel. They had so many opportunities in that game. And for me, this is one of the main storylines, right? Especially on the T side, FURIA has not played that well. They played good enough to win games, but most of the heavy lifting is done by their CT side. And Jakinder was sitting here saying how it's a CT-sided meta, he feels like, at the moment, and it's very difficult to play T-side against good CT-sided teams. But still, even with that, I think they just need to do better. 9Z did not have enough in their tank to punish them. FURIA, Aurora might just have enough.
And just to put it into context, like, throughout 26, Yuri has had 49 clutch attempts where he's won 41 of them. That's pretty nuts. That's almost Sipic's numbers, you know, and I play with this guy, so I know what I'm talking about, right? That's humongous, you know, and Jason, I think you hit the spot, right, with how important clutch is. It's a momentum build-up, it's also the swing rounds, and that's what kept FURIA alive in this game, you know. Without these clutches, where would they have been? And that's also why, once you turn to stages, it's so important that you can have your players win out these games, because you will end up in so many of these XVX situations where you do have to rely rely on the individuals.
I think for me, like it's kind of like an interesting, because I'm latching onto the slow starts from FURIA in that series and how they seem to be there. And if that happens again, I think one of the things that Aurora can do to win this series is take advantage of that slow start. Like that's a team that we've talked about can disappear on the stage and can have a tough time with it. But if they get out to that 5-0 run at the gate, if like FURIA is going to be a slow start and you give them that ability to get comfortable up there, Aurora is going to get really dangerous as time goes on.
And listen, I've said multiple times, these games will come down to the clutches. It's just that, FURIA being 6-1 on Mirage is a bit unrealistic to expect for it to happen on a consistent basis. Yeah, you'll need to win some, but you can't be expecting to win every single one.
Before we dive into the maps, I just want to touch base on Yakinda versus Xantares in this one. Dupree, of course, we're looking at the openers, as Jason's saying, to be getting off to those hot starts. What's the tale in terms of what you've observed from them so far?
I just think this specific matchup head-to-head is going to be so important for this game, because what I saw from Xantares in the game in the quarterfinals against Bebon, that was really good. But on the other side, Yakinda is also such an important factor when it comes to the fact of FURIA getting that space. And you can just tell by the opening success for both players, they're very aggressive players and they need to get that space for their team. So I think this specific matchup is going to come down to the wire. The player that can actually shine the most and be the most consistent throughout this match is going to have the upper hand.
That 67% is kind of wild.
It is. It is wild.
Shut up.
What are you thinking about maps, gentlemen? Where is this one going? Is there ability to pull out some crazy cards here, Janko?
There is, and you have to remember these two teams played on Thursday, so they've had a full day, and you can come up with some, freaky stuff. In the meantime, Ancient is the big one, right? Like both teams share the permaban, and both teams have played it against Vitality, another permaban team, but that's where you feel pressured if it's open to pick it, because you're going up against Vitality. Here, I'm not so sure. Anything can happen. One of these teams can veto it in the first phase, or they can both let it through. I wonder how FURIA feels like. You see that they haven't played Anubis one time. Yakinda, of course, is saying in our media day, we're good on Anubis, we're comfortable on it. But I think that might be one that they go for. And on the side of Aurora, maybe Overpass is something that they want to get rid of coming into that first phase of the vetoes.
That'd be a risky pull of the Anubis. And even Falcons, even Nico was just like, well, at least we tested it in stage 3 before we brought it out on stage. You know what I mean? Like, if you're just going to come into this dry and say, let's rock and roll and see what happens, that takes a lot of courage.
I think the Inferno for FURIA is also deceptively good in their win rate, because they're 1-6 against top 10, top 5 teams, right? Like a lot of those wins come from lower tier teams.
Okay.
And they've had like a couple of games losing streak, and we see Aurora immediately go for the Overpass ban and Anubis, so both teams roll the dice. Does someone pick it? This is the big question.
Come on.
I don't think anyone's going to
I don't think so, because there's a Dust 2 available for Aurora, and then for the side of FURIA, I don't know.
Nuke. All right, let's party. I like that.
I think the Nuke one actually makes sense. I think Aurora has been looking a little bit shaky on that one. It's been a map they played throughout 25, but 26 hasn't been looking that great. And then you do see the Ancient one coming out. And that kind of goes with history in the recent matchups. Like, it's always been banned out. They don't really go all the way with the chicken play and then Inferno as a decide. I think the fact that it actually turns to Inferno might speak a little bit in the favor of FURIA here.
This game, honestly, is decided by the first half of this series. FURIA picked to start T-side on Dust 2. We talked about their T-sides, they've struggled. If they start struggling again, it's going to be over, because on Nuke, they're going to have to start T-side. If you don't find success on Dust 2, you ain't finding any on Nuke either. So I think, so much riding on FURIA having a good start, and they've taken a map off against 9Z. They were nowhere to be seen on that first map, which was also Dust 2. So they need to have learned their lesson. They need to have a better start here.
When we're talking about Dust 2, we'd be amiss not to touch upon the AWPers, right, Jason?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think with with Aurora picking this, you bring Woxic into this map, can be an absolute beast. Molodoy on the other side, he's going to be looking to have a good game as well. But I think a lot of it's going to do. I mean, Dust 2, you can have some things with the AWPers. We saw some of the picks last night, but you still look at these teams, and with the way the power so far that's gotten them to this point is the entry fraggers. You're going to need those guys to create some space for the AWPs to kind of slot into those positions. But that head-to-head of like impact of which AWPer is going to be able to have impact is going to be really cool. These are both very fast AWPers.
And patience from Molodoy. Like, he was feeling the pressure, wanting to do too much in certain situations. It's been a little bit hit or miss. He found his stride towards the end of that 9Z series, but you have to take your time.
Woxic has felt kind of flying under the radar, it feels like right now, with like the Ricadia pop-off, with his Antara's performance. I almost feel like there's like a certain level of kind of quiet around Woxic, but I'd be ready for a big game from him.
Yeah, he had some showcase, right? He's also the most experienced guys when it comes to stages, so you would have to have him to show up on those two. And I think FURIA has a lot to learn when it comes to those two, because that game against 90, that looked disconnected in so many ways.
Any clear winner in terms of this veto, Janko, in your opinion?
I think Aurora getting Inferno in there as the decider, right? Not having to play Ancient, obviously, even getting to start Nuke CT side. I think Dust Inferno, I give them an edge on those two maps.
I like the point of FURIA going into T-side Dust 2 and a T-side Nuke. That's kind of like a wild back-to-back map starts for the first two.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. Let's not wait a moment longer to get this action started here in the Lanxess. It is time to kick off semi-final Saturday with Aurora versus FURIA.
I started playing with my cyber coffee in the favela. I skipped some school classes, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of kid actually that likes to be in computer, not only for play. I was like studying, learning as much as I can with the internet.
My father supported me with everything. He just wasn't that person. No, you need to go for a work, you need to go work for university. Fan of me, and he's just fan of Counter-Strike. If you want to do that, if you are thinking you're gonna capable of doing it, just keep doing it, son.
I'm not doing this only for me, you know. I'm doing this for my friends, my brother, that they don't have the chance to be in my position. I'm the kind of person that I like to reflect about myself a lot. I'll say that every mistake I did is fix it and learn it and felt.
The goal became one of the best players in the world, lifting trophies, winning a major. Before I finish, I just want to win at least once. I don't want to say, man, I played for like 15 years, 20 years or whatever, and I couldn't win the best tournament in the world.
I want you guys to remember me as a person that gave up everything to do their best. I don't think that Counter-Strike is just a work for me. I also enjoy and love it. For me, it's easier to sacrifice for a thing that I love, you know. And everyone around me understand that. When you feel the cold trophy in your hands, it's like addictive. I want more. I'm happy for what we achieved, what I achieved, but I want more, for sure.
Winning a major is just gonna satisfy me. I will just say, I tried, I worked, I trained, I learned, I came back. In the end, I'm lifting the major trophy. If I not do that, I'll be not satisfied for sure.
My father was my best support since I was a kid. He saw IEM major. Everyone saying Serato, our son name. I was pretty happy. I think he's brought upstairs.
This has been a record-breaking event so far. The people watching, the noise here in Cologne, and our next team have broken one of those records, going further than anyone from their country has ever gone before. But the thing is, they don't want it to end here. They want a final appearance. Please welcome here to the Cathedral Counter-Strike, it's Aurora Gaming! Counter-Strike has the best fans in the world, and I'm stood with one of them right now. Because this team brings the Samba energy. Walking out now, a team led by a man who was the last person to lift a trophy here when he was a major. He's on a retirement tour. He wants to keep it going. If he lifts that trophy, well, you know what? He'll be the first man to do it 3 times. We know who they are. We know what this team's is. We know who the fans are. So walking out now in Cologne at the Lanxess, please welcome, it's FURIA!
Two leaders who share 2 decades of devotion to their craft, but the biggest divide are the trophies, because whilst Fallen knows exactly what it takes to win multiple majors, knows the fight needed to claim 2 Colognes, Major's cabinet is almost bare. He has never made it this far in a major playoffs, and Yanko, he does not want that to be slipping away tonight.
The Sons of Turkey have gone further than ever before, and we said this is uncharted territory, but they also don't have that weight on their shoulders, Freya. They're not retiring this year. They haven't done it before. They are the underdog. On the other side is the professor on his farewell tour. Can his students deliver one more masterclass?
Yeah, that's going to be the big test, and can they get things started very, very quickly, not do that slow start, not do that shaky start they had just the other day. This is where you lean on the new guys that have been brought in, Yakinder and Molodoy coming into this team to raise the level, to bring them to these moments, and now you're going to lean on them again to carry you over the finish line into the grand finals.
I am a firm believer of day-to-day form, and I do think that if the likes of Aurora can overcome the demon disguised as themselves, they can be looking to take this game into the stage. I think that this team, if they can overcome it and they can look at themselves and they can bring that passion that we know the Turkish can bring, I think we have a game on our hands.
This must be such a magical moment for Fallen, walking out to this crowd once again and walking past Yanko, that trophy that you may, just may, lay your hand on for the 3rd time.
I think the most important thing is they finally won a playoff game with this lineup on Thursday. Same for both teams. So I really do hope that this is going to unlock a new level for both of these teams, because when they play their A game, this can match what we got to see yesterday in this arena.
Both of these teams have that factor of if it's not now, it's never going to happen. Like, this is the moment you have to seize at this point. You got through the quarterfinals. You had that route that everyone looked at and felt so nice for you to take in towards the grand final, towards the semifinal. But now when you have your stars performing the way they are on both sides, this is the moment you have to grab hold of if you want to lift that trophy at the end.
I am putting my eyes on the man on the screen right now. Santaris has had his struggles in playoffs, but yesterday when he played, he showed that things was working for him.
For Fallen, this trophy is a dream to reclaim, whereas for Major, it is a dream to finally realize the Cathedral decides who survives.
Oh, Cologne! Did you guys have a good day yesterday? It was exceptional. Shall we keep this party going? I think we shall. Semi-final Saturday. And today's game is all about living in the present. Easy to say, harder to do. Aurora encircled with rumors, but simultaneously going further than ever before. The thoughts of the future creep into your mind on both sides of the stage. The past, how can you ignore it if you're Gabriel Toledo? We don't know who's going to win this one. We don't know who's going to grand finals tomorrow. But let's have some fun and find out.
Everyone wants to win a major. Not everyone knows how to. Let's see who's up to the task today. FURIA selecting the T-side star, and they're looking to bully Soulfly out the gates. Major Rookie's B side is going to be bombarded with a rush.
They're going straight in. Major and Mercadia are quick to tend to this. It's about that first shot, and Soulfly takes down Fallen, puts his head on a platter. There's Major, and there's a nice double out of Mercadia. Shut down, run at Queserato, trying to find a couple of consolation frags. Aurora, a rip-roaring start.
Hitting him with pace, and Soulfly, he delivers. The young man, 1 kill to the name, but the setup, it was sound, and the Turks strike first. Is there a force fight in the ranks here? Just chips one away, then playing ahead of the smokes. Wakadia lays waste to the attack, and that's what you want to see. Not whiffing, not missing, hitting hard and finding the fire. It's not the force, but there is a scout. Molodoy into play. Trundle's down middle, looking for an opener. You need to get the Black Flash online early.
Fulham spent all his pennies to facilitate this.
Tag's good, but they got a P250 alongside these blocks. Light bit of util, and I don't think you're clearing this.
I don't think you're ready. No, just assuming it would be clear. Woxic will deny Molodoy any further impact.
How much more could the man get? His orb would be tasty. If Woxic could farm himself up a couple. This one now.
At least it's retrieved.
It still should be a walk in the park. Aurora looking to bring the new dawn of a new age for Turkish Counter-Strike. Semi-finals one thing, grand finals the other. And the way Zantares and Wakadia displayed themselves. Sure, it was against Betboom. Holland faking the mid to B. The other three ready to pounce into Soulfly and Wakadia.
It's intercepted. Soulfly could be 2 for 2 in defense of his bomb site to start off proceedings. Does handle Yakinda. Oh, and he makes it look easy. Comfortable dispatch of 3. Eco goes nowhere.
Aurora, do they want to bring out the AW play? There's plenty of cash to do so. They're late second. Buy-in from Woxic, so they will have the AWP advantage. Not available for FURIA, and they haven't gone with Scout in back-to-back rounds. Falling down to the Tech 9. Keep your eyes on the game plan. If they really want to try and bombard Soulfly over towards B, we'll have to see how that stands up.
Look at Woxic feeling himself. Round 3 into lower tunnels, and he draws first blood. Queserato cut out of the round by the Southpaw sniper.
Backs away, job done, mission accomplished. Furia already walking wonky. It's the dream start, Chad, for Aurora.
Desk bringing a slow one here on the T side into question for Furia. Remember, they opted to be here. So man disadvantage. Fallen does go and scavenge back the AK. So now he's equipped with a rifle. Molotov to play late long, the other three. Working on some short control as Yakinda throws out a mid to B smoke. Adja and Zentara's passive. And Soulfly, I mentioned, is the B defender playing long in this setup. No AWP to hold them at arm's length on this site. It's going to be the rifles to do the work. 45 seconds. Still a smoke on Zentares.
The util has to be perfect if you want to get down Zentares. Throws out his HE, doesn't find the initial connection, but his nade does. Matches there and into the meat grinder. Furia shredded up nicely.
Considering the save already, couldn't be a slower start. Multiple members yet to get out those starting blocks. Fallen, Molidor, Yakinda. And that last name has been instrumental in setting the tempo. How long will it be before we see Molidor get an AWP in his hands? This is spotless for Aurora. Will he lose it after time? Wakadia starting to track this one down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and oh!
He's so lucky. He is so damn lucky. Wakadia hadn't considered the clock. A 1 second pause.
That would have been devastating to the finances early.
Oh my goodness.
Still wipe the board, no threat in this. And let Major cook. A couple of 35-year-olds in the server right now. Adja and Fallen looking to lead their teams to the final.
They're so calm, so composed.
Well, you've only lost 2 kills in 3 rounds of play. Queserato looking to make a play. Woxic here with the AWP.
What's it gonna be? Queserato out. Does have vision, does remove Woxic. He's got Zentares up on his screen, and Zentares hitting heads. Queserato denies. Looking for that quick follow-up, you have no doubt Zentares would have provided. That's what you want to see from Queserato. Takes his space, takes the advantage. Maintains control of long.
Small detail, but that HE thrown by the CTs may have blown the gun away.
They're still so compromised. A flash, a Glock.
Molidor is still outside B.
Okay, hang on. Retrieval mission, a complete success. Yuri retrieves it, has Kevlar as well.
But the bomb's going A. How's Molidor going to contribute to this?
He's completely detached. Oh my goodness, surely Mad just set up to succeed now. All 3 of them are here.
I feel they've shown the bomb. Do they have time to back off? Wing it out.
Needs to hit the headshot. He's provided again. Queserato for his 3rd.
Molidor's into B. They can rotate back all the way, but he only has a Glock.
They've got the time, but Molidor the space. Can he do anything with his Glock to hamper rotations? He's got another. Queserato quad kill. Stepping up on the big stage. Living up to that hero AK. He's got his cape on his back. And he has single-handedly gifted Furia their first round of this semi-final. It is unless Wakadia has other plans. Molotov actually managed to burrow so deep. Is Wakadia? Yeah, he is. Clears it. Okay, Molotov down.
Got the kick, got the time.
Oh my goodness, surely not the frags though.
Fallen has a Glock as well. This is really all on Yuri.
He has to play this perfectly. Fallen as well could be disruptive with his positioning. Doesn't want to be left alone. Doesn't want to leave Yuri high and dry on the site. Time ticking. Fallen will make his move. Wikadia's got to hurry this up. Yuri, don't you move a muscle. Don't move a muscle. All of that hard work. The nade is going to find him. Yuri picks up, and before the grenade finds him, he delivers what Queserato started.
Talk about touch and go. Queserato, the hero, does it all. And that one still comes down to the wire. You think at time's against him, but they don't have the weapons. Yuri saves the day. And this is what Queserato started, just unleashing fury. And that's their first. Out comes the Molotov AWP.
He had to
essentially an eco. So back in, both teams with the buys. interesting mismatch in the head-to-head of the default setups of these two teams. Keep your eyes on Yakinda. He's the long probe. He'll be tasked with taking on Madja on the other side, but they're not shoring up long. They're playing to disrupt short. Molodoi holds the rotation. Fallen throws out mid to B utility as a lurk smoke's donned on the B bomb side.
This is a really threatening and avant-garde setup from the two of them. One sits anti, Woxic gets the info. Off the flash, though, he's dropped off.
They've completely sold long. At some point, they have to think it's a consideration.
Woxic acknowledges the possibility.
Still wearing into this mid to B. They're taking short space now. The timing could be good for Aurora if they get a move on.
Here they come. Bacardia doesn't believe his luck, doesn't pull the trigger. Soulfly only the one. They've breached the site. Molodoi's in trouble, still hits Madja. Nice little quick scope from the Kazakh and Fallen. Quick with the AK-47. They'll find consecutive.
And that's the money in the mud. Losing that hero AK, then back-to-back with the buys. They're in trouble with the finances. Can Aurora keep a cool head about them? They will have to take the light investment here. They have no other option. Just the timing here. Looks like Wakardia got caught sleeping. Yakinda given the good graces to waltz on out. And this one from Molodoi. Combat open, up close and personal. And the boss man seals the deal. We're back underway. Molodoi's already striking hard. The scout tags has hit.
You can't go down to Woxic Scout. He finds safe haven. Accelerating up towards Cat is Serato. Oh, no, actually in the mid doors. Gets caught by a scout bullet. Two of them now wounded by Woxic.
Right now this is going to be about the finish. The scout is harassing short, but the stack's over towards B. So USP and a Deagle. Madja tucked in Carp. With the low HP, he might be able to get something done. It does depend on this finish. So taking their time, not rushing the play. Switching towards B with the pack. The bomb top Cat. As they set up U2, the game plan, it's been clear. Bombard this B bomb site. Just Fallen, okay. Yes, he does. Easy one for Fallen. Should be able to wipe this one away now. Zentara's up close and personal.
He's got the Deagle. He's been jumped over, completely overlooked by Fallen. The belated trade necessary. Stops things from going awry. And Woxic, another tag. That's 3 connections from that scout.
And now, they've triangulated his position. Woxic, can you take anybody with you? You're low on HP. Molodoi.
Hello.
Wanted to take the fight. And Yakinda, he knows exactly where you are. Thanks for coming. 3-3, we're all tied up. And we get back into the guns. There is no Woxic AWP available. This is a great opportunity for Molodoi to start to settle into the game. That's a quick one there on the cross. Wakardia going close. This one could have got out of control. He gets the hand on the AK. That's Zentares we're talking about. Bit of a grimace. He knew what could have been. But Faber, coach, on the mic, giving Sid the same opportunity. We're all tied up, early stages. Long spawns for FURIA if they want to use them. Changing the tide in the last 3 has been opening kills, all in favor of FURIA. Can Aurora respond? No kit, no AWP. Limited utility.
Slipped off, doesn't find anything on the cross.
Given a lot of room right now. Aurora respecting the default. Not harassing lower, not playing short. Not trying to be a jarring force to the space that's being taken. Madja has liberated Zentares from his A duties. They're found up with this B bomb site. In the point of contention. Now would be a great time for a fake.
That's exactly what they're cooking. Yuri gifted a second smoke. They'll rain in and it will affirm their belief they're in the right place on this gamble. They certainly could be if they split B here.
Going for it without the smoke. They've got the CT smoke instead. There's 3 here. Soulfly close on the doors. That's a test for Fallen. He'll pass. It's Mercadio, a good angle, but is there a response from K-Serato? Can he avenge his captain? In the smoke, lost in the source. Set to collect now, our Aurora. Woxic right behind you, Kinder. He's got threats on every front, and he's not considering the backstab. Woxic should find him through the doors. And Yuri thrust into an unwinnable clutch. 7 HP, gotta back away.
Even with this guy's record in the event so far, no chance in the world. Xantares takes him out of the picture. Aurora respond, and that was a tricky round. FURIA trying to get quite technical, trying to keep those pieces moving. That opening kill on the Soulfly was great, but Wakadia, we know what this man has been delivering. The future of Turkey is here and present.
And you said it, Madja, he put his troops in the right place. He was so ahead of that complex call from FURIA. He had a 3rd body on B.
And here's the response with Sid on the timeout. So going back and forth with these in the early stages. Wanted to get in before the money is gone. Does the game plan now shift? Do they settle into something a little bit more standard? Yuri has the best long spawn. Doesn't look like they're postured to take these. Eyes on Molodoy's AWP picking Suicide as usual. There's a B spawn here, so he will be late to the plate. But Woxic has his, so we get to see them go toe-to-toe. Big nade damage onto Fallen, mobbed out from Madja. Oh, and a second onto Yakinda, who dismantles, wanting to track down Madja's pushes. Again, they just sell long. You can see the prep playing in for both teams heavily. Not scared of FURIA taking this. They want to stuff the short progression.
Madja will flash on Xantares' call.
Nobody will be hindered by this. Looking to collapse on middle. Wakadia coming to join the fray.
Will Sid's timeout lead to FURIA finding that 4th round?
K-Serato, if he is around short, he's bound to get an awful lot of information here.
Yeah, but Xantares should have his head. Look at that. Perfect setup to succeed is Xantares. Madja's flash. Xantares provides the head.
Wakadia cheating back over towards B now, 40 seconds. FURIA look hesitant. They feel like they've been rumbled, that they're going to be red, while 2 on the site, ready to deal damage.
You just need a good entry. Eyes on Yakinda. Yuri to provide the trade if he can't hack it. There's Wakadia in the window. He's done it again, removing Wakadia. You need Soulfly. There's the trade. Is it available? Is it available? Mantle's up for 2. Soulfly's done very well. Puts them into a winnable retake on B. Xantares is quick on the back door as well. Madja's going to join him. 2 through tons. Woxic kicking up a stink from the door side. Molodoy spotted out by Xantares towards that big box. You've got a lurk smoke thrown out by Xantares. That's going to enable them to close that gap and on and off. Oh, not far off. Woxic removed, just the pressure release. He's going to go close to the smoke. He wouldn't be ready. Yuri is. Catches Madja and Xantares is running for the hills.
We're going blow for blow here. That was tough. Felt like Soulfly had done enough. Don't want to get into the weeds with the nitty and the gritty. We'll leave that for the desk, but the game plan is clear, and that's on both sides. Seeing long left open as a void, seeing B just hit time and time again. 8 rounds of play. We're locked up. Kanye has been caught a couple of times now in that window. And this is great from Yuri. You can see Molodoy sweating bullets there, having to take the AWP and gravitate towards the smoke. That's a tough position to find yourself. Eco around the same to AK. Couple of investments, smokes, pistol upgrades. Xantares looking to take a fight through short.
See if he can be the can opener into this round.
Against the AWP.
Looking to crack skulls. Molodoy holds perfect. Threat neutralized.
AK picked up. Wakadia has that now. Again, back to B. This is brutal.
Elected to start on the attack.
This is going to put you in a weird spot for the next gun round. Now that they've waltzed in, they have all this util. The site is theirs, and they shouldn't have any issues holding onto it. More mollies, more smokes. Plenty more to block and hold them at the door. I question, do Aurora want to play aggressive next round into lower tunnels to really be an absolute nuisance and then force the round into a mid-round 3v3 type scenario? And then on the other side, if they get long spawns, does Fallen want to call the rip, send it, change the pace? It's a game of bluff. Sketchy on the fight, but no dramas. Round is secure for FURIA. 5 on the board in a moment's time. Yakinda will take Soulfly with him. Yuri wants a little bit more for his troubles. This guy's been a rock. And they do retain the AK. So the best of a bad situation. And a second timeout from Faber. That mental game will be the conversation into this next round. Woxic has the AWP, Molodoy as well. Serato has the best long spawn. The game plan, it's been working. You lost the pistol, you lost the conversions, sure. As far as the gun rounds are concerned, you've been sticking to your guns and you've been converting. One tricky round, maybe an overcook, maybe a little bit too long in the lab. And it is major time, my dude. Let's get this one back underway. Attack timeout done, conversations had. Molodoy has a good B spawn. See if he wants to go post up on the line. Is there any aggression from Aurora? Molodoy on his own, going to pressure B. Unusual. He'll rattle off a shot through the smoke. He needs to announce his presence. This is part of the trickery. Now they're going to pop out long. Madge is on his own. The rotation's just left him. Woxic hedging back.
They're juggling nades. Madja considering the pop, but it's just such a quick pop. Now they know him. Tacked on the corner. Good flash, good support. Woxic catches Yuri. He's still standing his ground. The flashes keep popping. Madja, can he stand his ground? On the door side, a missed shot from Molodoy. Shaping up nicely for a rectified situation. Trading timeouts into rounds. Faber gave them a stern talking to an Aurora immediately. Wrestle back for a 5-5 scoreline. K Serato, the unknown entity. A flash of flesh there from Akadia on the short side. I think they know, and they'll take him.
Holding on now. An opportunity here with this one for Aurora to break the bank of FURIA going into the final round of this first half. We'll catch this in the replay, but the flashes copying Yakinda. Multiple opportunities where he just wanted to surge forward, take the fight, find the entry, but his team costing him the opportunity there. Let's see if they can respond.
Second timing, perhaps the smoke is there. Woxic not going to be able to find that immediate incision this time. Territory gained for FURIA.
Props to Aurora. They haven't been playing to the beat of the Brazilian drum.
He wants to fight this. Madja down to Fallen. Captain on captain crime.
This one can simmer now. 3 players here. Wakandia was over early to address this. Tara surging forward. He wants answers.
Yeah, but are you ready for this kind of angle? He's known for his aim and his pre-aim, but clearing these corners procedurally. Is he even ready for Yuri? Oh, he was! Adjusted up. Yuri bests him, though. Extends the advantage FURIA are working with. A door smoke at the 55-second mark. Guardi's in a good position to get the info. Fallen spots him and beheads him.
Playing like a young man right there. Crisp on the rifle, now just 2 to find. Their biggest fear factor is this Woxic AWP. If he sounds off a shot, they'll find the finish. Right now, they could be heading into the stack. K Serato searching for info. Is anybody home? Is sector clear? Can I call the rotation in? Long also The Fangs of Furia clear out the site. The bomb starts to rotate. Fallen has the rotation, and Woxic and Soulfly. It might just have to be the save. And that's if your Kinder will let you. Their money's not great either. This has been a back and forth affair. The bomb tossed, now planted, and the hunt is on. 1900 for Aurora going into the final round of this half. They need to hold on to these.
To keep these guns. Woxic does take a little heavy flag through the doors. Took down one. No secret as to where these guns are being saved. How much will Furia invest into finding the removal of them? Would have to be one hell of a wide swing here from Yekinda, distracted by the utility and creeping and crawling forward. Soulfly's gone. Woxic just 10 HP, cowering in the corner. They're coming for him, and they take it all away.
Diligent hunt, solid stuff. This is a stage game. This isn't a brawl like what yesterday offered. These some clean rounds. And that one's on Fallen. The entry, and then the second onto Wakadia to really tip the scales heavily in their favor. Magic trying to make a play. Zentares the same, and bosh. Fallen's got your number. Final round, first half.
Hello. Zentares lucky to be alive. Attack through the doors puts him on 8 HP. Will Util dump in mid?
Didn't happen to get Woxic this AW. Oh, but he's glass. Damage done. Spam through. Soulfly low. And they're going for this three-man B side. Flash at the ready.
Still wants to go. Serato, flash. Oh, and just a house! He got a second! Unreal! He could have found Zentares. Okay, Madja and Fallen, another little standoff on the long side. Bodies dropping on B. Madja wants to be involved somehow. He can't be so far away from that B bomb site. What a Serato coded double.
And B bomb site to finish the half looks likely. 4 congregated in the upper tunnels. Smoke now faded. And still safety first. The mantra of Furia. Not going to force the finish. I'm going to find it. I'm going to turn the screws. Zentares feels like he has to make a play. In the smoke, ready to react.
He's found his corner, his roost. Yekinda unprepared. Gets caught out throwing his nades. Takes the Q, takes the fight. Zentares delivers. Pulls us back into the 4-on-3. Magic position compromised. Another frag from Serato. Getting his third. There's Woxic. Removes the threat on the long side, but an open red carpet run to plant on B.
It's a bad door smoke. Yuri will lob one out. And it's not going to matter. Just one man to find. Serato with another 4K. An ace to finish the half.
The crowd wants it. Will Serato go for it? Looks like he wants it. Not an easy shot. Now he knows. Serato, 5 kills to wrap up the half. Furia start T-side with a bang.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
We swap sides, map 1, first semi-final of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major. We've got Aurora taking on FURIA, and it was a T-start deliberately from FURIA, where they leave with the lead. We have swapped those sides, and the Fangs of FURIA are fragging 19 between Serato and Yuri. Fallen calling a good game, hitting some good shots, and on the other side, we've seen Xantares and Wakadia up to their usual antics.
Let me tell you guys something. We are playing so fucking good and flowing so well. We just need to keep these vibes, this energy, and the confidence on each other. Everything you guys called was perfectly executed. Everything. Good job so far. But we still need to be going hard.
Calm's the key word. Slow and steady won the race. The game plan paying off, but now a touch of aggression. Julie's in lower tunnels for Xantares and Wakadia to break through.
This staggered setup, one high, one low. Xantares actually gets the information safely.
He's seen enough.
Understandably. On the back foot now.
Gotta get out of there, and Molly could be...
Fly, he's not got the weapon to punish their retreat.
Okay, well, if they overstayed their welcome, that bottle of flames, that would have been at their feet. They've rejigged the setup, now looking to take some short space. Yikinda with flash at the ready.
This could be huge for Molodoi. This could be a massacre. Soulfly denies! What a shot! Instantaneous on that Glock.
He's ahead of the smoke, they're gonna go.
Yuri flanking, they were aware. Pulls them, distracts them. Yikinda into the head of Xantares. Soulfly down, second victim. Yikinda once more, peeks on out, commits to the crouch. It's Wakadia to sit him down. Fallen on the long side. Gotta hit these headshots because they're hitting them at range. That was a nasty one.
Smokes fading.
Big fight for Maja, overwhelmed by the dual Berettas.
No kit.
They have to be quick about this, and they are hitting the shots necessary. It's just Woxic to save Aurora, or this pistol is going FURIA's way.
Tense round, big moves. Great opener from Soulfly. Bomb does go down. We'll see if the force follows. If that defuse will confirm the 8. Yikinda, a necessary double. Under a lot of pressure there. And they are going to opt in with the force. Well, for Wakadia, scout in Woxic's hands. The rest yet to invest. Okay, now starting to juggle it. And actually, FURIA off for the timeout. This is going to give 30 seconds for the Turks to be able to organize themselves. This is a good opportunity now for Aurora to converge with the coach, have a conversation, and settle in. Xantares has been given an AK. Thank you very much, Soulfly. There's a scout for Woxic. We know he can hit those tags. Wakadia, he's not the second string anymore. This boy's got the Galil. They've got enough util to make this interesting. The key piece on the other side, Molodoi's AWP. It's in the mix. It's been made possible, and it needs to find a dent. They've foregone util to make this a possibility. He's only got 4 kills to his name so far. Aurora do not have the best second round break in the tournament so far, 11%.
And Molodoi sits down Woxic with a quick one. Serato playing with confidence. Intercepts the Xbox smoke.
This is going to make this second round now an awful lot harder. Soulfly gets himself an upgrade short. Serato just wants to shut them down before they get a chance. Maja juggling util. How keen to Fallen's ears. Either way, he will note this, and he will say sector clear. Kinder Surges falls on mid. Pressure on Yuri on B.
Backup isn't far away. Molodoi will be able to scope up, gets the info. Yuri's in trouble. He gets an early warning, though. Good trade out of Soulfly. Molodoi down after 1. From the window side. It's Wakadia, we know. He's got impact in his veins. Has he got one here in this game? 6 HP on the 1v2. Removing Yikinda makes it look slightly more likely, but if they just double swing, he's a dead man. The calm before the storm. Smoke will fade. Fallen will peek on now. Wicardia finds another. K-Serato to save them. Why was that nerve-wracking?
Nail-biter right there. Yakinda ahead of the play, one of the knockout blows, surging in tunnels on his own, making the move, setting the tempo, but the team was not ready. Will K-Serato be able to get to the AWP? Yes. But do you force fire again? One man alive, you kept the pressure on, and this is where your map could slip away. If you shove right now, Aurora, and you can't stick the landing, that's 10 for FURIA. This is a huge call to make. The buy's taking shape. It's not the shove. It's a partial. 2,900 into the next. Hedging their bets. They want to keep the pressure on. Back to B they go.
Hang on, timing could be everything here. The flash will fly through. Molodoi does turn it just in time, has some support. K-Serato and Molodoi will combine. And now just the two prongs on B. Gonna get the transfer. Nobody's looking at Yuri. Keeps his sight safe. FURIA fine double digits.
5 consecutive rounds now. 3 this half. 2 to close down the first. And that is the final tactical timeout called from Faber. They tried to keep the pressure on. They did not do enough damage. But they will buy now. Mach 6 AWP. 20 AKs and a Galil. And some long spawns to work with. Still looking for your first round of this half on your map choice. They're going.
Straight out, Woxic to provide the overwatch. Will they go on the swing? The smoke does bloom. Off the flashes, they do connect. Antares are sitting ducks, so blind. So many fights. Fallen didn't have the weapon. An MP9 not cut for it. Then an easy pick for Madger. He's accelerating. He's going to go and call B clear. That pulls K-Serato away. Scuttle's a well-placed smoke, actually. He's going to keep Madger uncertain as to the rotations, and he is calling it.
K-Serato. If he's able to worm in towards lower tunnels, he can cut them off with the pass. This is a massive play. He's up mid. He's not going to spot anything. Will he be able to dart back in time? Doesn't look likely. Molodoi is going to trundle over through CT. Soulfly has a smoke for the doors. So in they run. And is this the round, or is there anything more? Now the penny drops. Molodoi meanders over, but they cannot give this a go. Job done. Long fights won. And Aurora find their first in their second half.
Credit to Soulfly for his contribution there on the long side. He let them win out with his frag onto Fallen. To be on a semi-final stage in the Lanxess Arena as your first major experience, I mean, this is just going to set the bar impossibly high. Because he gets to play his favorite video game in front of the Lanxess Arena. How you doing?
Full belts of util for FURIA saved on K-Serato and Molodoi. 3.1 on both. M4 drops available. Yakinda by himself.
Win the mental game against them, and then we're gonna close this. Round by round, remember the protocols. We're doing just fine. Stay on it, let's fucking go.
Back in with the buys. Woxic into suicide. Molodoi looking to take the fight.
The squad's 2 towards lower. They do want to be disruptive towards this tunnel's position. We saw it on the pistol. Same philosophy, bigger guns. This Antares as prepared. Woxic's locked in by Molodoi's scope. 2 fights simultaneously. There's the util, and there's the headshot. Molodoi wins out on Woxic, but the tunnels is clear. Or is it? Molodoi aggressive in response to the loss of his teammates. This is not a fight you expect from an... Oh! And there's the Molodoi special! Quick scope, neck broken, and he wants more! He feasts on a second, dips down, Molodoi down, it's into the 1v2.
They don't know Yakinda's here. The bomb's in T-spawn, they gotta go back and get it. The flash, the run, Yakinda! He's in a 1v1!
And it's up against that rookie! Imagine winning a clutch your team needs!
He knows where Yakinda was. He's looking to take that space, expecting the over-rotation. 45 seconds on the clock. Yakinda parks the bus.
He's been talking, his mental's been getting stronger. Can he stay calm under this immense pressure? Soulfly locked in, focused on himself. Yakinda on the other side of the stage. He's audible now. Yakinda tracking his prey and executes the rookie!
Chaos brought into the ranks. Molodoi, magnificent in the tunnels. The combat AWPing, the quickness of the kid. The Kazakh delivers. 11 on the board. And that one is gonna leave some echoes, put a dent in the mental. The frustration's starting to brew. As Aurora feel this one slipping away. Back to B. Bomb in tunnels. Quesarado brought down a heavy nade damage. Fallen with full long control. Yakinda joins him. Yakinda's going to be given the good graces to rotate over to CT in time. As the Fangs on B. Yakinda's across. 3 strong to defend this. Another smoke. A moment of pause. Rejigging the U-tilt. But still the same finish. Yakinda still here. It's so quiet on the rest of the map.
Test for Yuri. There's Quesarato. He chips in. Yuri solid. Takes a bite out of Wicadia. Oh, through the doors. Yakinda gets aggressive. Denied by the Turks. There's Centaurus. Commits to the spray and is Molodoi backing away from the B bomb site.
Playing the long game. I know they're just 2 rounds away. But that is going to fill Aurora with confidence. You had a brittle buy and you broke into that site up against the stack. The individual output there, that's a team effort. Molodoi on the cams, taking a moment of pause. As that round feels like it slipped through the fingers. You had the right read, the right stack. You just couldn't connect the dots. Badger's leaving the site awfully late here. Bomb's going to go off. They'll make that safe haven. The AWP, the AK saved. They didn't want any of those Molodoi late round hijinks coming into play on the big stage. As the trade game looks good. And Madja takes down Yakinda, Woxic.
Nice shots.
The side player, and then Centaurus holds the rotation of Bay and makes sure that they can get in, get that bomb down, and secure the 7. You win this one, Furia's money is busted. Xbox and mid-door smoke. You can't blow a hole in this one, Molodoi. Give it your best go. Silently creeping through middle. Soulfly on the weakest of the weapons, the MAC-10. Looks like they just want to take this short space and execute into A. There's options for the pivot, but Aurora, this is a pack roll team. Grouped up and ready to erupt.
Ready to launch on the flashbang. Now Yakinda's got so much work to do. Anticipates the flame on the ramp side. Progress from Soulfly. Look at how much space he's taken on that Mac 10. Has the cover. Nothing from Yakinda.
This is going to be a save. The orb was out of position. Aurora found the perfect timing. They want to try and take this away. Will make their life an awful lot easier going into the next. As mentioned, FURIA are in a position where they have to take that eco. So these saved guns give them an opportunity for the double dip. But a great call from Madja. They catch the timing. If Molodoy's playing car, if he's playing ramp, that's a different looking round altogether.
Calculated gamble. Rolls the dice and absolutely nails it.
It's their first consecutive rounds on the T side. Soulfly takes Fallen with him, so chipping away at these investments, but the biggest of the lot has been kept, and Yuri has just found an AK. So another grunt brought into this. See if it can be the difference maker.
The last second scavenge from Yuri.
Molodoy spotted that with the AWP, relayed the information, and made that possible. This game has been about the details.
Molodoy, interception. Tries his hand at some aggression. Will mantle up the Xbox and looking for his counterpart Woxic on the other side of things. This is high risk and high reward! Woxic's gone! Not a guarantee. Fallen is up close. You've got Centaurus trying to clear corners, spots the shoulder of Gabriel Toledo. He's got problems. Multiple targets, overwhelmed. You know Yakinda's on the corner, but are you ready for K-Serato? No, you're not! Double on the FAMAS. Madja on the back foot, can't commit the bomb. His teammate Wakadia disconnected from the play, but he wants to bring the fight. He's testing K-Serato, catches him as he jumps. Perfect timing, no help for the rest of this one, Madja. One man on a mission, or FURIA C12 on your map pick in this semi-final. The bait play on long.
Yakinda's found himself a gun now as well. This doesn't get any easier for Madja. The long move around the world has been cut off. He hears it, he knows it. He knows exactly what's up.
He just runs straight back into the bomb site to fight on his terms with his AWP primed and ready to close. That's what you want to see from Molodoy on the major stage. Starts it, ends it, and puts 12 on the board for FURIA.
They made the most out of all of those saves. The fact that Molodoy is playing like this is a fear factor going into the next map. He is playing some Liberator Counter-Strike, not shying away from the stage, stepping up and delivering openers, closers, and everything in between. The AK, the FAMAS, they make the most, and Aurora, they are rocked.
And they are going fast alongside Woxic ahead. Throws out the extinguish, but will reveal thanks to the flashbang.
Soulfly takes the space. They do have this control.
Head to head here. Yakinda not ready for Wakadia. And off angle on the Mag 10 upgraded. Big nade. Wakadia swallows 50 damage, a boost over. Molodoy may be unprepared for this. He's been caught by the spam of Centaurus. Still dangerous game being played. And he's managed to catch Centaurus on the edge of the smoke. A smoke break exposes another, and it results in the loss of Molodoy. Advantage, Aurora. Ended by Woxic. He's not going down without a fight here. 4 rounds demanded in consecutive fashion. If Aurora want hopes of seeing Dust 2 converted in their favor.
Thanks to finishing this 2v4, pivoting back, Yuri tends to be. K-Serato slips through CT. In the meanwhile, the path of least resistance, it's been found. Does K-Serato try and make a play, or is this the long game again? Is this another CT side save? There's a bit of cash in the coffers. It'll go a long way. With the bomb going down, with Woxic posted up, we know what that means.
I don't think Molodoi asked for that, HE.
Yeah, well, in the pressure moments, mistakes will happen. Without risk, there's no reward. A couple of clean ones from Woxic. Keen eyes. The Southpaw sniper. As a team, they are drawing this back into just a 3-round game. Bomb goes off. 12-9. Down the stretch, that light buy. It's putting FURIA in a strong enough position to buy again. The saved guns, the pistols in play, that round win. But a risk taken from Fallen, running with no armor whatsoever. There's the orb. M4's in the hands of those who need it. And both teams expending all of their timeouts from this moment forward. Unless we find ourselves in OT, the coaches have to sit back and watch. They got the best seats in the house. This one here, new model, I think costing you Kinder. Yeah, there it is, highlighted.
And Woxic's contributions on the long side. Okay, your first of the 4 demanded.
Oh, they want to stall out the mid to B play here. Excuse me, the lower tunnels push with those mollies. So your Kinder cannot make that move. Magic takes the space swiftly.
Yeah, casually.
Up this B pump again with the mid to B element. Crisscross smokes thrown out. Matchup combines with one of those, but not pressuring the doors at all. This is going to be 5-man through tunnels. Once more, the wolf pack of Aurora.
Yeah, up against the Fangs. Cesarato, Yuri, side by side, up against the 5 of them committing into this side. The bait, the switch. Yuri controls the spray. He's got 2. Cesarato finds another. Just Madger and Woxic of what remains. Smoke to delay. Yakinder on the door side. Woxic spots his foot. Can't hit the shot. Madger can. Just Madger up against 3. And he goes down. FURIA sees the lead. Taking dust 2.
The Fangs of FURIA. Fallen the facilitator. Yakinder and Molodoi, they're the fire. And they're 1 map away from the grand final.
Slow start from FURIA, they turned this ship right on around, and it felt like everybody was popping off for the Brazilian squad. We're looking at a Cesarato who wants to win that major trophy, and Yanko, he is doing everything in his power to ensure they get that step closer.
Yes, it was a little bit of a rough start until he showed up to that T side for FURIA, started it and ended it. But this was, I believe, the best FURIA we've seen yet in Cologne.
Absolutely, by far. And I think the other big thing, too, is it goes back to what Yakinder told us after the quarterfinals. CT sides are rock solid. Look at the way this half began for them when they switch over to the defensive side of things. There's absolutely nothing that it felt like Aurora could actually do to penetrate that defense and start putting significant numbers of rounds on the board. I thought it was really solid CT side.
A super brawly match throughout the game. I think both teams were very proactive once they turned to the CT side. They didn't want to keep up the space, and every single time they lost territory, they were trying to find it back somewhere else, whether that being on the extremities or the fighting it out the space they already given up. But both teams fighting with tooth and nail for every single one.
Yeah, let's dive right into it. Let's go back to the beginning, because when you give Cesarato a hero AK, he has the opportunity to turn the momentum in his favor straight away, right?
He does. And if you turn your attention to round number 4, where we can see a hero AK in the hands of Cesarato, the man we just highlighted having a phenomenal game, and he really wants to go into that grand final. And it's these rounds where you really want to be handing out the AK to the guy that you think can do the most, with also the spawn that he has. I think Aurora gets a little bit too eager to fight him when she actually gets to pit, but he actually finds a 4K of this one. And then this is where I get a little bit worried, FURIA, because this is the early signs of a bit of lack of discipline, where I feel like Molodoi doesn't have to go for this one, and it actually almost slips out of their hands. Fallen was caught on catwalk and couldn't really do anything else, and had to find this perfect timing to find that flank. But it's these small details of disciplines that I've been lacking a little bit for FURIA, but they turned it around and did so much better throughout the energy of the game. But sure, they wanted to pick up that guns, but at least the first thing you want to make sure once you play these games is that you secure the round.
I thought it was really cool from K-Serato too, because when we saw in the 9Z series, that game was a little bit more grindy, a little bit more back and forth. It felt like K-Serato really needed the success out of Yakinder, out of Molodoy to create his openings. And this one coming in with the AK, he's just like, oh, immediately I'll have impact. Immediately I'm going to be the guy for us to get us started. And it's a lovely luxury that FURIA has, where it can go that deep to find that impact.
Also great when K-Serato gets an ace later on in the game as well, Janko. That's things you like to see up on the big.
It's also so many times. I mean, first we saw this yesterday or 2 days ago on overpass, right, getting kills through the smoke. Now on B tunnels, he does it again. Perhaps just if you know K-Serato is on the other side, don't go for it, right? just stay away from it. And yeah, I mean, from B going back towards that A fake, and usually players are very good at denying this final kill, but he was just too good. Nothing Voxy can do in that scenario, and that's what you love to see if you're a FURIA fan, right? I mean, just 9 out of the 17 kills coming from those 2 rounds, putting in huge work.
Yeah, and I mean, just the impact. I mean, it's the critical ones as well where they come in. And then obviously it buys time, and Molodoy kind of starts stepping up with the AWP later on. That little, I mean, I'm not even going to call it last gasp from Aurora, but at that point it felt like FURIA was all switched on, and I just echo what Janko said. This is the best FURIA we've seen all event. All those questions you might have had of them going up against some of the softer opponents, and, that their stage 3 run wasn't the most impressive. This is a team in Aurora that's been playing super well. So for you to come in and handle business today after such a shaky look against 9Z, very impressive.
Let's swing back to the T-side conversation you were bringing up earlier, because of course rock solid on the CT side. Our FURIA T-side is where we had questions though. What did you learn?
Yeah, I said this is the most important half of the series for FURIA, and they were cooking. Fallen and Sid, you're gonna see here, right, the B split. This smoke is missed intentionally for doors, so that the players coming in from mid have an angle on guys here towards the left, or even on the box outside of tunnels. Molodoy adds a smoke for CT spawn, so they can't get shot from ramp, and this is all working out great. They're going to find an entry, but then lack of discipline for Molodoy is gonna cost them. After that kill, you can see him turning. His assignment is CT spawn. Just hold that, right? K-Serato is supposed to trade Fallen. Instead, Molodoy turns, dies to Major. Major then kills K-Serato, and Yuri can't do anything. So even though they lost the round, I think this was a really cool concept, a really cool idea for FURIA, and we saw them have a lot of good plans on their T side that, as we heard from Sid, were executed perfectly.
I agree with you on this one, that he obviously has to be covering CT, but I guess this is just a showcase of stress happening on stage, right? Because the guy, I think he's Soulfly, he runs right through the smoke that happens in winter, right? And I think they just get surprised by it, so it's probably very chaotic in T-Speak. And Molodoy, since he doesn't catch anyone in CC rotating, he turns around at the most unfortunate moment, right? And, that's just part of stage Counter-Strike, but, if you want to play like the perfect Counter-Strike, yes, he should have just kept his attention on CT.
Fallen will have something to say about this. Because his game is about this. You have to be more patient than your opponent, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have your thing. If those guys die there, that's not your responsibility, right? Like, that's on them. Like, but you cannot die like this in this execute.
Also, you'd like in that kind of a situation Molodoy to have the confidence of, even if his teammates go down in mid, as long as he gets this play in CT spawn, he's got plenty of time to help recover the situation and whatever it is, the 2vx scenario from there, where you have intel of what the B defenders are positioned in. So yeah, a slight mistake doesn't really punish them this time. In a well played that they never let Aurora get into this game in a significant way.
Some of the patience that we talk about, they did show it in the second half. I mean, when they did lose rounds, they didn't throw away guns, they just conceded, the round and kept their head in it, and it ultimately allowed Molodoy to find some of those openings with the AWP and win them a couple of rounds, and that's what makes it difficult to play the second half on the T side, or rather easier for the CTs. You know exactly how many rounds you need, so when you're playing with a big lead, you don't need to go for every single round, and I don't think Aurora played a bad game, really. No. I think they just got outplayed.
I think that K-Serato round was really deflating. I mean, a little bit reductive, but I think like that whole thing of like the hot start that I wanted to see Aurora get out to, you win the pistol, you convert, and then you go into there and K-Serato kind of rips that away from you. I think that would be their biggest strength in this matchup, is them being able to kind of take that advantage and run with it. They're coming into this one on like a 6-map win streak before losing this one as well. Their series up to this point had gone 2-0 all the way through, and now they're going to get tested. Now they have to bounce back in a series.
Just to return to your point about the T side maybe being a bit lackluster from Aurora, I was just looking at the round distribution there, and it was, very hit or miss, and it's totally right. The patience coming up trumps for FURIA, because then you get to save those weapons, and then you have more of an opportunity to kind of hold any momentum from Aurora.
Aurora didn't do bad, FURIA did better in key rounds. That's why you see, you know, all these resets, is because whenever Aurora really needed the round to break the economy for FURIA, get some breathing room, like they couldn't make it happen. And that in the first half, obviously, they won the pistol and the first gun round. Like that was just hero AK from K-Serato. So that really hurts your chances. You know, I'm happy with what they've shown. Yes, they end up losing, but I wouldn't count them out just yet.
I think Aurora actually played a decent game as well. I gotta agree to that one. I think the most important thing for me is that they dared to play not to lose. I think that's what stands out to me. Like when they lost territory, like they would be pushing into middle, try and find openings. They were trying to push into tunnels to try and you know limit the space that they would give up to FURIA. Because and then you did turn your attention to FURIA. They had some really great calls as well. I saw a lot of the things that I've been looking out for FURIA is that they take this space and then do this cross rotation throughout the map and go into B. They did this multiple times this game around, and I think it's hard to do, and it requires you to have more patience than you've already shown.
Yeah, I think it's totally fair to frame it as it's not a bad game necessarily for Aurora, but I think this goes to say what we were talking about in the pre-match segment, right? The fact that they haven't gone up against an opposition of this caliber, Jason, and that's exactly the way you're going to get punished when you go up against a top-tier team.
Yeah, and I mean, they're throwing a bunch of different looks at you as well, and Major never got to get in any kind of a rhythm. When your T-side is that kind of stop and go, and FURIA is winning the important rounds as an IGL, you don't get that same kind of feel for how exactly you want to work them around the map, and I think for that, the Major, his playbook surely just collapsed around him. You also didn't have the performance of Xantaras that you're used to getting. Not as strong on the entries, but still decent enough. But I just think there wasn't enough in the tank for Aurora to come back on that second half.
For FURIA, their map pick does lay in wait. That's going to be a little bit of Nuke. What are you thinking for this one, Janko? Why have they gone with this?
Well, more of a punish pick for Aurora than anything else. FURIA is saying that they're comfortable on all 6 maps that they play, and anything is really an option for them. And I think maybe they looked at the Bad Boom game too, that Aurora did end up winning, but there were a lot of situations there, even on Aurora CT side, where they looked a little bit lost, you know, maybe communication wasn't exactly on point. So I think FURIA just, while they were doing their preparation, saw that they could exploit some of those things on Nuke.
I remember talking to Jigen a couple of events back when he said that when this identity crisis kind of hit FURIA, Nuke was the one they would, you know, turn their attention to where things seemed normal. And that's why I think it's also one of the one is the pick that they can punish their opponent, but at the same time that's why they feel like they can still play their own identity and the same identity that they've been known for and what they've been good at. So it just makes perfect sense for both your opponent but also for themselves.
And I think you know, for FURIA coming into this map too, starting, I mean, this is that point too that we brought up in the pre-match, which matters less now that they've taken Dust 2, but now starting on that T side, there is a window of opportunity for Aurora to get back into. But I'm more concerned when you switch sides. The upper bus out of Aurora, what scared me the most, when you have someone like a Wakati, when you have someone like a Xantaras with the way they've been playing, opening up some room for walks to get in. Whenever Major wants to mix those in, those can be very, very deadly.
Well, you even said about the CT side versus Bet Boom wasn't watertight by any stretch of the imagination for Aurora, and that's a completely different caliber of opponent.
Yeah, there was the Vicadia eco round, some more kills, and sure, they also lost some clutches to Boomage on the other side of that. But just when you're looking at it from a macro perspective, it wasn't the best. But as we said, Aurora is still playing well. I think that is the danger here for FURIA, is to get a bit complacent just because scoreline wise it wasn't mega close. But I think if they drop off a level, then Aurora, even on Nuke, can make this game super competitive.
We've got about 1 minute before we get back into the action. So Jason, is this the last time we see Aurora up on the stage?
I'm just going to say no. I actually came into this series thinking Aurora was actually going to win this series. I thought they were going to cause the upset today. So I'm just going to stick with that out of just faith of the way Aurora has been playing and say they're going to fight back here on Nuke. I know maybe it's a comfort zone that FURIA can go back to, but you know, you're in this kind of a scenario, and it's not always been a comfort pick for them. They have had their own struggles on Nuke at various points. So I'm just going to put some faith in Aurora to bounce back here.
You buying this, Peter? You buying this, Snake Oil?
Buy it a little bit. Just a little bit. Come on.
He's a smart guy, right? Okay. I don't want to rule anyone playing in the semifinals. So I think there's a case that they can bounce back.
I want to see Fallen in the final, baby. You know, and FURIA is playing their best Counter-Strike at the moment. I feel they can close it out on their own map.
Well, let's see if they can indeed continue that momentum. And things are looking likely as we turn to the ground of Nuke. The map pick of FURIA coming into this semi-final. It's going down in just a few moments.
24 teams came to Krakow. Only 6 remain.
So let's test the acoustics.
Connect in Steam. We use QR code in 2026,
Yes.
so you guys will not actually see my Suka account name. If someone wants to hack me, actually one time I got hacked.
You got hacked. Hello everyone, you asked for Ilya Monesi Osipov settings and he's here with me. Hello Monesi.
Hello man.
Nice
Hello.
to meet you, nice to meet you.
Nice
We
to
are
see
going
you
to
as
be
well.
doing your setup completely, talking about peripherals, all the settings, all the in-game settings that you have. Tell us, what do you
Okay.
have prepared for us?
Let's go. Mousepad.
Very easy.
It's, yes, just mousepad, nothing special. For the esport player you need keyboard.
Perfect, perfect.
Some mouse as well. You need to aim.
I think when I see this mouse on the internet, I see your face next to it all the time. Is that true?
Yes, it's true. It's true. It's actually a very good mouse. I like Logitech overall. Since I started playing in Ivy, I've been using Logitech because they had like this G Pro X series.
Yeah.
Always. Yes, I use it every time.
I will plug your cables.
Thank you so much, Fran.
I see that you're using the older version of the Logitech.
Yes.
Not the Super
yes.
Strike. Any reason?
Just preference. Just preference for now. Maybe I will start using later Super Strike. I used it at the beginning of the year, but I decided to switch because I was used to this mouse before because I've been playing for like a long time. Also wired keyboard. I use cable for some reason. I don't know. Just feel more comfortable. Yes.
About your seating, by the way, before we dive into the settings.
So the way I sit, I always pull the chair down, all the way down, and this armrest I don't really care about it too much. The only thing I don't like is when on, like for example, on some tournaments the armrests they hit the table and I cannot control the height of the table. So if this is the case, I remove them, but if they don't really bother me, I just leave them.
And about the height of the table, you have any preference there?
No, I usually just the way I set it up, I put the monitor always between 7 and 6. So it's between 7 and 6. I put it a bit in front, and after I understand by the feeling how high, yeah.
You're putting it between, what do you say, 6 and
7 and 6.
7 and 6. Tell me how you sit comfortably, so I can measure it kind of for our viewers.
Okay.
Where your head and eye level is in the monitor level as well.
I just do it by the feeling. I like when. How to say it? My legs are like kind of touching the ground, you know. But I sit just very comfortably, and I understand when I put the monitor between 7 and 6. I understand how table should be set up for me. After that, I put the mouse pad more to the right of the monitor, so I leave like a little bit of gap here. The mouse pad is
hanging off the.
No, it's just kind of
This is on the edge, okay.
On the edge of the. Yes, on the table. I move my keyboard a little bit more to the left. I turn it slightly to the right. That's how I just always was playing. I remember when I was a very small kid, I was playing like this, you know. But after I started turning it because I started playing on some LANs, you know. And
yes, you need space.
I don't know. Yes, I need some space. I don't actually care too much about in-ears. I have G333 Logitech with the Logitech sound card. I don't know. I have this in-ears like for 4 years almost, since I joined G2.
Hey Lanxess, are you still there? Semi-final Saturday and Dust 2 in the bag for FURIA. Do we continue to see the poetry flawlessly executed? Can Aurora put up a fight on FURIA's pick? Hey Lanxess, why don't you make some noise for Counter-Strike?
It's going to be a a CT start for Aurora. They will need every piece playing to their prime as we head to that Cedar Creek. Seasoned captains on both sides of the server. FURIA to start on the offense. Fallen and his soldiers have the chance to set the tempo.
Played once in FURIA's run throughout the major, and it's a W. 4 times for Aurora, 3-1 record. And set up for a top pop. So we can do a smoke. This vent drop is possible. It looks likely.
Oh, sets him up. Macardia gets a second as well.
Okay.
Spamming off heads. K-Serato and Ikinda cut out of the round. There's one back. Into the warehouse, down the vent. Yuri a little bit underneath them. They have no idea, surely. Now they do. Zentaris has caught him. You want to get that bomb down, you've got to get past Soulfly. Fallen at range with the Glock. Can't find that follow-up bullet. Just Molodoid, last seen warehouse. And Woxic rounding the corner for a clean click. That's what Aurora needed to start off Nuke, and you can see what it means to match up.
Trying to bring their energy early in this one. See if their mental can hold on. That's the start they're looking for. Should spell the eco for the Brazilian core, and this is great from Wakardia. This is Deagle rounds against Betboom. They really got the party started. Nice one there from Woxic. Side swiping. Final frag. And yeah, it's a clear intent here to bring this energy. We'll see how long they can keep it. They've gone for the force, not the eco. Side smokes looking to get down secret with pace. Base runners across. Taras is already down to deal with this. Bomber part of this, so likely the B finish.
How many is he getting? It's going to be one big burst. And he's got nothing. Empty hands for Zentaris.
Woxic and Soulfly can both drop down.
Fumbled from Soulfly. Not the weapon he wants at range. They're closing the gap. Smoke on the side. Fallen will punch in the code. There's Soulfly and Zentaris in combination to finish off that K-Serato. Yuri, ooh, head on the angle. Soulfly rings his bell. The bomb plant's something, but I think the round is out of their grasp. That's going to get hot for Fallen. Incendiary flushes him in. Flash in his face. Molodoy's gone. Woxic closes it down.
Shaky moments there in a couple of those fights. But that setup was strong. They played 2 ramp. They acknowledged the cross. Zentaris goes down first, but 2 players can immediately descend and take those fights. So very well done from Aurora. And that's a stabilizer in the early stages. Serrano trying to stuff him in the choke there, alleviate a bit of pressure. He goes down and Woxic finds the form. This man made his mark in Counter-Strike. And now's the international venture now. Trying to take Turkey to new heights. This isn't a full shove. Partial off the plant for FURIA. Enough money to get the buy into the next. So more threats, more problems for Aurora. Utils in the sky, a second smoke wall. Now, there's an investment that you need to be fearful of. Woxic with the AWP up in the heavens. Try and breach into top site. Yuri looking like he'll beat the late piece, dropping main. Another squeaky smoke. Does that change the go signal?
Cardia anti-flash. Forced away by the flames. Zentaris perfectly positioned. And a nice trade out of Yakinda. Surging into the site. Trading blows. Good one from Matcha. Matcha stands his ground. And Yuri, this late piece, sure, you found Soulfly, but you've got a minute to try and piece together another clutch. And that's kind of been Yuri's specialty. Does he have the capacity? Does he have the time?
Madra and Woxit will have to start acknowledging the possibilities in a moment's time. Ramp to heaven. Outside to main. Set up a strong, the bomb under their remit. This is tough to break for Yuri. No time to go heaven, has to be the main play.
Still, he hasn't announced his presence. Woxit's up close, a little peek in. Missed shot from the AWPer. Now he knows where Madra is and he's running at it to do another Yuri special. Just Madra to stand his ground for that third. He's done so much work and he does even more. A determined captain clutches up, keeps the sheet clean for Aurora.
Couldn't get the hands on the AWP there. Enough money to bring it out, but under pressure are Aurora. The pistol round. It's the most solid of the lot so far. The last two have had their moments. Good attempt there from Yuri. They have been able to drop the AWP thanks to Arcadia's extra funds. Get back in now with the full buy. Cross with pace, the bomb's a part of this.
He stays silent on his descent. He's played him like a book. Beautiful. Serato caught. There's Soulfly. A whole lot more work to do. A whole lot more targets on his screen. Molodoi will remove his head. Fallen lingers hard. They're keeping this tricky. Antares, if he finds Molodoi, Furia's hopes and dreams down with it for just to crack their silence on this T side. You've got Arcadia, not looking the right way. Big one back from Yuri, but if they pivot, they're not aware of Madja. Fallen. He's saying it's clear, little do they know. Yuri, will you get the info? Will you buy your time for this sweep from Fallen? He's told, wait, just wait, now we go! That's a tricky way to get your first T round on the board.
Haven't planned, they're gonna give this one a look. No HP on more, no they're not. A lot to risk, the AWP and the M4 with the money already shattered. Got the kit, but they don't want to give this one a chance. Patience is the key in that one, giving Fallen the time. At least they'll have something to contend with in the next Aurora. It's a bit of pill to swallow for the Turks.
You often talk about manipulating rotations. Well, a demonstration from FURIA. And the communication clearly flowing as well.
This is the fight right here. Yuri surprised. Arcadia trying to make the play that wins the round. Takes one step too far. The rotations go with it. Gets on the mic before the money's gone. MP9, 5-7, that's the low end. Arcadia on a FAMAS, not great. But FURIA with some clear pace and intent with yard crosses. We've seen them with the Tech 9s, now the AKs. Just charge yard, get the space. So do Aurora want to play ahead? Do they want to play for some yard control?
Extinguish. There's Antares chipping in with Arcadia's help as well. They've stopped him in the choke. Lost in the smoke, will back away. Already hampered is FURIA's T campaign round 5. Not a lick of damage dealt to the defensive side. Deep smoke thrown out by Antares to delay on Squeak.
So much utility invested for FURIA to find that opening. The fact that they get nothing with it, this is going to be a very tough round to get back into.
Looks like Fallen's got a plan. Molodoi is a big part of that, especially with Yuri finding Wakadia. Hang on. Suddenly they just let loose, charging in towards that side. You've got Zantares, has to be somewhat of a rock here. Support from Soulfly. Takes some of that space away. The nade hampers Zantares down to half. He's been spotted. That information is relayed. He's still able to find one. Then Yakinda caught off guard. Thought he was safe to plant. Soulfly good at chip in. Scuttles out the nade. Fallen and Molodoi side by side. The student and the master. If Aurora are invested, every penny. Molodoi can come up clutch. All for naught. Soulfly spotted. Here comes Woxic though. There's the first isolated. They're trying to overwhelm him. Strength in numbers, surely. Strength in numbers. They will prevail. Another CT round for Aurora.
Hard fall for there. The opener had set him up. The chip back in. The limited util flashing Wakadia into the fight. 4-1. Nothing consecutive. The Brazilian call. And well handled under pressure. So up to the task are Aurora. The desk highlighting they are playing well. Regardless of the result we had unfold on map number 1. They are here to play today. Furious shove. Light on the AKs. Galil heavy. This time back to the yard antics.
It cannot be questioned. Aurora do have their stage legs. They stand further than any Turkish team has ever been in the major circuit.
Woxic knows nothing's crossed. Yakinda looking to take some space. Close main, Wakadia knows this is a possibility.
It all hangs in the balance of this. The move from Yakinda. There's friction on top side. Just one back. Magic does go down. Yuri accelerates, has Wakadia on notice. 14 HP. From heaven, Zantares with empty hands. A bullet between his eyes from Yuri's Galil. Soulfly makes his presence known. Woxic behind the smoke main. Flash is available to get Soulfly back in. It's Wakadia to set him up. Can he do what Zantares couldn't? From heaven. Looking for that frag, swings one out. Serato to receive him, and that could be Furia's second. It is Furia's second.
He's putting in a shift right now. 2 massive kills to draw them back. Nadra and Wakadia, they find opening incisions. Yuri with the double. And that spells trouble as the attempt to go back in, it just felt meek. Soulfly on his own, they weren't grouped up. It didn't look like they were connected there. So a half-hearted attempt from Aurora. Does continue this seesaw of the finances. The game continues like this and Furia breaks serve. Be a landslide of rounds that'll follow. And look at the reaction there. That's after the flashes came in. And he was well dead watching that unfold. And those are the frustrations that you have to avoid creeping in if you're Aurora. Gotta be cognizant of the saves. The AWP's in the mix. The block utility. No, it won't be full force. Ramp boost and Zantares. Man set up for success by Soulfly. Ramp actor joined by the yard rifler. As gambles have to be taken in a round like this. Turks cannot just play a standard round with a bite. It's hodgepodge. AWP on the line, smoke about to fade.
Serato playing a dangerous game. Woxic, he's there to punish that exact maneuver. First blood drawn by the biggest gun.
And we've got this ramp stack.
Yeah, this is what Soulfly's been positioned to deal with. Now they know about his close MP9. They don't know about that second man. Zantares being set up to succeed. It's Soulfly the bait. And it's Zantares that should be that right hook. Oh, no! Gets absolutely nothing. Matchup running him down. It's a collapse. Woxic trying to hold on to his honor, hold on to his orb. He's dropping down. He wants friction, he wants a fight. He's telling Wicardia, I can do something here. Just wait and see what I can find. He goes fishing. Wicardia pokes his nose in, spotted now. Yuri is low HP. Oh, he's hit him. Fallen rocked. An AWP bullet through his boots. Can't adjust. Molodoi proactive. And that should secure it.
And that's an AWP for Molodoi right there. Yuri with 3 big ones again. Back-to-back rounds. This man is finding impact. These ain't clutches. These are clawbacks. Now it's a 1-round game. He goes down with the ship. Another gun saved. Another threat on the board. But again, Aurora's buy will have to be light on. This is tough at ramp. I think Soulflight, he played that well. He valued his life. But this second one, Xantares is going to be kicking himself. Magic the same. Able to find lethality. And Faber, you can see his reaction in the background there as well.
You can see from Magic's face, he feels he's losing his grip. This one shouldn't be too much to say. Just Wicardia. Bit of a one-man army, or 4.
He's in the right position to get something done.
There's a lot of bodies here. Fallen, sitting duck. There's the trade. AK denied, and surely the rest of the round will fall into place. It's just the starter pistols. And it's FURIA that are picking up pace.
A reminder to the moment, Aurora broke new ground for Turkish Counter-Strike, but this is the first time they find themselves in the semi-finals of a major. Green K Serato, they tasted it before in the most heartbreaking fashion, Rio. Fallen, we all know his story. It's the stage experience, a lot more lopsided. And then you compound that with the success. Now they just need to piece the final moments of this together, but again, FURIA, pause for thought, poise on display. Cool, calm and collected, not getting drawn into a back and forth forced by affair. Continuing the crisp game plan. Xantares, Woxic and Soulflight on the pistols to get through. 25.
Clears now Xantares. Yuri's approach from heaven makes the angles awkward. Woxic vulnerable, and they will fall. We've got a tied up game, folks.
Four rounds T-side Nuke. Not far off the mark. Might even be happy with that. And that's without the pistol. So putting in the hard graft, putting out the financial war of attrition. And now looking to put a little bit more pain down range. Again with this pace on yard. Kinder surging.
Acting bigger than he is.
Woxic's already down towards Secret to plug this gap, so his riflers know he's got the line. Ramp and top need to hold strong.
It's Maja. Partners up with the Turkish prodigy in Wicardia.
Ramp just smoked, so can't make the move just yet, but does give them a little bit of staging area. Xantares is the man to fill the void. Soulflies across towards Red Pole, and the ramp explosion at the ready. And the Turkish Terminator stop this.
He has to find that stage wobble and shake it off. Only the one. Territory lost. Maja accelerates forward. Yeah, Kinder gets the reaction they were waiting for. An overextension puts FURIA back in the driving seat. Woxic onto Fallen. K Serato versus Wicardia, standoff. Maja's forward position could take that bomb off the back of Molodoi. Barrel spotted, Maja ready. Gets the info safely, but with 28 seconds, that bomb carrier needs help. No one nearby to lend a hand, and Wicardia's got K Serato. No, he doesn't. Maja's there. Woxic can't hit his shot. Hang on a second, it's up to Maja. Both of them are there. Jumping, and what's he doing? 45. This is tense. Should be a dead man. should be dead.
This is agonizing for Aurora. They're being strung out, they're being toyed with, these rotations, pushed, pulled.
I can't believe Molodoi doesn't lose bomb there. When the barrel's spotted, matches in the off angle, he gets the info and they get the round.
They're so calm. They get the staging area, they take some space, they force the rotations, they're putting so much pressure on Aurora, and it's just mounting now. As every round slips by, more and more pressure lobbed on top. That's 4 consecutive, 5 of the last 6. And that cushion, that's just from the pistol. This one here, Soulfly moves. He thinks he's the man who has to try and take some space, take the risk, get some information. And Maja attempts to play the clock, forces their hand, doesn't want the fight.
Are the cracks starting to show? Pressure mounting, emotions start to overcome you. You need a cool head on your shoulders to play your best Counter-Strike. An audible dismount.
This brings you back into it mentally if you can somehow scrap this one into your favor, but just with the pace.
Yes.
FURIA were playing fast. If they gave you a chance, if they gave you some chaos, you'd feel like these upgrades have an opportunity. But if they use their advantages, the weapons, a great success just like that.
That'll do nicely.
Aurora don't have a chance.
Santares draws attention to himself with the vent break. But this round's going to go down flat for Aurora.
Just feel like being toyed with at this point.
Yeah, like a cat and a ball of string.
Leaves you in one place and one place only. You have to start taking the fight. You need to play for yard control. You need to start shoving lobby on timings. But you might be playing right into their hands as Molodoi. It's a quick flick as the Nest will tumble. A little bit more pressure, sure. He can do fall back open and take another with him. Soulfly, not long for this world, and that is 6 for FURIA. Guaranteed a tight game at the half. You got to feel those FURIA fans know that final right around the corner. Is there any bounce back? Is there any resurgence, or is this the mental collapse that we had all feared?
Kinder's going quick down the vent.
Ramp's
problem. Soulfly does well. Removes Molodoi. Falls back in towards the safety of the B side. Wicardia charges in. That's the aggression you were talking about. Caution to the wind. Proactive on the defense. Yukinda definitely has playmaking potential in his position. Let's Fallen and Keserato start knocking on that door. A missed shot from Fallen with that AWP. Has he still got it? With the big gun, a distraction profits. Yukinda, hits them the second onto Woxic. Maja down as well. He's just popping pixels. Playmaking potential. And he lives up to it. Yukinda gets down the vent instantly, lies in wait, bides his time, and he strikes thrice.
This is the second big round with the rifles in hand where Aurora have had a huge advantage. Another 3v5 slips through the fingertips.
What a piece in this FURIA machine Yukinda is. Pressure's at its highest. He's down the vent in the first 15. I don't believe it.
Round 6 and round 11 in their own rights. One of those in a half on the team side of Nuke. Oh. And then he just heats up. The hot hand in this round. Yakinda has given them the lead before the break. And Aurora, there's nothing they can do but sit back and watch.
Good start. Even better for Yakinda. Okay, needed that from Zentares. Stops the bleed. Soulfly loses his head. Aggressive. Molodoi finished off by that Woxic nade. It's chaos. It's utter pandemonium. Crunch lobby. Recede 3-on-3. If you're Aurora, you really can't have that halftime score read 8-4. This fifth feels like a necessity for their campaign towards that grand final, already down a map. Just a scout to get past, but it's Woxic on that scout. Does miss his first on the sliver gap. Won't make that same mistake twice. Tags up Fallen. Falling back, looking for that shot. Can't quite hit it, but dips away, maintains his life. Friction elsewhere, leaves us in that 2-on-2. They know where they both are. Both seen ramp. Wukardia finds his way up towards the site in time for this pivot heaven. He's in the perfect place. They shouldn't have a chance. He's perfectly set up to succeed. Overlooked, bomb drop, Yuri in the clutch, hang on! Woxic with a scout. It's ugly. Not the weapon he wants in a 1v1 with such major ramifications. An AK will work a whole lot better, but there's Yuri! Their heart is breaking in real time as they feel that grand final dream fading away. Furia again on these T starts, 8 on the scoreboard. FURIA driving towards this grand final now. Aurora, shadows of themselves that we saw in the quarter-final, that we saw on Dust 2. A pistol, some celebrations, and then a collapse. FURIA with an 8-round haul on the T side of Nuke. Let's play Counter-Strike.
The kid is aggressive, across to red.
He's got a lot more than just the one on silo to deal with. Zentara's equipped with that P250 with Cardia removed.
Still all the info for Yakinda here.
Might get a second if he's not careful. Woxic, that is. Warning shot hit, and he'll back away. Confirms there's a beacon of intel on the secret stairs, and his name's Yakinda. And Zentares tries his hand.
Aurora are at mangled mental wreckage right now. In the halftime break, one team dreading what's to come, the other frothing with anticipation. Poland looking to return to a major grand final after a near 10-year-long drought. 3v5, can they buy back in?
I play this one by the book.
Time is already against them. 35.
Yakinda down to Woxic, an important one back. Didn't see him, didn't react. Molodoi had all the time he needed to line up that shot. Soulfly's lining up nades. This ain't warm up. This is a major semi-final.
FURIA have controlled the tempo and tone of this game from the outset. They are looking cool, calm, and calculated. Nothing's stopping this team. Nothing's getting in their way. If they keep playing like this. That pistol round takes them a huge step closer. Aurora, no plan, no chance. Into the eco. Just look at those player cams, taking the body language. This is not a winnable round short. For Madja as a leader, going to be the lifeblood of the team. Not just calling strategies, they're here to unite the force.
Yeah, he is the engine of Aurora.
And hoping to get them started. How much can you say? What can you do? You know you're mincemeat in this one.
It might be at the hands of Gabriel. Tags him up, dips down. He knows his life more valuable than a couple of eco frags. Molodoi getting run at. Retrieval might cost him. No, okay, Matt just managed to dip away, but he's lost his teammates in the process, and he's just going to try and throw it over the fence.
The best of a bad situation, did match up. Right now, this is looking like nightmare fuel. You can ask him to dig deep. You can demand the response. But your players have to deliver. One man can only do so much. His players have to believe. Opening move, aggression from Yakinda, taking space, not giving them anything. Lost a secret, ready on the brakes. 3 players fallen out here as well as the AWP starts ramp. They want to shut this down before they can pull rotations.
You can see the game plan to be disruptive on Yard.
Fallen's here just to break the smokes, slow the timing.
And try and keep Zentares quiet. He's got company. 3 on red. Zentares spots them towards Unbreakable. It's fallen us low.
Running into this.
Zerato, he's got a freebie in the back. Zentares removed. Spots the head on Soulfly. Aurora crumble. Bacardia just a whisper of health. Matt just taking a couple of bullets on the fading smoke. He sticks and stands his ground. He knows bloodshed required, and it's him that goes down. What is Wakadia supposed to do as FURIA continue to make magic happen? A mismatch. Or maybe FURIA just want it more.
Saving at 10-4. Now the choice for Wakadia in a 1v4. This round will go with a whimper. And it appears the Pride of Turkey the same. The conversation around this team was always the mental game. It's never a question of can they make the playoffs. We've seen it plenty of times. That's what do we get from them when the heat gets turned up.
The desk discussed, and we talk about it. I thought that quarterfinal was going to put hair on their chest and steady their legs on this big stage.
This isn't a young team. Zantares, Majo, Woksik, all storied individuals of Turkish Counter-Strike. How many times we get to taste the Lanxess? And is this how you want to go out? Well, FURIA, they're not giving you a choice. This is a 10-round run from FURIA. 2 more for the close.
Is there any discrepancy Aurora can create?
The game plan has been so clear from start to finish for FURIA in both these maps, in both these halves.
Ooh, both of them connected bullets there. Wakaadia's forward position on main now noted.
They're heading towards ramp. It's Molotov with the AWP. Wakadia will get across.
He seems guaranteed. And down goes Zantares. Molotov can dip down to the site. Yuri to react. Soulfly still clearing corners. Molotov is playing for a second one here. And Yakinda is in hot pursuit. Wakadia none the wiser. Into the wall. From his M4. Having a mother's meeting on ramp. Molotov can back away.
This one's just a matter of time. Majo pivots to help. Moxie can Soulfly back to lobby, trying to turn this into a top pincer. 45.
Majo leads the charge up that ladder. It's all about the timing here. Is Yuri on the angle or not? You can see him in his peripheral. Down goes Majo. And the FURIA run to this grand final. Their opponent completely hamstrung since that 4. Fallen onto Woksik door. Anything for Soulfly, absolutely nothing for Aurora.
They're getting dominated, absolutely blanked. 3 kills in the second half, 4 rounds deep, no resistance. A run of 11 straight rounds. The belief is dead. And FURIA 5 frags away. Fallen and his disciples eyes set on the prize.
Roy gets the info on the cross yard. Down goes Yakinda, that's a change. Wakadia has provided the opening to extend play. K Serato claws back. Molotov on the warpath. Looking for that frag. He's found Wakadia. Problems exacerbated for Aurora. FURIA's loyalists. Over 8 years, K Serato and Yuri wearing that jersey. Chasing the dream of having just a fraction of the legacy that their captain has. And in the very same arena, the very same cathedral, that decade-long drought of major finals for Fallen number one to secure it, denied by Soulfly. You've got Serato though, and that's why he's here! The Fang secures it with the quad kill!
The gladiators of the cathedral, the pain, the legacy, this story's made in Brazil. Fallen's luminosity lights the way as FURIA finds finals form. Aurora absolutely dismantled piece by piece. The mental game, they were not here to play today.
Notice it's not crazy celebrations. They've got another objective in mind, and that is on Sunday. For Aurora, heartbreak. You didn't manage to put up the fight you dreamed of.
This was business. This was a clinic. And this is a major final first for Yakinda, Molodoi, Serato, and Yuri. And they get to go to battle with one of the absolute best to ever do it. The godfather of the region, the man on the retirement tour. 10 years after the fact, 10 years after putting Brazil on the map, this man is back here to do it again.
It's a party in the stands on one side and complete opposite on the other. You're chasing legacy, you're chasing trophies, and FURIA, they deny.
Well, congratulations. The Samba beat has carried you into a major grand final. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. I don't know what to say. Honestly, grateful for this opportunity. I've been playing CS for more than, 15 years, and this is my first grand final in a major, bro. This is crazy.
We speak with a lot of hyperbole when we talk about winning in Cologne, we talk about majors. Does it feel different as a player, being here, being in the Lanxess, knowing that you're in a grand final?
Well, honestly, for me, it feels different to play with these guys. That's the most important and different thing for me. Throughout my career, I haven't had this incredible teammates and this incredible support from the fan base and from everybody who's besides FURIA, and I'm very thankful for that.
I mean, we can see over there, we can see your fans, there's drums, there's whistles, there's balloons, there's people bouncing up and down. How much, I mean, obviously you can see them in your eye line, how much does that help during a match?
Well, listen, I think it's easier to play as underdogs when everybody's booing you, but honestly, knowing that there's always going to be people behind you, always supporting you, this is something that gives you strength, consistent strength. And I'm super thankful for everybody here in the arena, not only the FURIA fans, the whole crowd, the whole stadium. Thank you, guys.
It is amazing. It's turning out to be one of the great events, isn't it? You mentioned before you're enjoying playing with these players. It felt like you've really started to click.
I feel like we started to click the first tournament we played together, which was Astana. And throughout times, we just were trying to fix the details. Sometimes we were overcooking the kitchen. But here we are, after a rough season, after rough past for many of the players. Here we are in the major finals, and honestly, feels amazing.
I have to ask this question. We talk about Fallen, you know, he is legendary in the scene. He's done so much. He won here, he lifted that trophy 10 years ago. How much do you and the other guys want to win this for him?
Well, you know, when he announced his retirement, it was a very sad day, not only for the Brazilian CS or our camp, it was a sad day for Counter-Strike. And of course, a man of his figure deserves to go out with a bang. And it would be great. It would be amazing. He would be the first one to win Cologne 3 times, I believe. And that's our goal. And that's our goal.
Well, listen, it's been great chatting to you. What can we expect tomorrow in a grand final?
Well, it depends who we're playing. Hopefully, if we play Spirit, I hope the Donk is going to get sick or something. And if we play Falcons, well, we lost to them last time. So both of these teams are very strong, and I don't know, man.
Are you ready for it tomorrow?
Of course we are.
Yeah, well, listen, it's great. I want to get you, if you take this pen, to sign your name into history, and we'll get a round of applause from this amazing audience. We have our first grand finalist. Thank you to Yakinda and FURIA.
fangs out for FURIA tonight as they command a spot in the Cologne Major Grand Final. If we're being honest, this run to that best-of-5 felt more like a sprint in this first semi-final. The first time that Yuri and Cacerado will progress beyond a semi at a major. And of course, we've been talking about it all weekend long. Finally, 10 long years later, we get the return of the king here. We've got Fallen up on the desk with us. First of all, massive congratulations on that one.
Thank you so much, guys. Pleasure to be here. Big experience, so many emotions before the match. You know, we do all those interviews when we're doing media session and we're talking about the tournament, how it's gonna go, but it's only when you hit the stage, when the match is about to start, and you have to think about how much it feels, how much it's worth, and then it's impossible not to feel the adrenaline rush and all the things that come through. So yeah, what can I say, man? So many emotions, and I'm so happy that we won it.
Does it feel the same as it did 10 years ago? You lifted the trophy 10 years ago. First quarterfinal was in 2015, so 11 years ago. Does it feel the same stepping onto the stage now that you have most of your career behind you? Is there a different perspective now for you?
I'm gonna be very honest. It's so late, so old ago that I don't have any idea on how it looks like at the time. I can tell you how it looks right now, and it's damn good, and it's so hard.
It looks like something unlocked after you were able to beat 9Z. Today seemed like the best FURIA we've seen all tournament long.
Yeah, definitely played very good Counter-Strike today. It was not easy. There was some key moments that bring the match back to us. We're losing just 2, and then I decided to give an AK to Cacerado, hero AK. He gets 4 kills, and then we're managing to find those mid-round situations. So many entries from Alec as well. So the whole team is playing very well, and I think we are playing the Counter-Strike that made us win last year. That is a Counter-Strike where we're connecting the dots very fastly, and we're in a good understanding on how we can help each other, and then that's where we must carry. So yeah, I feel like we're playing good CS right now.
It's kind of been the story for you guys. I know you guys had like a kind of a strange season to sense from the outside. What with you not going to be in the playoffs of EPL, earlier in the season, you announcing your retirement. So some of the ups and downs that you had, it was hard for us to know exactly like where to place you guys. So what are the changes? Like how did those changes come about exactly out of that situation? How did you identify what needed to be moved around?
Yeah, honestly, I have been playing for so long that I can identify when you actually suffer from success. I have seen many teams I passed through, and it's just something that happens. And I think we kind of suffered a little bit on the very beginning of the year. Some of the mentality shift, a little bit of some of point of views on situations that we have to deal with on a daily basis. And I think we got overdone with those things. We learned some lessons from it, and then it felt like we could recoup and play as we want to play and only focus on the game. So it was important to go through this stage for growth of the players, for creating more chemistry between the players, and I think that now it's finally paying off that we're getting to the same spot that we were last year.
Absolutely.
Well, and I think it's been, since 2019 that you've been trying to get Yuri and Cacerado on your team, right? So in the end, you had to go to them, but now you're on the same team. And tell me a bit about Yuri, man, because it seems like...
What can I say?
When every big game, the major, this guy just steps up so much.
Bro, honestly, Yuri and Cacerado are insane. We knew that when I was in 16, 17, and we saw this new generation coming in, and we knew they're different. And over the years, they're just very strong individually. All situations to put them in, they're just so calm. There's a round from Cacerado on this Nuke match. I'm watching, I'm dead. I'm watching them from his POV. Daniel needs help from Hut. The guy is pushing Hut all the way, killing Daniel. 28 seconds on radio with the bomb. Cacerado, bro, not even flinching. He knows there's someone else, and he kills the City Events guy who eventually had to go for a pick. So, there's so much patience and so much skill on those two guys. They're very smart and very good players.
Well, now you're getting to the tail end of things. You're looking at a world in which you're going into these grand finals, and I mean, you have a chance of taking that 3rd trophy, the only player to do it. You've got a lot of legacy in this game now, so that's got to be a cool feeling. We talked all about the chase that Apex has been on and Vitality's been on, but you as well. This is a legacy that's going to be hard for anyone to crack down the stretch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, of course, it's cool and it's a statistics, but for me, what's more important is to bring another team to the top. That's much more important to me. Having a chance now to play a finals with Yuri and Cacerado, this winning a major is reaching the top of the competition. Everyone is dreaming of this. This is the tournament that people remember. I have been playing for long now, right? What do they say? Fallen has 2 majors, right? That's what they say. So yeah, that's what matters most, and it's going to be a hell of a match. We have Falcons or Spirit coming in, and what can I say, man? Those things are super strong. What they delivered yesterday on the games, I was watching as I was practicing, it's just incredible, and hopefully we're going to be able to deliver a great match as well.
Janko, you did have a moment that you wanted to pick Fallen's brain on here.
Yeah, it felt like T-sides weren't the best this tournament, but you had special things for this one, I felt like. And even on Nuke, I saw around, right, the first one that you end up winning. I'll remind you a little bit, you're going fast outside, right, making a lot of noise. Keiserato is supposed to go down vents, and, you know, he's going to get outplayed here a little bit by Vicadia, but I feel like this is by design, that you're the second guy in there, because everyone knows Keiserato, he's the lobby guy, that's it, you know, we're fine. But then there's space for you to play in this round. Was that the plan?
The plan was to go outside secret and try to cut rotations from vents, but of course the plan needed to be changed. And I saw that Major was re-smoking door from side, and I had to take this one with him. And he went door, so I think he didn't expect a second lurker on HUD. And then from this moment on, Yuri was offering a smoke door, and I was like, bro, wait, he needs to be door. Like, where can he be? Wait for me, wait for me. And then he's, you see, the team playing with each other, and then he's working the kill for me. And then from that point on, we're in. We had many strategies that we created for this game, but overall, it felt like they were not working at the beginning of the match, so we had to change it up a little bit because their door defense was pretty good, and many things that we went to do there, we did it wrong or it didn't work.
Yanko just reminded me before we came on this deck segment, you guys were both coaches.
True.
Yeah, we spent some time together. We've seen some things.
After that, he started the last dance with Imperials. So it tells you, you know, how much he despised Counter-Strike. He was like, okay, I'll do one
Anything to get away from this.
One marketing tour and I'm done after.
Fallen, for you, I think the one thing that's really cool about walking out into Cologne, right, when you do those walkouts with the team, is you always get to walk past the trophy as well. What kind of emotions did you feel when you're glancing at that, walking past it?
It's amazing. I know our name is there twice, and when we won those tournaments, we were playing for SK Gaming as well, which is based here in the city, so it's always special to be in Cologne. I have much love for Ian and Alex, who were SK at the past and gave us so much opportunities. I hope they're watching right now. I'm proud of you guys. Thanks for all the help in the past, and it's an honor to be here and representing Cologne one more time. So yeah, it feels amazing, and seeing the trophy up there and knowing that we can lift it again tomorrow, it's amazing. It's a dream coming true. Let's hope for the best tomorrow.
How are you feeling about a prospect of a best of 5? Obviously, it depends on the opponent, but do you think your map pool deep enough right now?
Yes, it's finally time to play Anubis.
Oh yeah, baby. Now we're cooking.
We like to hear that one. Just one final question from me. Every time I speak to you, it's, you know, we're talking about the retirement, and you're saying some days I'm ready to do it right now. Some days I want to extend it for another year.
Yeah.
What's the take right now?
Right now I'm feeling very good. During the competition, of course, winning makes it much easier, of course. And right now, I honestly, before the match, coming into the match, not gonna lie, a little bit nervous. A lot of things in the stomach, you know, it's impossible not to get it. Yeah. And when you're about to enter the stage, there's so much different energy, there's so much different components that goes through your blood during those moments that I kind of realize, like, where I'm going to get this from later, right? It's going to be impossible. This is like one life opportunity, right? And it's just, I'm feeling good, I'm feeling comfortable. I like to play with those guys. I feel like we're on the right path, and I'm just want to play the best as we can tomorrow and hope for the best.
Just want to give you the opportunity to say anything to FURIA fans in the arena at home as well. Floor is yours.
Of course, yeah, for everyone here in the arena, it's amazing to play here. You guys make it so fun. Thank you so much for enjoying those games with us, for celebrating Counter-Strike. For the Brazilians that come up, thank you for having our back every time. And in Portuguese, galera do Brasil, obrigado pela torcida sempre, satisfação representar vocês. E amanhã temos a chance de fazer história mais uma vez juntos. Espero vocês na torcida e vamos com tudo. Que Deus abençoe.
Plenty of people in here, big fans of that. Thank you so much for your time, Paul. And that's FURIA locked into that best of 5 grand final tomorrow, which means it's time to check in with our DHL MVP.
Who will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
FURIA making that semi-final pretty fast indeed, which means you guys have to put your fingers on the pulse very quickly. Use those Twitch channel points, get voting. You have 3 potential options to be choosing from, and I wouldn't be amiss, Yanko, if you were already eager to choose Yuri.
Yeah, he's so incredible in the clutch, and I mean, in these big games, he's so composed, he's so effective, really has been the difference maker a lot of times for FURIA, and he was such a big piece of their run towards the end of last year, so him finding his form is a great news for FURIA fans.
Second option coming your way. No surprises here. It's Keiserato, Jason. He looks like he's piquing your attention.
Yeah, absolutely. He was excellent in this series, and I mean, been solid for so. It's crazy to think that at one point during his career, we were like, like his peak performance is being wasted. He's not lifting enough trophies, not getting enough opportunities, and it's also just incredible and impressive that he's been able to maintain that level and maintain that peak to now get to this point where that opportunity is now within his grasp. And such a luxury for Fallen, for FURIA to be able to call a game where you have so much talent that goes this deep, because even if the other guys aren't there, Serato delivers today in a big way.
Bit of a redemption up for Yakinda as well. I mean, he talked about it up there on the stage with OJ. He's never felt a team like this, and that translates into frags and pure impact on the server, Dupree.
For sure, and also the first time he makes a major grand final, you know, that's got to be counting in. And I can only state again how important Yakinda is for this lineup with all the spaces he's taking through, like the openings that he's going for. He's also being one of the most vocal guys in the team, so obviously he also has a lot to say when it comes to calling, and we can hear him time and time again that he's always bringing in a lot of energy, but also a lot of ideas to the team, and it's rightfully so also a guy that we need to be looking out for.
Kind of the general of the CT side as well, to your point.
Yeah, that absolutely locked down. It's so crazy. I mean, obviously Fallen up here, so storied, been in so many majors, obviously lifted multiple trophies there as well. But for all 4 of the remaining players, they've never made this feat before. Like, it still blows my mind that Serato and Yuri, this is their first time touching a major grand final stage.
Yeah, I mean, they've only started finding success in any sort of a tournament once Fallen joined, right? And that just shows you how much leadership is important when it comes to Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Just on Yakinda as well, you have to remember he got removed from VP and they go on to win the Rio Major, right? Like, just as he's left out of the team, he had that rough stint on Liquid, took up IGLing, sort of lost himself for a while, and just completely rejuvenated in this FURIA lineup, like finding his sweet spot as that secondary voice. It's obvious how much impact he has for FURIA, and now to be in a major grand final, I think is a testament to sort of his work ethic and the bounce back that he's achieved.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned IEM Rio, because I was going to bring that up too. Like, I know Serato and Yuri have never been to a major grand final. I don't want to minimize that in any way, but they have played in a major, in an arena, in Rio. Yeah. And in that environment, in your home country, with how loud that is, they know what it feels like to be in a crazy pressure arena.
It's impossible for a Brazilian team to win in Brazil.
Yeah, it's so hard.
I don't know. Hard. One time it happens, it's going to be crazy.
It's going to be mental.
There's so many distractions, there's so much pressure. And that was the one, maybe, for them, where they had the easiest path, quote unquote, if it were to happen, but that would have come with asterisks. This time they are like a legit contender.
Yes. Yeah, there's no easy opponent awaiting on the other side, be that Falcons or Spirit, who'll be progressing through that second semi-final today. Unfortunately though, for Aurora, unable to withstand the pressure. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Major.
Major, unfortunately, the end of the road here for Aurora. Where did it go wrong today?
A lot of things, to be honest. We didn't show really anything, to be honest. We play very poorly, and I'm very heartbroken for that. I want to apologize to everyone here, our fans, our loved ones, because we didn't fight nothing, and this is what makes me very sad today, because it's not the face that we showed, and this is our demons. Today, the way we play is our demons, and today the demons beats the angel. Yeah.
Sometimes it happens like that. Regardless, historical result for all of you, right? And I know it's really hard to take a step back now, I'm sure. But do you think you will be able to internalize that a bit, that there were steps taken forward here that were huge, but obviously in the face of this defeat, it probably doesn't mean that much right now?
Yeah, I think as a 5 Turkish guy, we came as far as we can, like here in this major. We try our best. We sometimes show good Counter-Strike, sometimes not, but I really did give my best. Today it was not enough. I want to thank FURIA also, they play really well today. And that's all, that's the end of the story, and we will see for the future.
See for the future indeed, we'll be looking forward to what the future brings for you. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope you guys don't mind if we just go straight for the elephant in the room. The rumors have been circulating. There's been at least one case confirmed of this change coming for Aurora, and I feel like kind of reading between the lines from Major in that interview, he kind of knows what's coming next.
Yeah, they might not know who and when, but they know it's happening. I think it's one of the reasons why they were able to make such a deep run. And listen, whatever happens, if this is the last time we see them with the full Turkish roster, what a ride it has been. I mean, first, you know, fulfilling the dreams of just having the Turkish players on the best Turkish players on the same team from the Space Soldiers times, and making majors and getting some good wins here and there, to being a staple at Tier 1 tournaments, to being a consistent playoff team, to now even making the semifinals of a major. I think they've definitely made their country proud with the results that they've had.
Those are some insanely emotional pictures coming out of Rox. Like, I've never seen them in a state like that.
Yeah, I agree with Janko 100%, and I think part of the devastation that we saw from Madra up on the stage in the interview and Woxic right here is this now is just the story of this Aurora team. An incredible run to the semifinals and the things they've done with grabbing a team out of Turkey, but this has been the same issue they've had for the past 2 years, is unable to like build up enough trust to kind of sustain a high level in these big pressure stage matches. So when you come in here today, and I mean, honestly, I casted them a couple times during stage 3. They were playing excellent team Counter-Strike, and here we were commenting in the green room watching all those bonds of teamwork and cohesion just kind of fell apart and stripped away during that game. During Nuke, we're watching them make individual plays, and I think when you go out in this fashion as major, you're just like, this is what we've been working on for 2 years, is to get over this problem, and now that problem is just the identity of what this roster has been for 2 years.
It's just like, it's also heartbreaking seeing, you know, because they've spent the last 2 weeks in this bubble believing in themselves, right? And they also found themselves in a bracket looking at it, thinking, there's a possibility, like we can actually maybe do this, going all the way. And this is the furthest the Turkish team has ever done it, right? So it's also just like a kind of a reality check that they just get here, right? One thing is that they fall back into this old slump of not really finding themselves on stage, but at the same time, it's also now that this is probably the final end of the road for this team, and you know, maybe they don't even know who's getting cut, right? So it's also the fact that they've lived in a little bit of a fairy tale for the last 2 weeks, and now, you know, they hit reality, right?
That's where I want to pose the question, if you don't mind, Janko, like, what are you doing with this Aurora roster moving forward? We obviously don't know what's on the cards in terms of the players, but where would you be placing your tokens if you were Aurora?
I think for me it's difficult, you know, when you know that you're changing the coach for sure. You wonder if the coach wants his own IGL, right? Like, does he have his eyes set on someone? Do you want that full change in leadership, or do you maybe want to give an opportunity to Major? And I mean, I hate to say it, but I think you need to look at Xantares, because some of these sort of emotional outbursts and some of these moments where he's taking matters into his own hands in rounds, like, unfortunately, like, these times have passed where you can be getting away with that just because you are a very skilled player. Like, you need to be a good teammate, you need to be a part of a unit, and I think the best Turkish player isn't Xantares anymore, it's Vikadia, and I think with a core of him, Woxic and Soulfly, you know, keeping that VRS core, I think you have a decent building block there that you can work with.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I just feel like also that the fact that you need to be bold once you go in to make changes like that. You know, you need to dare and actually go and make that change that people will be thinking, oh, I did not see that one coming, because, you know, Xantares has been such a pillar for this team for ages, right? So as a new coach coming in, you also got to be looking at, if this guy is the problem, then you also got to get rid of it, or he's not, like, you know, not putting in the effort that you want to be seeing out of him, because he has dropped off compared to what we've seen. So it's also about, you need courage as a new coach coming in, changing such a pillar for a team.
And it's also, I mean, I think you look at it too, if you're a coach coming in, the number one problem you got to get over is whatever mentality gets brought into these games, right? And whether is that mentality shift and breakdown caused by Xantares tilting? Is that caused by someone not agreeing with how things are being played? Is it with someone who can't get on the same page as a teammate because they just have a disagreement, a different philosophy? And that's the thing you're going to have to root out. So yeah, if that's Xantares, then yeah, that needs to get removed, because the mentality has been the biggest block for them, not talent, not skill. It's been mentality time and time again.
It's such a good point. Unfortunately, the end of the line once more for Aurora here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026. That is FURIA progressing to that best of 5 grand final, but we have to find out who is going to be their opponent. And I have a sneaky suspicion that this one might be a bit more of a competitive affair. It's Spirit versus Falcons after this break.
Bro, you're baiting every round. What are you talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. One round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
24 teams came to Krakow. Only 6 remain.
So let's test the acoustics.
What's up, Magics? How we doing, fella?
Hello.
Hi, how are you feeling today?
Thank you.
Feeling thank you already. You ain't even played yet. How do you feel thank you?
Any questions?
Yeah, actually, yeah. So let's talk a little bit about the crazy comeback from 8-4 yesterday on Mirage. 25-22 in your series, ends in OT. You were a big part of that. Cool stuff on Mirage. Tell me a little bit about that game with Team Spirit.
Oh, this one was kind of hard, not gonna lie. I thought that 9Z series was the hardest I've played, but there's always something harder in the future, like G2 match. And overall, like, yeah, we have shown like the poor City side, but like on T side we kind of caught the momentum, and when we made the game towards the score like 8-8, like we were playing just fine, you know, and in overtimes, like I feel like it went down to the, you know, the experience or whatever, because, you know, game is getting exhausting for both teams, and it depends on who is capable of, like, you know, keep their cool.
And that's an emotional roller coaster, ups and downs. When you get into overtime, it gets scrappy. With Spirit finding success yesterday, with having all the things that you guys needed to push past G2, when you look ahead at your game today versus the Falcons, are you expecting the same roller coaster?
Oh, I think I don't want 25-22 game again, but we have to give our best to save Counter-Strike.
I love that. Anything you want to say to the fans, Boris?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll let the others pass. Kerrigan, welcome back to the Lanxess. She was very happy to see you yesterday, right? How was everything?
It was fantastic to be back in the Lanxess arena. I can't remember that. I think 23 or 24 last time I was in the playoffs, so it was a nice feeling yesterday.
Yes, I can imagine so. I wanted to ask you about some of the strats, the anti-stratting more particularly, right? It seemed like so much prep went into that. Can you tell me a little bit about that specifically? Because you really seemed like you had Vitality's number.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a balance of how much you want anti-strat. I think Vitality is really good at what they do, right? And even though we had advantages, they came back in the end on those 2 with winning 3 on 5. So, of course, there was some preparation. We had a few days, and we were well prepared for the maps that came along in the whole BO3. I think it was a very fun game to play.
It was amazingly fun to watch as well, but obviously my follow-up is going to be, you were here for a long time. You had to wait for Spirit G2 to finish. You guys took a while as well, so how did that impact your preparation for today?
I think it was very late when I get back to the hotel. Obviously prepping a little bit before going to bed. I like to prep the day before, but had to do some prep extra this morning, but also making sure that we not over-prep and just keep continuing our streak. Energy level is very important when you're that deep in the major as well. So, I hope we can just... I think we found a good balance for today. That's what I want to say.
Yeah. Speaking of a good balance, people have tried and failed to make big personalities all in one team work. But you seem to have cracked the code, at least for now, with Falcons with that match yesterday. What do you think it is about your leadership specifically that makes that work? Because it isn't the first time, right? You did it in FaZe as well.
I think it's a question you have to ask the players. I think I'm very vocal, but also give freedom, right? So it is always a constant, every day I wake up, every fish we have, it's a constant battle in the balance, right? I need to be in control, but I also need to give control to the players. So when the game is going good, a lot of people want to do some stuff, a lot of freedom is given, but that's also where the games can get tough if we are now not playing together and off each other. So every day we start a game, first round I'll already see how the team is. That's also why I'm saying I need to learn the team, I need to learn their flaws and also their strengths. And by every game we play, I learn more about myself, how I need to lead this team, because I cannot just only be myself. I need to adapt constantly to the team, and they have to adapt to me. And so far, so good in this tournament.
Is looking good, but now Spirit is waiting. You have unfinished business with them from Astana, but also from a certain major final, right? So how are you approaching that one today?
I'm not so thinking so much about that. I think we knew Astana final would be tough. The way Spirit played in Astana was great. We had a close map against them on those two. It was a very fun game, the first map of the final. So I think we are more prepared now, right? We're a team that will learn from every game we play, every win, and also every loss we have. And let's see if we learn from something. But after yesterday and how normally my major runs are, it's always going to be interesting. And one way or another, we'll figure out which way it's going today. But I think we're in for a really good game. At least that's what I hope for the viewers, because the other semi-final didn't deliver as we all expected.
Yes, well, it was very entertaining yesterday, and we're hoping that bullshit is back on the menu. Thank you. Good luck.
In Steam, we use QR code in 2026,
Yes.
so you guys will not actually see my Suka account name. If someone wants to hack me, actually one time I got hacked.
You got hacked? Hello everyone, you asked for Ilya Monesi Osipov settings, and he's here with me. Hello Monesi.
Hello man.
Nice
Hello.
to meet you, nice to meet you.
Nice
We
to
are
see
going
you
to
as
be
well.
doing your setup completely, talking about peripherals, all the settings, all the in-game settings that you have. Tell us, what do you
Okay.
have prepared for us?
Let's go. Mousepad.
Very easy.
It's, yes, just mousepad, nothing special. For the esports player, you need keyboard.
Perfect, perfect.
Some mouse as well.
Ooh.
You need to aim.
I think when I see this mouse on the internet, I see your face next to it all the time. Is that true?
Yes, it's true. It's true. It's actually a very good mouse. I like Logitech overall. Since I started playing in Ivy, I've been using Logitech because they had like this G Pro X series.
Yeah.
Always. Yes, I use it every time.
I will plug your cables.
Thank you so much, Fran.
I see that you're using the older version of the Logitech.
Yes.
Not the Super
yes.
Strike. Any reason? for
Just preference. Just preference for now. Maybe I will start using later Super Strike. I used it at the beginning of the year, but I decided to switch because I was used to this mouse before, because I've been playing for like a long time. Also wired keyboard. I use cable for some reason. I don't know. Just feel more comfortable. Yes.
About your seating, by the way, before we dive into the settings.
So the way I sit, I always pull the chair down, all the way down, and this armrest I don't really care about it too much. The only thing I don't like is when for example on some tournaments the armrests they hit the table and I cannot control the height of the table. So if this is the case, I remove them, but if they don't really bother me, I just leave them.
And about the height of the table, you have any preference there?
No, I usually just the way I set it up, I put the monitor always between 7 and 6. So it's between 7 and 6. I put it a bit in front, and after I understand by the feeling how high, yeah.
You're putting it between, what do you say, 6 and
7 and 6.
7 and 6. Tell me how you sit comfortably, so I can measure it kind of for our viewers.
Okay.
Where your head and eye level is in the monitor level as well.
I just do it by the feeling. I like when how to say it, my legs are like kind of touching the ground, you know, but I sit just very comfortably, and I understand when I put the monitors between 7 and 6, I understand how table should be set up for me. After that, I put the mousepad more to the right of the monitor, so I leave like a little bit of gap here. The mousepad is
hanging off the.
No, it's just kind of
on the edge. Okay.
On the edge of the. Yes, on the table. I move my keyboard a little bit more to the left. I turn it slightly to the right. That's how I just always was playing. I remember when I was a very small kid, I was playing like this, you know. But after I started turning it because I started playing on some LANs, you know. And
yes, you need space.
I don't know. Yes, I need some space. I don't actually care too much about in-ears. I have G333 Logitech with the Logitech sound card. I don't know, I have this in-ears like for 4 years almost, since I joined G2. Usually when I go on the PC, when I start setting up, I go in NVIDIA control panel immediately. Usually I play 600 Hz if there is an opportunity on LAN, because at home I have 600, yes. I also play 600 Hz. Here I change to full screen GPU and I mark the override the scaling mode set by games and programs. It's an adjust desktop size and position. I always do it by default, so I use the GPU scaling, not the display one.
Okay.
After I go to manage 3D settings and I put everything by default, I restore defaults. I don't like to set up anything here. I just do it by default, basically.
I know that at some point you were putting maximum performance, right?
Yes.
You're no longer doing that, so that's new, I think, for your setup?
Yeah. I don't put anything in power management mode. I don't put anything in quality. Here there is high performance. I just leave everything by default and I don't really care, because nowadays you have very good PCs on LAN and I don't see the reason to put everything on performance. Color settings here also restore by default. Everything here is default besides the desktop size and position.
Okay.
After, also I always put, usually it's by default on LAN. In graphic settings I put the hardware accelerated GPU shadering on. I just remember someone told me it gives you more like, it just improves something in the game. Yeah, like not FPS but smoothness in the game.
Could it be maybe like a latency thing or something like that?
Latency thing, yeah, but usually before it was off on tournaments, now it's on, so people maybe understood it.
I'm pretty sure if you're wrong, someone will tell us in the comments.
Yes. But yeah, it was just an advice from people. After, the most important thing, we have to connect in Steam. We use QR code in 2026, so we don't have to write any account name and password.
Yes.
So you guys will not actually see my account name. If someone wants to hack me, actually one time I got hacked.
You got hacked?
Yeah, I was.
Someone stole your skins as well?
No, actually nobody, because Valve, they added the 7-day rule, that you cannot.
Protection?
Yeah, the protection. I think
Thank you, Valve.
They knew someone will hack me. I go always in properties. I disable on controller disable the Xbox controller PlayStation. I don't know why I do this, but it was just, I don't know why I do this, to be honest. And I just connect to, I just go in CS.
Go in CS?
Yes.
Easy as that.
Actually, there is a trick. If your CS is updating here or validating, you can always go here, right-click Steam and press Counter-Strike, because you cannot launch here, but you can launch here. Just a trick for you guys if nobody knew before. So my settings are boost player contrast is enabled.
Okay.
This disabled, but I was thinking to put it enabled plus boost. I played enabled plus boost at home and on this tournament. I prefer to have it disabled.
Okay, that's interesting, because I think if you have like a really good PC, it should be enabled plus boost.
Yes.
That's what I at least saw people do.
Yes.
So.
But to be honest, I prefer disabled.
Okay, that's fine.
So yeah, FPS max in the game 999. I got told to not put 0 because the FPS should be locked. Just got also an advice from people who know how PC works, most likely. I don't know.
Okay.
It's also 999. 8X I have, and I never change anything here. Besides, I was thinking to change to 16X anisotropic. I got told it's also not removing it's not affecting the FPS in the game, but it gives better quality of the things, like of the texture,
Maybe more grenade lineups as well, it gives you?
Yes, maybe. But I was thinking at some point to change it, but I never came to this point.
Okay.
So bilinear, low, disabled, and quality. So these are my settings. I have them since 2024. After the first season, I changed to this, and I never changed back.
So if you want to change some things in your config, for example, sensitivity or video settings, do you do that mid-tournament, or you wait for the off-season so you can have some way to adapt to it?
Yeah, I prefer to change it before the tournament, so I can have some room to test it. So some days, to test it or to play with it, and maybe to get used to it. But if you change these kind of things, these kind of settings, I don't think it gives you some, I don't know, insane boost.
Yeah.
For example, boost player contrast gives you you can see maybe models far away, better, But I don't know, changing these kind of settings will not give you any boost or anything it will not give you big difference, you know.
Yes.
But for example, changing video like to I don't know to 16:9 from 4:3, you need some time to get comfortable, to get used to it.
Yeah. So about your resolution, what do you use?
About the resolution, actually, there is also one more trick. Yeah, if you come to LAN, usually you will always have 16:9 immediately full screen windowed. And first, never change resolution first, always change advanced video, so you can change it faster. If you change from 8x to 4, it's changing immediately, you see. But if you're gonna change resolution to 4:3, I use this one. It will alt up your game, you know, you have to wait longer and longer.
Yes.
So if you want to change videos, advanced video, you can just change it with full screen windowed, so you can change it way faster. You see, for example, now you have to wait.
Now it's bugs out.
After I go to game, I put radar is zooming dynamically, yes. So in the game, if my teammate is on the other side of the map, my radar will zoom accordingly to how my teammate is moving, because he's far away and I have to see him. And I think it's very cool also for IGLs, you know, for everyone. But it helps me a lot.
You have an overview of the whole map, basically.
Yes, yes, basically. One more thing, damage prediction is on. No, I don't use damage prediction. I don't know how it works on LAN, but at home I don't like it. After accuracy for sniper show in accuracy, I play 0. I don't use it. I use it in Rio. I played with it. One LAN, it was nice. After Salam Alaikum. Rarity color 1. I like when my skins are with different colors on the right side.
Yeah.
CL, I think hood. Yeah, everything is fine.
2.3 sensitivity?
Yes.
Okay. What's the DPI? We didn't talk about that at all.
So I have 2.3 sensitivity. Zoom sensitivity ratio is 1. DPI is 400, and I use 2000 hertz.
2000 hertz polling rate. Okay.
Yes. Maybe some primary binds I have. Maybe for
grenades, maybe?
So let's say for grenades, because here it's bugged, I have binds. So flashbang is F, HET, smoke C, decoy, it's useless nade, Molotov X, graffiti menu H, actually very important as well.
It's important to put the graffiti after the clutch.
Yes.
Okay.
Switch with model left and right hand is nice sometimes. I use N, don't use it too much, and that's it. And player ping is mouse 3. That's it. And I talk in the game on mouse 4.
Okay. Do you have perhaps radar bind that you zoom in and zoom out radar in the smoke? A lot of players have it because they then know when they're stuck in some player and they can shoot, free kill. You're a nerdy guy, so I assume that you will have it.
No. If I would play in 2018 or 19, where Astralis, I think, or who was using this radar hack when you were taking the fade in the smoke and you could see dots, red dots. I don't remember who was doing it first, but I was also using it on face. But I would use it, but now it's for me, I don't like it. Monitor settings. Monitor settings, I have got menu. I use Gamer 1, color black equalizer 12. Color vibrance I have 10 or 12. Sometimes I change it if I want more colorful monitor. So I use 10 by default, low blue light 0, gamma 2, color temperature I have normal, picture diac I use premium, brightness 100.
All right.
Contrast I use 50 or 60, but I prefer 50. Sharpness 10, and ammo I have high.
Perfect.
These are my settings. I have them since 2000, I don't know, 2022, like 2023. I don't like to change monitor settings. I like to have the same colors, and these colors are, I got used to them. But what I changed, for example, in 2024, I started playing with diac. Before I was playing off. And that's it.
Okay. Have you ever tried OLED monitors?
I think yes.
Did you like it?
I like them as well. Yes.
All right.
Usually when I play the game, I take off the jacket because I don't like the sleeve. You know.
You don't use any sleeve, of course, but
no.
Someone on your team does, right? Isn't?
Yeah, I think Nico.
Nico, right? Yes.
Maybe Finn as well.
Okay.
René, I think, is using it.
Okay. So now you're in the deathmatch. Is this purely for warm-up? Sometimes you go into deathmatch to actually practice something specific, or are you just feeling the game? Are you just running around?
I'm just feeling the game, to be honest. I don't really have anything like insane routine or anything. I usually play Face It or aim, but deathmatch I don't really play a lot, you know. But if I come to deathmatch, I just try to practice my crosshair placement. The most important is just to feel the keyboard as well. The way you press trace when you take fights.
Yeah. Do you use any mouse skates?
Mouse skates.
Or are you just doing default ones on the Logic?
I have default ones. I don't like to change these kind of things. People use different mouse skates because, for example, the normal skates for the mouse may be very slow for you, and you want to maybe faster skates, and people like use custom ones. But I prefer to use default ones and just change like the mouse every like maybe 5 months or 6 months.
Did you copy someone with the mouse grip? This is getting very technical, but this is just how you always used to play?
Yes, I never changed my grip. Let's go spectators. I don't have any specific grip. I never used different grips in my life. I just, when I took the mouse first in my hand, I just felt it's the most comfortable one. And to be honest, I cannot lie, I don't remember if in the past like 10 years ago or like 5 years ago, I used the grip like this. Okay, maybe not 5 years ago. 5 years ago I remember because I was a Navi. So I remember that I used always like this, but like 8 years ago, you know, I don't remember. Maybe I used like this or I don't like this, but for me it's always like palm grip. I just take the mouse the most comfortable way and I don't have to copy anyone how people are using. For example, I know that for example Donk is using like this, yeah.
Like a claw grip.
Like a cloak, yes. It gives you like maybe more, I don't know, you can aim how to say it, like by the pixels very...
Yeah, like micro adjustments are maybe easier.
Yes, exactly, good. But for me, it's not comfortable, you know, and I don't want to copy players just because they use like this.
Yeah.
And it's comfortable for you. Don't change because someone is doing different, you know.
Yeah.
The most important how you feel in the game with these settings, kinda.
Words of wisdom to end this. Thank you for guiding us through your setup. I think it was really insightful. A lot of valuable knowledge that you shared with us, and I wish you good luck in the tournament. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Nico's got his head in his sights, they're closing the gap. Chip damage, get away, the clock is on their side now. Zywoo clawing back in, can he get it again? Can he save them again? It's just sidearms for the most of them. Good damage, another falls, kicks them off, you got nothing enough. They're on the defuse, he can't stop it, he can't get them off it in the smoke. No! Oh my goodness!
I can't let you down. I can't let you down! Let's go, boys!
The thing is, people would always focus on the fails in a way, and especially in moments like this in a grand final. Miss shots. I don't think I'm the only one that is missing a deal shots, but I think when it comes me missing a deal shot, people just make it a bigger deal out of it. It just caught me off guard because he just kept running, and they even knew about me that I was in the windows as well. That's what I always said. As long as people talk about you all the time, it means that, you know, you matter to the game, you matter to community. So for me, I kind of got used to it, you know, and it was a frustrating moment for sure. But I still believe that we're gonna win, you know, after that round as well. It's just annoying to lose these kind of rounds in such a crucial moment.
It's one of those things that you just try and keep focused on the next round, and there's so many moments where you think it's lost, and then all of a sudden, like say, the clutch happens, or we make a team retake or something. It's really tough mentally to keep concentrated and focused on the next round. That's when mistakes happen and the messy counter-strike happens, and that's why CS is a beautiful game, because even when Falcons probably should have definitely won this round, it's sometimes the luck is on your side, and sometimes things happen and the stars align, and that's what happened here. We feel like we're getting into their heads. We feel like we're getting on top of them, and I think that's the most rewarding thing and the nicest thing about it, because you kind of feel like you're breaking down the opponent as well.
No one outside. Could be vent. Touche bien, va main.
They flash in a lot. They don't know if we have vent spice.
Did he see him?
No one outside, no one outside, no one! No outside, no low.
Nico down! Are they really doing 6 consecutive to OT? Looking good! Robs on the ramp! Holds on, forced out into the fight. Madness should have him, takes another with him, burns to a crisp, but the damage is done. Robs' impact reverberates on ramp, triple kill. Just Magisk now. Or all of that, 6 opportunities to win 1 round squandered. And survived by Vitality.
Nice! going, boys. Keep going, guys. Let's go, boys. It's here. Let's go.
Tissus is about to play in a major semi-final with Falcons. So first off, I gotta ask, how are you doing? Because I know that you didn't have a lot of downtime between yesterday and this match.
Oh, it's been a rough night's sleep, really. Your body is full of adrenaline and caffeine in the body, so it was tough to fall asleep, but I'm all good, and I think everyone is feeling the same. If you don't have energy for a major semi-final, something is wrong, so I'm excited.
Absolutely. I asked your IGL a question he said to ask one of the players, so this is what I'm doing now. I asked him, why is his leadership so instrumental in bringing all these different personalities together? Because you all have a lot to say, you all have a lot to do. So what is it that makes his leadership so good and helped you cross the finish line yesterday?
He makes everyone put the team first, the team above everything. If you have a bad game individual, any of these superstars, we have to be able to look past it and just help the team as much as they can. And I think this is what is kind of lifting our bottom level right now. Every game we are playing is really close, and he's there mentally strong and making us feel like that. And he's pulling us over these lines every single time. So everyone just has a lot of belief in him.
It seems like a lot of the, almost famous rounds that Falcon sometimes wasn't able to close out. Is he a key factor in switching that narrative?
I don't know if it's not like he's directly affecting it, but I think it's just more the overall mentality and team feeling we have. It's completely different, and it's just a joy to play right now.
And it's a joy to see you play as well. Oh my God, the numbers you've been putting up. I know we're always talking about the superstars, but for me, you're very much a star in your own right. Tell me a little bit about how much you found your place here.
I'm really happy. Kerrigan came into the team and put direct lines on how he wants to use me. I have a very good understanding of what he wants and how to utilize myself now in this roster and in this system. So it's very helpful to me, and I think I have developed a lot in this team. And I'm just trying to make myself the best for this team possible. And right now it's going pretty well, I would say, but I have to keep it up.
Everybody's noticing. What I also noticed a little bit, we had a little nickname for you, Stresses, because on some of the cams yesterday, when something wasn't going your way, I saw a lot more out of you than usual in terms of tilt, but then you always brought it back pretty quickly. So do we have to be worried?
Actually, I think you're right. I have been more stressed than usual. No, I don't know. I somehow just care more and I feel more, and I'm just letting myself enjoy the game more and being in the game. So maybe I'll seem frustrated one round, but it's just because I'm so much in the moment and I'm so much in the game. And when the round starts right after, I'm back in it, So it's just because it means a lot.
You say you care more in comparison to what?
I don't know. I just realized how important all of this is to me and how much I want it. So I think that's probably it.
It's been lovely to see you play. The best of luck today.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Again, at first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double from Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is safe luminosity with the all play.
Our first grand finalists already locked in. Now it is time to unearth their opponents. And after an absolutely absurd quarterfinal yesterday, Spirit return in the pursuit of defending their chalice. Not a major when they earned it this time last year, and that only brings the pressure up a gear, particularly when your next opponent just slayed a demon of their own. Falcons now the only team able to take down this Vitality 4 times in a row, but this was the one that means the most. Kiyosuke delivered on the big stage, and Kerrigan's cooling made all the difference. Their crusade continues into the semis. It's Falcons versus Spirit, and it's our last semi-final here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026 Major. My name is FURIA Spears. We've still got Janko and Dupree to bring you the action, but we've stolen Stico back from the sidelines for what I think is going to be the banger of today. How excited are you to get into this one?
absolutely excited. What we've seen yesterday were 2 matches of greatest Counter-Strike we have ever witnessed, and it begs to have that again with this kind of a matchup. Falcons against Spirit, holy hell, what is going to happen?
Stico, you were suspecting Spirit versus G2 was going to be the most one-sided affair of all the quarterfinals. How are you feeling today?
Wow, thank you for putting me on the line like that. Yes, I did predict that. It was very far from being so predictable. It was the closest match we have probably ever seen in the quarterfinal like that. But I'm going to be giving it to Spirit right now as well, that whatever they pulled off there, I think they actually can go pretty far into the final.
I think looking at the results yesterday on all the maps, Overpass does feel one-sided in hindsight.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. What was that? Every other map was 13-11 in the second series of the day as well. Let's dive right on into it. Let's get some examples from that Mirage, Janko, because a couple of opportunities, well, a hell of a lot of opportunities for both teams to be closing it out. What did you want to pick out?
I think yesterday it was squashed, like the doubts about Magisk and this whole coach conversation. 12-9 down, they take a timeout, right? And this is what they have cooked up. Nothing cheesy, nothing gimmicky. It's a default opening, 2 guys going underpass, Zontix outside A, 2 guys top mid. You can see the buy, it isn't ideal. The utility, it isn't ideal. So the second wave of smokes comes in, right? They want to get Tanir up window. Donk is even going to die here to Mattis. So now you've lost your best player. You're in a 4v5, but the round works so well because Tanir activates, gets the kill on Nerds. Zontix, incredible patient and a crucial kill here on Heavy God, right? Tanir gets 1 more. Now they're in a 3v2 and he's able to get 2 more kills. So this is what keeps them alive in the game really initially. And I think you were wondering, if it gets close, they'll lose team. They'll run out of ideas. But actually, we saw the complete opposite from Spirit.
But that really feels like that's been the story for Spirit, right? Every time we think that now, that's it, you're out, then they find their way back. And this was a great example that they just keep fighting. And it's interesting to see like how they keep doing it. But I think Magic has to get a lot of credit for what he's doing, specifically in when they turned that attention to overtime throughout this game. That's where he really thrived and had some really good calls. And that's just the beauty of it.
Yeah, and I think now it's 17 overtimes. Well, surely he'll run out of ideas now. But no, he won't. And also on the other side of that coin, the composure of the entirety of the team, because it's not just the calls, right? So we go into what, round 46. So same sort of default opening, players going underpass, right? What's different is there's an extra guy towards A, Shiro in apps, Zontix in ramp, G2 is reacting, playing close ramp. They want to get some space, they want to be more aggressive. So Zontix throws this weak fake, right, just to create some space for, again, Tanir getting into the window room, right? So the goal is the same. They go about it a different way. Dong smokes jungle, applies more pressure just so Tanir can activate. But he won't find anything this time around. Is killed by Nerds, Magic straight. But now look at the composure from Spirit from this point on. Shiro aware they might be playing close. Molly comes in. Dongs waits to see if anyone's there. Zontix, who went all around the world back through mid, gets Hunter as the Joker player there. And Shiro has a freebie on some Pius. And that looks so easy, so clean. But the level of focus you need in what was a 5.5-hour series, you know, the communication needs to be crisp. There can't be any panic, and if we saw anything yesterday, that's that Spirit will not break.
What an immaculate call there. And in the first clip that you were bringing up, Magix had 6 kills. In this second one, well, he had like 30 kills. So it's the way he stepped up massively with calling in the overtime as well as fragging in that department.
It's that not one easy clutch, to do that, right? Yeah, that was a
I can't remember it, but
should we recap it actually before we dive into it? Let's revisit it.
Let them know that I'm the best, ain't no stop until I get it. A bomb plant, and he's gonna be left in a clutch. 1v4 for the captain. Going through the fire, Molly to try and slow this down. But Magix knows that might not make the difference. Back is in here as G2. Boris does it bigger! Boris does it better!
That reaction will never fail. That absolutely amazed me just as much as him pulling off that play. If you're going to get Donk reacting to your play like that, like, you're a god. You're a god at this point.
Just the life of IGL. You have an insane clutch like that in a major quarterfinal to keep your team in it. and you can't even celebrate properly. Like, you have to think about, oh, we have to call the next round, you need a timeout just to sort of get your composure back.
Let's see it from the G2 perspective as well, because this is a weird one to break down, Janko. Like, I mean, completely misplayed by G2 in this situation.
I can't say completely. The first low HP guy is going to swing, right? And then it's always a combination of a little bit of luck and just Magic's like being incredibly solid. You know, the third player that dies had the best chance, but it's Hunter on low HP, so he just gets clipped immediately and it all falls apart for G2.
This is such a good position because I don't know if you noticed, but Magic's got actually dinked in that whole sequence. But because he chose that position, it looks like it's just a thin wall, and the damage is just so hard to deal through those like kind of furniture in the kitchen. I don't know how to really call it, but I've just watched this and I had goosebumps once again. Wow, what a play, graffiti worthy.
100% graffiti worthy, and I also think that the way that he just decides to play, you know, he also had a molly in that given run. You know, he could have like tried to jump back into halls and just played from there, you know, but the fact that he's in a 1v4, he knows that as soon as he kills the first guy, then he's going to give up his exposure. And I think also maybe the teammates call, some of them are low, like, you know, just go all in for it, right? You know, if he doesn't want to give up his utility and his position, because if he does so, then he's just going to be grinded out. And I think he played it out in a fashionable way. Let's just put it like that.
It takes balls of steel to do that, though. Like, that is a ballsy play. I've seen plenty of different designs of graffiti on Twitter as well. So please, Valve, if you listen, just give us one more. But just turning to the resilience of Spirit in that one as well, you would be amiss to imagine that, okay, no coach behind them to take those pauses, to calm them down in those moments. I think that's what makes this extra impressive for Spirit to achieve.
Absolutely, right? That was the big question mark going into it. Oh, if they lose a couple of clutches, if the game gets really close, they're going to tilt, like they're going to fall apart. Or how are they supposed to, you know, keep coming up with stuff on T side all on their own when they play 4 or 5 overtimes? But, you know, they've just proven everyone wrong, you know, who thought that was going to be an issue going into the series. And it was really a team effort, and then they shut people up.
I do think, by the way, that this is kind of like a perfect storm for Team Spirit, because we noticed that they're like no emotions, you know, dead inside. Zontex is never going to smile. Magix as well is going to give you a rough time in the interviews. And this kind of shows that, yes, they're stoic and they're kind of like this with this approach, but when the really intense moments happen in overtime, in these long rounds and in these long matches, that's where it doesn't kind of affect them that much. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword there.
Yeah, but the tilt, of course, is always a factor, right? And obviously I think they've had the composure throughout the most games, and they had some really close ones. And I think the game yesterday will just give them even more resilience, right? Even the 9C game, though it was in state 3, right? You know, it's a team that's also, you know, they're learning to work without that coach, right? You know, it's not going to be something for the future. They will not bring their coach, but they work with what they have.
Just for once, because of the time limitations, I just want to skip over Donk for this section. Sure. He's a known quantity. He's been looking like an absolute phenom. I guess the other side of the coin is Shiro and what he's been delivering on these playoff stages.
Yeah, he's been their second star, right? A guy who's been super reliable, great in the clutch, but once it comes to the majors, I mean, there's a big drop-off in his performance from groups going into playoffs, right? And under the pressure, it just hasn't been the best. Even yesterday in that G2 game, he had an average series. You know, obviously had his moments in the amount of rounds, and it's not even like, he struggles in playoffs because that's where the best teams are. No, this is just against top 5 teams, right? You can see in group stage games against those teams, he's unbelievable. He has a 1.4 rating, right? And then in playoffs, he becomes pretty average. So yes, yesterday, you know, it was a crazy series, and Donk on Dust 2 had some wild moments, but Shiro will be much needed today if they're going to beat Falcons.
It's going to require the entire team. Like, one thing is Shiro not showing up, but I also think Tania is a guy that we need to bring up, because he looked very stressed yesterday when he played. Like, a lot of the times when he was forced, he would go for like just swinging out duels. He got flashed a couple of times by his own teammates. He just looked like he was not really in his zone, right? And I know that, you know, there's a lot on stake when you play on these stages, and it's a big match, right? But they can't afford to, you know, let Donk down in this regard, because if Donk doesn't show up, then I think it's going to be a very hard time for Spirit in this one.
It's so hilarious seeing when Dust 2 went to OT, Donk just started playing Pit in the first round.
That's what I mean,
like,
right?
Listen, bro, just go B. You know, I got this, right? So it just tells you that that's a lot of pressure to have to deal with. But hey, that's what majors are. All about pressure.
I mean, totally. Speaking of the pressure side of things, obviously the head-to-heads between Falcons and Spirit, we were always talking about that kind of Donk versus Shiro duo versus that of Nico and Manasi and how they always had the edge. But there is a bit of kind of a record to read into in terms of the games that quote-unquote matter in this one, right?
Yes, it does, but I don't think this matters all too much, right? Because Kerrigan, as we see, has changed completely the complexity of this Falcons team. Like they just don't lose in the way they do, and they don't win in the ways they do either. And the Astana one is obviously with Kerrigan in the lineup, and that was a 3-0 win from Spirit, and it was the first event that Falcons have had with Kerrigan. It's not like they had a ton more time since to just practice, but they've definitely had a lot more official games. You know, they're more on the same page. So I think at the very least you can expect Falcons to put up a better fight against Spirit.
And putting up a fight is exactly what Falcons has been doing. I mean, out of 6 maps that they lost this major so far, 5 of them went into 23 rounds or more. It's always incredibly close, and that is something that Falcons, you know, were struggling before as well. Sometimes they receive those blowout losses, but with Kerrigan, as much as he's integrated over time, it's been really, really close. And every map that they lose feels very much winnable.
So you really read into Kerrigan being enough of a difference maker, even though it's time and time again happened when it's been a match that means something between these two teams. Do you think he is the difference maker here?
I think he is, because it's also conveniently, we start looking at it from the Budapest major in the quarterfinal that they lost. I mean, Falcons have beat Spirit many times before that game. And I think also if you look at the raw stats, like you'll see, oh, it doesn't look that great. But if you look at the best teams in the world that Falcons have played, they won all their games except for the Spirit one. They beaten FURIA, they beaten Navi, they beaten Vitality. Like if you used that filter here, I'm sure you would get different numbers. They play to the level of their opponent. Like they will struggle against some of these mid-tier teams, right? Like it's not as clean in those games, but they will play their best Counter-Strike against the best team.
Maybe we should take a look at an example of how Kerrigan kind of likes to call with Falcons. Tabri, you picked out something for us.
I do. Like I just wanted to just quickly showcase what Kerrigan just brings to the table. Prior to this round, they were just stomped in mid in a force buy, and then directly after just decide in the beginning round go for like this mid pop, and you know he just doesn't stop once he gets going. Right? He knows when he has the openings, he has the space, so that's what he's going to be bringing into the team. And that is the thing with Kerrigan when he's the guy calling. It is a lot about, you know, playing in the minds of your opponents. It's about creating opportunities in his head. You know, his playbook is solely his head. He doesn't have to share with his players all the time. He just creates rounds out of thin air, and that is what makes Kerrigan, in my books, the perfect fit for Falcons.
Was it like that back in the day when you played with them on TSM?
Yeah, I mean, like the first time we picked it up, you know, we didn't even put too much effort into start creating taxes, because he was just like, guys, we're just going to default, then you tell me what you see, what can I actually work with, and then he creates a mid-round call, and he's just so good at that, you know, and that's also why I think the results so far for Falcons has been looking like this, because he is a guy that just works a lot within the chaos, right? He doesn't have to have a playbook that everyone's coordinated into. He just needs to go in there and make his players believe in the way that he calls makes them play better, and that is exactly what he's doing, and that's why the fit is so good, because when you go back and look at Kickson, he's been raised by Saul, you know, his system, that everything has to be put into place and everything. And I think that's also what Sonic has always been relying on. I think it's very refreshing to see that Kerrigan comes in and he knows how Nico wants to work. He's played with him multiple times, right? But the fact that he can go in and tell all the players that, guys, this is how I want you to play. This is my system. This is how I want you guys to work with. I think it's working wonders.
I think it's pretty cool that we get Fallen in the first game and Kerrigan in the second, because both of these guys at times were getting seriously doubted about being washed as in-game leaders, not being updated with the meta, not knowing how to call. Maybe they just needed good pieces around them, because you see what Kerrigan is able to do once someone like Kyosuke steps up finally. And Kerrigan is a big reason for that, because he has been his sort of, you know, decoy in a way for Kyosuke to find space, but I think also he's freed him up in the sense of he's not scared anymore about making mistakes, about whatever. Like, it's still not going to be the cleanest of games, but at least now you're seeing some of his potential in this big playoff games.
I think the one that stands out to me is that Kyosuke coming into the playoffs didn't have a great tournament. Now yesterday, that's where he really popped off. I think this moment right here when he gets that 4K in that, but you just look at the way that Kerrigan reacts of it, right? That is exactly what the captain should be doing to a guy that needs just a little bit of more confidence, a guy that needs to be put in the right spots, you know? You can just tell the fact that he's enjoying it so much, and I think that's also what Kerrigan really has brought into teammates, that he can cater to the young players, specifically Kyosuke, you know, cater him, tell him, what do I need of you? What are you good at? You need to use your strength, and it's just a beauty in the works that he can actually turn things around and make him a great player, because that is exactly what Falcons has been missing.
These highlights are just high impact kills from him in that series. I mean, this last one was in a 3v5 to turn it around for Falcons. The one on Anubis was to close out the map. Like, in a game that every map was 13-11, like, that's a huge impact that Kyosuke had yesterday.
Speaking of the maps, what are you suspecting in terms of this one? Are you reading into the history books at all between these head-to-heads, or do you think there's a potential for Kerrigan to pull a rabbit out of the hat in this one?
I think it's interesting that the stars align in a way that kind of like both teams permaban each other's weakness. So whatever we will have in this best of 3, it will be kind of like a great battleground to show a true skill, true calling skill, true individual skill. And that is kind of what excites me the most about this matchup, especially with Kerrigan and Magix. We've been highlighting them whole segment here, but I want to see individuals show up, step up, and these maps that we are going to be seeing are perfect method to do so.
For me, the big question is, does Spirit go to punish potentially a weakness from Falcons, or do they stick for what they've played the most and what's worked for them the most in this tournament, right? If they want to stick with that, they're probably going to pick something like Mirage, because they will get Dust 2 as the decider. They want Dust 2, but they know they'll have it. And I think Falcons just ride it out with Anubis. I mean, against Na'Vi, against Vitality, you pick it 2 times, and both times you had to come back on the T side to close it out, being, you know, behind. So they've shown that resilience. And yeah, I think for Spirit it comes down to, do you pick Ancient or do you go for something like Mirage?
If Kerrigan picks Anubis and they win it, he's a genius. Because they literally have not played it before this event with this lineup, and now they picked up 2 huge wins where they were almost out, but Kerrigan pulled up masterclass T-sides.
I really think like the game against Na'Vi where they did get to play Anubis, I think that was I said it back then as well, I think it was a good showcase. If they win this one, that will be a strength card for them heading into the playoffs, and that's what we've shown so far. I mean, they go in, sure, they maybe don't have the most, like, the biggest official results, but maybe they've looked really good in practice. It's one of those maps outside Dust 2 that has been working for the team with the limit of time they had, right? I think it's on the side of Falcons. I think obviously it comes through again, so it just shows that they believe in this one, you know. And they did look good against Vitality in the greater portion of the game, right? But I think also for the likes of the fact that Spirit doesn't play Inferno, that also plays into the hands of Falcons, that they don't have to play the probably weakest maps so far they've been showing.
I think Falcons, now I think, yeah, Dust 2 as the decider here, regardless of what Spirit would have banned. You know, Falcons wouldn't go for Ancient if that was in between the 2 maps. These are arguably Falcons' 3 most successful maps that they've had, so they'll be really happy with the veto. I think for Spirit, the name of the game here is when it comes to their CT sides, like you saw it especially on Anubis yesterday, the fakes from Kerrigan, like late round, you know, you just need to have that patience late round, not to over-rotate, not to bite too hard on some of these moves. And I would also expect Spirit to try and be more disruptive in the mid-round, take the fight to the Falcons.
That's exactly what worked for them yesterday, like being disruptive. Whoever was playing the CT side, who was active, making plays, looking for openings, they were winning the rounds. It was both Falcons, and it was both the other team.
Do you think they have what it takes in the tank for Team Spirit in this one, considering we've seen the maps and they are kind of siding in the favor of Falcons crew?
I think it's very important that Spirit don't stress out if they lose Anubis, because they do have a Mirage coming up and they have looked very solid on Dust 2. So it's a lot about, you know, not being too stressed out if it doesn't turn out your way, because Falcons, they come in prepared on Anubis, and I still think that Falcons will go up in this series, and then I think we will turn into Dust 2 for a very brawl match.
Any final thoughts in this one, Janko, before we get this game started?
I'm just looking forward to this one, right? With the individual level of these players as well, and how m0NESY has been lights out, Kyosuke has stepped up. Donk is having a historic tournament, even for his own standards. And
it's just crazy by itself.
All of that is just such a great prelude for what might be one of the best series we've seen at the major.
Any takers of who you think has taken this one, Stiko?
I do think that if Donk starts doing Donk things, the maps doesn't matter, and Spirit will take it.
Well, either way, it is time to get our second semi-final started. It's Spirit versus Falcons, live from the LANXESS.
Yeah, I just woke up, man. What's good?
Hello, mate. How you feeling? Quite the performance last night. One for the ages.
I don't want to know. Look.
Yeah, I mean, it started off pretty tame until Sasha arrived, and then, I mean, you two did get a bit carried away. OJ just dipped, so...
Alex, please. What do you mean you can't find OJ?
We were about to call it a night, to be honest, and then production rocked up after the quarterfinals, and you were just giving it large.
You were the man with a plan. Honestly, I felt kind of bad for OJ.
Look, I don't want to stress you out or anything. You are kind of keeping 15,000 people waiting.
Please tell me you can get me to Cologne right now.
Oh, calm down, all right? I got a backup plan. I know a couple of guys.
All right. Hit that shit.
This is extraordinary! I'm on my way, Cologne! Let's go! Woo! Fuck yeah. Go next.
Only 2 teams are remaining here in this tournament. We've got semifinals upon us. The biggest game that you could possibly ask for in the world, right here, right now. Live in the flesh. If you are in Cologne, you are doing the right thing. If you're watching at home, there is nothing better for you to do right now than sit back and get ready for Team Spirit. Please welcome to the stage your second. Please welcome to the stage. It's Team Falcons!
cracking the vitality code in the quarters. For Falcons, you might already feel like you have slayed that final boss, but do not be fooled, because this is a Spirit who have displayed unholy levels of resilience already here in Cologne, and they've had your number in the games that matter. This is where Carrigan Janko, he must show this is a new face of Falcons.
And he's been here before, Freya. The first CS2 major in Copenhagen. He took down Donk and Zaibu on his way to a grand final in different order, albeit. So that's when he does his best work, going up against the best players in the world.
Both these teams are chasing greatness here, and it feels ever so doable right now. With Vitality being eliminated and FURIA waiting in the final, this match kind of brings that extra spiciness, and with so much skill between these players, are bound to see some crazy clutches, crazy calls, and crisp openings. And those calls are exactly what I'm looking for between Magix, we see on the screen right now, and Carrigan, who is filled with experience and can create round seemingly out of thin air. Whatever happens right now, let's break some records.
Just one more superstar. That has always been the narrative when we're looking at the likes of Falcons. But who would have thought that just the fact that we get Carrigan in the fray, that it's not a superstar, but it's a super in-game leader that is now taking Falcons to a whole new level. He has his chance of making the 3rd consecutive grand final for Falcons. And on top of that, Carrigan, as the first player in history, has a chance of making it his 6th major grand final appearance. And why not make that one today?
Carrigan is back. Him and Nico reunited at a major, but on the other side, destroyers of dreams in Team Spirit. They don't care about your storylines, and they came today to play.
The glaring absence for Nico that beckons to be filled. A title attained for Donk in his rookie year, yet chased by Nico for over a decade. Titans collide in the Cathedral tonight.
Counter-Strike. 2015, Cluj, a teenage Nico's first major outing. Limitless potential and a future that seemed undeniable. 2018, Boston, a map away, a round away from immortality. The clock starts ticking. 2021, Stockholm, his 2nd and last major final, infamous for all the wrong reasons. And that clock still marches on. New talents rise, new stars are born, and times they start to change. The one trophy that defines legends has remained out of reach. Enter Donk in his rookie year, hits like an explosion, collects a veteran's trophy cabinet, a major trophy, a major MVP, world #1 ranked player, cut from the same cloth, the same DNA, and only this time the pace rapidly accelerated. Now on a collision course, the veteran that's been racing the clock for a decade versus the prodigy that outran it in months. Tonight they clash for their chance at the major grand final!
Nine times in a row, Nico and Monacy beat Donk in a head-to-head across G2, across Falcons, but at the major stage in Budapest, everything changed. Spirit got a leg up. They humiliated Falcons on that stage, and they have hit hard every time it matters since. Rio playoffs, Astana final, a BO5 that Spirit swept over this Falcon. And so the question today is, do things change for the Falcons? Can they finish what they started? Taking down the world #1 yesterday is great, but it only matters if you continue on this trajectory. Team Spirit had to fight hard to get here. A never-ending 5-hour match against G2 in the quarterfinals left them bruised, left them exhausted, but hungry as ever to defend their trophy here in Cologne. Anubis, our first map. Mirage next, Dust Decider. Lanxess, are you ready? Let the semi-finals begin.
T-side Spirit get to be the guys setting the pace, setting the tone at which this semi-final operates. And already they're wasting no time making their presence known. Quick play out towards main, but this is all a little ruse. Bomb waits back over towards middle. They're going to keep Falcons guessing throughout the start of Anubis. Nico and m0NESY haven't moved a muscle. Ethan, the call from the get-go.
It's tense. But eventually the onus is on Spirit to make this move. Tess is alone in the heavens. Spirit charge in.
Nico onto the dome straight away, but m0NESY lives up to his end of the bargain out here in middle. Those dual Berettas tear through Team Spirit. As they go looking for any semblance of control, the net only grows tighter around Spirit to start the semis. Falcons choke him out, pistol round secured, 5 alive at the end of it.
Yeah, still two struggling teams in pistols across this tournament so far, even into the playoffs. Yesterday for Spirit, it was decided off of force buys more often than not. So important for Falcons to lock that in because they have struggled in their second rounds. Team Spirit take the breather. Full eco coming in. Glocks across the board. Consider this a 2-for-0 start. Chance to settle your nerves on the stage. And you can't say Spirit don't have that experience. And I'm not even talking about last year. Just yesterday, spending 5 hours in a battle against G2. It was meant to be a lopsided quarterfinal. Spirit were put to the test. They still have some leveling up to do against the Falcons, who have that faith, and that goes a long way.
I think it's almost hard to quantify when it comes to Team Spirit with the game they had, both to get them into the Lanxes, but also their first one with this squad up on the stage. 2 very drawn-out games versus opponents you like to think they should be beating easy. But on one hand, they show the resilience, right? The ability to claw it back. They do that without a coach.
And I think that's a key takeaway for me. It's the fact that they did win those games, right? You can credit, or you can question the accomplishment of Spirit, how difficult those games were, how difficult they should have been. But at the end of the day, faced with multiple overtimes, multiple elimination points, Spirit still weathered the storm. That is resilience. That is what you need to win. That is what Falcons have struggled with prior to Carrigan joining this roster. And so Spirit know they can win from any position. First gun round now. Falcons have a couple of moves in play. Late flashes on this B site get them aggressive.
Anthony is hanging around for exactly this. This is a move that Falcons like to pull in. These are flashes that m0NESY coined. No contact from the back of it. Ends in a stalemate out towards B.
It's time and attention wasted. It draws Spirit into this B bomb site. Donk ran through that molly just to stop the Falcons push. And that first duel might be between Donk and Kiyosuke. Static on this B site, playing in the open. Spirit keep up appearances, utility into middle. Magic's kicking up a fuss, but this B bomb site is the object of their desires. And Kiyosuke has fallen for it.
And Carrigan here. One man against a sea of Team Spirit players. Smoke's gonna buy you a couple more seconds, but the rest of the Falcons are a long way from home. Group, they'll clear out middle. This one smoke has bought so much time.
They can move now.
And so they start to rotate bodies over, and a lot of them at that. Spirit losing the timing on this site hit. Reinforcements arrive. It's Kiyosuke with the spot. Nico, though, first to strike. And this chokehold has to get broken. Donk and Shiro come through with entries. Magic's now spotted. Knows about Carrigan. Captain's clash, and he comes out on top, but it's Tessa's fast flank, trying to reel it in. Time real low, they need this kill, and Donk bails them out.
Cannot believe Spirit win that round. Falcons did everything right at the start. They don't fall for the tricks. They re-clear middle. They have a stack on that B-bomb site, but they give away so much space to Team Spirit. Spirit just walk all over them. Very impressive. A late round clutch out here from Donk & Co. Falcons can't celebrate too soon. Success of Pistol. Already coming down to this one money-breaking round.
Always trying to make a move. Always trying to push the boat out, but they'll go right into all of Spirit. Openers gifted. And you might just look to try and play this one with a bit of pace. 2 quick entries. One more man lies in wait. It's Nico on the chopping block. Teammates again a long way away, and so Nico needs to do something spectacular. It's damaged, but Donk's gonna best him in that head-to-head.
Spirit are so comfortable and in being patient in these scary moments. They get a lot of entries, they get spotted. Falcons are moving all over the map, they're flanking from B. Spirit are fine to sit back, relax, and acclimatize, get that second wave of utility in. Nico's just standing there stuck in the open, not knowing when he's going to get swung, and Spirit able to do it with ease. This is a really good sign for Donk starting strong. It's super hard to characterize that game from him yesterday, because while he goes and gets 40 kills across Mirage, it didn't feel like the Donk that we see every day. He was getting traded a lot. G2 had a lot of plans on how to deal with him, 1-for-1s in many, many rounds, and we know for Donk, that's not what he wants. So already starting off both these gun rounds with a couple of massive entries here from Donk. Let's put Spirit in the right place. Falcons saving guns, that's all they'll have next round. Slow and steady for Spirits.
Yeah, no issues here for them out of the gate. The slower style lending itself well to the aggressive move that Falcons have looked to make. All sitting up top of the board. I mean, it's everything you like to see if you're a Spirit fan. The 2 hero guns to work with here. Carrigan, Yasuke. And found playing together here. They're worlds apart. But Carrigan dead first. That's one of those rifles removed. Even though you're going to scramble a stack in place here, play a bit of a gamble, Spirit are in no position where they've got to commit. Plenty of time left. And maybe expecting a stack. Donk will hang around. Ooh, well swung. That proves to be one too many. Zontic's going to try and tame them here, but that molly forces you back. Now weapons retrieved.
Spirit are between 2 minds. They want to stop these guns from getting picked up. They also want to run the bomb away. So while they get this MTB bomb site, they still are trying to fight main. Will that feed more weapons to the Falcons as running decoys for them manage another kill? No way Kiyasuke does this all on his own.
Look who's ahead of the curve on this rotation. Nico already in position. This is not a round that they were meant to win. Tania left in this all alone. He's got the time to go for a bomb plant. But up until now, this whole round has been built around setting up Kiyasuke. 3 players about to face him. And that first shot not connecting. There's the crushing blow. Modesty the one to deal it. That is not the round that Falcons are meant to pull through on. But every step in the way, they've got unshakable faith in their rookie.
Yeah, just Tessa's wide swinging. Kiyasuke peeks off of him. Monacy does the same. Everyone puts their life on the line for this rifle to find the glory. And Kiyasuke, with 3 kills, gets him out of there with ease. They run so he can walk it over the line. That's a shocking round to lose. And you see those POVs of Spirit looking shook, trying to track that spray.
And where with Falcons in the past, we so often used to home in on the unthinkable rounds they lost. Since Carrigan moved in, it's the unthinkable rounds they win. And this is where I think the lack of a coach for Spirit
really could come to hurt them. We've been giving Magix a hell of a lot of praise up until now. He's played a lot of close games on this run to get to this semi-final. For his first outing at the major as a captain. But if there ever was a game where you're going to really feel the burn, the lack of a coach, it feels like it's destined to be this one.
And first time in the Lanxess as well for Magix. It's almost surprising to hear, right? We saw this guy on a major stage back in Team Spirit in 2022 against Carrigan in that Antwerp game. And so experience, but also incomparably so to the Falcons captain. Already a spanner in the works here with Falcons winning that eco round. Spirit. Got to keep it tight here. Running low on util already, but slowly gaining space. They've got that mid control. Falcons haven't really vied for it at the beginning of any of these rounds, and Magix has got the read. He has pushed all the way through as Spirit get ready to assault B.
Monacy and Kiyosuke here. Side by side, it's the Orb looking for an opening, and they'll strike in tandem. Monacy puts a bit of distance between himself and Main. This spam's coming close, and it won't be enough to thwart him. Shiro gets rid of that AWP.
Flank is in.
This is all the while Magix was working an entirely different angle, out through middle. Bomb rotates around to try and join him, and he's in a position to try and throw the timings through a loop. Carrigan dead on that rotation. This boost allows Tesses to catch them both! And so a bit of ingenuity goes a long way. Tania again thrust into a clutch. This time he's got two 1v1s in front of him. Player from main, player from mid. He'll battle forward, goes looking for Tesses, and can't reel him in.
Oh, Nico happy to set up his players, even setting up his support staff. Tesses over the top with a triple kill, and Tania in another clutch. That's not the guy you want in the clutch here for Team Spirit. He's looking uncomfortable. He was meant to be the hard-headed entry, keen to run in first, be alongside Dong, taking over a lot of these entry duties on the T side at times. But looking very uncomfortable in these 1vx's is Tania. He was the hole yesterday in Team Spirit's bucket on that CT side. And so you do not want that continuing here in this semi-final, as Falcons pounce and win more and more difficult rounds. Spirit finally broke. Triple B on the anti-eco. Again, Falcons lean away from the middle of the map. At what point will Spirit really start to abuse that position? As the desk was setting up, so many uncertainties on this map for Falcons, mainly because only saw Carrigan pull it through here at the major. Didn't touch it at Astana. 3 wins in a row. Tight wins, but wins nonetheless for the Falcons here at Cologne. Make that 2 rather. Na'Vi and Vitality both going into overtime.
Tight set on this B play, but that's where the stack is for the Falcons. One step ahead. This is a mowdown. Not an inch of ground gained for Team Spirit. And so a commanding lead building up at the start of this semi-final. Breakthrough round coming off the hero guns. And that's where the fortunes have changed a bit for the Falcons. Able to respond even on the back of that Magix mid flank. Now in control over the money. They've got Spirit in a vulnerable position, trying to collect as much as they can on this CT half before the swap.
It's looking very calm right now for Falcons. This is one of the more aggressive moves we've seen. Nico pushed up close in the middle. He's got support of Orb. Honestly, never far away. Kiyosuke really all eyes on him on this B site, because side by side with Carrigan, who, yes, has added a lot of the intangibles for Falcons, but we've still seen the struggles as an individual, especially on his CT side, holding positions. Nico. That molly falls just shallow. Spirit avoid the extra damage. Magic's already down low. Zontic's got to be careful.
That nade has not deterred Nico from playing this aggressive stance out towards mid. Available for a quick drop down should they need him.
That molly miss is huge.
Yasuke will get flushed out of there at least. It's going to give over this control. Dark taken by Team Spirit. Eyes set on the B play again. Been the real object of their desire to start this semi. 3 strong for the Falcons. They're in position. They're ready for this. Smoke's obscure. Spirit get to play behind them, hoping that Chance spam can connect. Donk doesn't need to leave it to Chance. One rattling through. Carrigan's play through the smokes gets denied. Nico, he's done a lot of damage. He finishes off Donk in that head-to-head. And Monacy and Tessez, do they still feel interested in this? They lose Monacy on that check. Nico swung, Spirit bite back.
Falcons are everything they have at Donk there. He is down to 7 health as he gets that first kill over the smoke onto Kiyosuke, no less. Shiro triple in that post part, hunts down Monacy, hearing him jumping about in temple. And even takes that AWP. So now we have Shiro armed and even more dangerous here in this playoff game. Need big things from Shiro today. Des talked about his struggles on stages at times. But drop off or not, him and Donk are undeniable. Still reassuring signs from Donk to kick off this game. No reason to call the alarm.
No, I mean, this kind of stressful position that the Falcons have put Spirit in could dissipate very, very quickly with another well-placed rifle round. Suddenly you're back on top in this T side. You'll be able to streak some rounds together, make something of it after all. It does very much hinge on winning this one.
Yeah, make no mistake, Falcons half is already done. They've already locked in enough. This is all just bonus play at this point on CT side Anubis. You don't want to lose that momentum going into a pistol round. Spirit again, slow and steady in A main. Shiro holds, looking for Monacy, who has been in a new position every time on this AWP.
And they've been running the triple B for a little while. Not uncommon to see you make a bit of a play for info, but that doesn't look to be the case. Instead, Carrigan leaves on rotation, goes back to pick up middle. That means this 2-man hold isn't getting any support anytime soon. Luck being thrown in from Tania right as Falcons try and aggress through main. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Carrigan with a very awkward fight out there towards middle, and Tessez getting sandwiched there on either side of him. Players out towards main. It's Shiro closing in on that AWP, but a free kill out in the open. This is a layup for this A-plant, 3v2. And even though Falcons are moving over, their money on the line here. They know going for this and coming up short gives Spirit a way back into the half.
And that resmoke just denies it. It immediately calls it off here for Falcons. Unless they find a kill on a lurker, they're not going for this round. So Spirit with a bit of extra util, it goes a long way in ensuring this round and sending Falcons on their merry way out. This is already looking like an exciting head-to-head in middle between Carrigan and Magic's. Definitely an ugly fight for Carrigan, but gets there at the right time. That's Magix, who continues to exploit this gap of middle. No one really playing it late in these gun rounds. So he's able to walk right through on this A split. The machine of Team Spirit chugging along on this T side, getting the job done.
Right, a bit more early aggression. Feeling like maybe they've been a little too blind in some of these rounds that have gone by. They were scared out of going for this early on, what with Spirit just holding this default, ready to punish any aggressive move. Falcons, it's felt like wherever they have tried to get stuck in, they've gone waiting. Well, they've gone into the waiting Spirit forces. This time it's a far bigger grouping out towards middle. Maybe trying to catch Magics on some of these mid lurks. But they hear space getting taken away out towards main. B is on an uncertainty right now for the Falcons. They've got no idea what's going on that half of the map. They're really only prepared for this mid fight. Bit of an A-side lean. So as the bomb links up with Magics, it is going in to the Falcons, but they're moving away. Maybe the worst possible time on this. Tess says with the spot. Odyssey's Orb's already gone. A mid now taken. Where does Spirit want to end this? They've got Zontix floating around main, but it feels like they're going to walk this bomb through Temple. That will put them within earshot of this Monacy Orb.
Hey, maybe you're thinking it's just Magics. You're not ready for the whole squad right now walking in through this B flank. Monacy takes space. He knows someone's coming in at least. So Falcons try and clear out more of the map. They realize that nothing's down in water. Does that save them? Does that help them? It doesn't look likely. Karrigan picks up the big green, but Spirit are all over this bomb site. They can run him down. Util flies in the face of Karrigan, and he's already thinking about that save because his team are ready to get cut off. Shiro missed shot. They're charging him down. Might need some help here. This is a double AWP here for Falcons. Something for later, maybe. As Spirit take the round, Falcons leave with loot. Realization was there for Falcons. It just dawns upon them too late. And so perfect call from Magics. We were waiting to see if mid would be exploited. This is the perfect round for it.
Yeah, this is a real game of cat and mouse right now between these two squads. Everyone trying to find these timings. And right now it's Spirit coming up with them. Magic seemingly securing every gap for Team Spirit. And now you got this double AWP to work with. Wasn't really in the repertoire, wasn't really what you were looking for, but gifted an AWP from Shiro. Falcons decide to play with it. Karrigan picks up that second AWP.
Yeah, it should be on the B side here. Monacy's going to be floating, might go for a pick. Might just set up a main. Good util in middle. Spirit know that Falcons want to probe this part of the map now and keep some presence there. And so Spirit might just go for something called out of spawn. It's looking like they're surrounding this B bomb site for a hit.
All right, that's quick from Karrigan. Kiyosuke here to help him out. And he's now scoped up, ready for a swing out through dark. Gets the spot at least. Actually goes back to look for this. Karrigan, what? Making magic happen on the AWP. Donk left up. Will the Karrigan AWP be able to stop him? No! Donk's on his way to something. That Monacy Molotov. It takes fire to fight fire. Stops Donk cold in the clutch.
Oh my goodness, a 1v5 coming out of nowhere. Donk with a beautiful spray. And of course it's Util to stop him because you can't outshoot this guy. Donk nearly doing something dastardly in this B-bomb site, but it's the Karrigan second AWP that keeps Falcons above water.
You can almost feel the Monacy influence. He's been watching him a lot. That was quick.
Yeah.
That is not what you expected from the Karrigan secondary AWP.
Oh,
and now he's feeling it a little. Pushed all the way through main. Had Kiyosuke in behind him. Trying to go for that early pressure again, but once more, it's handed away these openings.
Spirit have done that setup a couple times. They've been waiting for that move. They know the Falcons have a couple tricks up their sleeve here on CT Anubis, and so a double B push shut down by Spirit, and the round just falls into their lap. The only job now is to just not drop it. And while Falcons could make a full gamble, hedge their bets, they are still uncertain to do so. Nico hangs around in his position. Monacy ready to react. And Tesses wants to play his nades, so he gives up a main. Timing miss for Monacy. Tania on the edge of the scope, but the time is good. Hits that shot. Now they hear the util come in. They know where Spirit are going.
m0NESY's going to get here in time through that util. Tess says, buys you a couple more seconds. m0NESY AWP up next. Giving an elbow, can't quite find it. Still, this 5v3 advantage getting squandered now. Falcons in pole position. Takes on Tix and Shiro to try and wrestle this one back under their control. And all the way through till Nico falls, Spirit regain control. And this semi-final's living up to the hype. We are split right down the half to start things off.
Oh wow, there's the first bomb frag. Nico gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no help on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Nico do it again?
It's all on the line here in the Lanxess. 2 teams vying for Championship Sunday, a best of 5 and a major trophy here on Counter-Strike's biggest and best stage. It's Team Spirit looking to defend their title here in Cologne, or Falcons looking to win as finally promised as karrigan joins this roster. You think the hard part is done. They took down Team Vitality yesterday. But Spirit say to themselves, we're just getting started. This one's heating up, slow and steady. Anubis first map, Falcons pick in their pocket, but Spirit are here halfway.
Yeah, Spirit, we're down to try and foil some of the Falcons' antics with slow, grueling rounds. Well, Falcons inject a bit more chaos into this T side. Shiro, he's certainly making an aggressive move, as are the rest of Team Spirit, to open up in this pistol. But it feels like that drop down was heard. Falcons don't commit anyone out through the rugs yet. Now they get this spot. They see multiple players down here in the water. This is where the round is fought or lost. Trades back and forth. Magix turns the tide. Ooh. Doesn't need to hang around. He's got teammates nearby to try and cover this. It's Kiyosuke and it's Nico. The new and the old, side by side for the Falcons. Donk out of the picture, Shiro as well. These are the two heavy hitters for Team Spirit, watching from the wayside as this pistol still hangs in the balance.
Zontix is meant to be ice cold in these positions. We've seen Tania struggle in them. And Falcons might test the sole player on this A-bomb site. Bit of patience first. Spirit start to make a move, and it couldn't be better timed. Look at Magix go. Falcons are walking in, but they don't know that door is closing behind them. Zontix, any step heard is only going to speed up his captain's move. He plays full retake on this site.
Yeah, trying to lend as much time to Magix as they can. I know he's got the element of surprise right now. Bomb even planted open. Magix could try and swing out to deny this, but they get into these post plants. Kiyosuke with the spot. And so this big element of surprise move that Spirit were waiting for has now been rumbled. Next two to play. Zontix and Tania side by side out through the camera into this crossfire, and it all goes against them. Magix 1v2, and it's not going to happen. Kiyosuke delivers big in the pistol.
Massive round here for the Falcons. Both pistols in their pocket in this map pick, and very calmly done by the capable Kiyosuke. Nico walks around the world with him. Falcons swim ahead with the lead again. Full eco again for Team Spirit. Falcons just redeeming these freebie rounds. And that was chaos. That was the Carrigan call. Come through that stair smoke. Everybody jumping down rugs after seeing Spirit take control. Falcons not afraid. Team playing with bravado and with the confidence of a squad that just beat the world's best. Carrigan's just a probe here, trying to figure out if this site is truly clear. Bomb can come in, or it can rotate out, depending on how hard Spirit rotate to this position. They've still kept Magix on the other side of the map, but Carrigan's calling. He has so much room. He is up in heaven, and he hasn't seen a soul. Takes two with him. Through the smoke come pistols, but Falcons, no problems. 4v2, this one's a lock.
Yeah, Donked Eagle patrols up here towards heaven. But he's got 4 rifles ready to try and deal with him as soon as he plays his hand. Odyssey up close gets spotted. Donk can't get his bearings on that Deagle, and with Magix dead, no issues there for the Falcons. It's a clean conversion and a lead locked in.
Yeah, I'm not looking scared in the slightest, but does that change hitting full rifle rounds here now for Spirits? Shiro Orp will have to wait. Team Spirit, a couple of cold players, a couple of slow starts. Donk and Shiro punctuating the scoreboard. But otherwise, still waiting for more.
Support here, not alone as he tries to hold down middle. Magic's nearby, and that nade keeps the advantage belonging to Spirit. Acceleration out here towards main. Nico making ground. Smoke slows his roll. Shiro hiding out towards the fountain, gets here very, very quickly. A move not spotted by the Falcons, so as he plays out, that catches them by surprise. Guns come through for Spirit, and with it, a key round to try and turn the tide.
A lot of decisions made very quickly, but made perfectly here for Spirit. Smoking that Molotov from Nico, they pull back. They're able to recommit. Zontix does a great bait for his teammate, costs him his life. But on the pillar, easy trade for Team Spirit, puts them in the advantage. And Magic just keeps pushing the boat out. He keeps flanking, he keeps poking Falcons. Causing a lot of nuisance here is the captain of Team Spirit. As the Falcons bank empties out, it's Karrigan, Glock, armor, Nico with the only AK. While FURIA waiting that final, it always felt like the quarters, the semis, this side of the bracket were going to be the hardest challenge for the team that makes it all the way. It's hard to avoid the elephant in the room that Nico is eyeing up that major trophy. And what a difficult one it would be. Vitality, Spirit, FURIA, Counter-Strike's Elite. Can anyone on Spirit stop this play?
Magic's not a bad way to get the ball rolling. m0NESY responds with two of his own. And so quickly this triple stack is reduced just down to Shiro. He'll hold the line for a moment, or maybe more than a moment. Shiro gets it done. Magic's arriving just as he's supposed to. And that force for the Falcons doesn't leave much of a mark.
Oh, doesn't it just feel like Magic has the perfect read of the game at this point? He has just pushed B main in the silence at a minute mark and walks right behind the Falcons. Not only does that tell you it's going to be an A play, he gets a free kill in middle. His whole team are fast rotating, and Shiro's rifles have been very commendable across these couple of playoff games. He's had some big moments on AKs and M4s. He did the same yesterday with an ace against G2. Massive moment from Shiro. Magic's not getting scared yet. He drops into the water. Spirits start to take space back.
And you can imagine it's a very jarring tonal switch here between these halves. Spirit went from being super passive on their T side to now really aggressive across this CT half. And it's Magic's acting as the tip of the spear. This is a rookie captain, been in the squad for a long time, sure. Re-added, given that captaincy post his removal. And he's called some fantastic rounds across this major run. But to do it now versus Karrigan, I mean, that would just be groundbreaking, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's not the guy you're meant to outcall here, especially with the pieces in play for the Falcons. Magic's at times has even said he didn't feel like he had the trust off that 90 game that put Spirit in the playoffs. More overtimes, more madness, and more doubt lingering for Spirit, but how can you doubt him now? Time and time again, got them through the overtimes against G2, called them back out of a 12-9 map. Magic still has to hold his own as an individual, but as the players walk through the smoke, those kills are on a plate. Magic's and Don combine for a double, and Falcons round goes out the window.
Oh, hello, Nico with a bit of a timing.
Had to take it though.
Walk through that con smoke. But the longer he takes, Magic's now gun on. It gets his head ripped off.
Donk's in trouble, he's low.
It's m0NESY here alongside him. Him and Nico ready to play out at a moment's notice. Goes in now looking for Tania. Oh, can't find him. And he gets to swing out for a couple of freebies now as m0NESY left in the clutch. Surely not. 5 points of health. You'd look at this and say it's impossible. Bomb dropped over at main. He might just have to win this with these gunfights. Smoke down instead. m0NESY tries to turn this into a long, drawn-out round. But at 5 points of health, one smoke spam. Any point of damage, that's m0NESY's round over. And a lead building for Team Spirit. What's the read? What's the angle? Where does he think Zontix and Shiro have gotten to?
coming back. If he's caught in the open, this one's done.
Needs to be clinical. Oh, nearly misses that timing, but just about skirts away in the dark. Still, they're out through the temple. They're in the bomb site now. Net tightens around Monacy. A shot away from certain death. There's the spot, and on that swing, gives it up.
There's just so much respect in this server. Every single player must be feared, must be careful. Spirit do that so slowly, so cautiously, tracking him down in the 2v1. No one willing to swing out on their own. Look at the sweat on Sonic's forehead. This one's getting scary now for Falcons. A key gun round shut out by a little pocket play, pushing through that B main smoke, puts Spirit in the 5v3, and they convert despite Monacy's best efforts. And so 4 rounds in a row since Spirit found guns on this CT side of Anubis. This was meant to be the magic for Falcons, coming through with this punish pick. A map that Donk himself has said he doesn't like. He's called it random. Right now, Spirit, slow and steady, are just 3 rounds away from stealing it away. Pistols now for Falcons. Do we get any explosive rounds in this game, or is it all cat and mouse?
Nico was trying to beckon them into a fight, hoping he could find something with the Deagle early. When that's not provided, you know, you just got to leave this to your sight here. Team Spirit playing very reserved here. No, they're only up against the pistols. Again, going to attempt this boost in the mid-round. There's no one here for Monacy to find on this Deagle. Everywhere the Falcons have looked, Spirit have stayed out of their crosshairs. They've remained elusive. Is that about to change as Tania skirts out towards mid?
Just went for a clear and then leaves. And that puts him in the right place.
3 over towards B for Team Spirit. Another correct gamble, but that's one hell of an opening. Kiyosuke's Deagle delivering one. Tania comes barreling through, trying to offer up assistance, but they've spotted him. They beeline right for him. Pick up on Magic's. Tania needs something. Can't regain control. So this fleet of entries provided by Kiyosuke puts the Falcons back in a fighting position. Celtics and Shiro still looking interested. How committed can they really get to this? The odds so overwhelmingly against them as they brace for this retake. There's that swing, and this decides it. Everyone peeks together.
What a
Kiyosuke's golden round to try and stop this spiraling out of control.
And it's onto Donk as well. What a cracking headshot from Kiyosuke to open up that B bomb site. These are the 2 top T-side performers of this stage. Kiyosuke and Donk, phenoms in their own right. And Kiyosuke constantly chasing him. On that round overtakes him. Falcons are still in this game, winning their eco. Cheeky. Donk ready to trade Magics if things go awry. That molly traps Magics in position. Easy shot for Kiyosuke. Adjusts well. Blocks the door. Donk could not come through. Good deed. Unpunished. Falcons just sit back and relax. They shut the door again. Smoke down. You can't have this 4v4. You must sit in the disadvantage. Spirit have been very commendable in these 4v5s.
changing their mind on the gamble.
This is nice. They just re-cleared middle. They're going to go put their pieces in the right place. Still, you've got to fight your way out this round.
If you come up short, you're broke. Suddenly you hand Falcons back the lead. The stack is in the right place. And this round worth so much. Donk only good for one. Tanir tries to make the round-saving play. Through these smokes, he'll get spanned out. And Shiro on the other end of the map has no part to play. Falcons with a breakthrough. Kiyasuke back-to-back openings to try and be the difference maker, and now a tie game.
And the wealth of talent is making the difference here for Falcons, right? In these moments, there's so many different players you can rely on. Nico comes out with 2 kills there. Monesi's had moments. Kiyasuke we just saw. And somehow Tessus is still top of the board, sneaking up there. Spirit, with the exception of a couple of multi-kills from Donk and Shiro, it's been a team game. It's been Magic's calls. It's been strong positions. Shiro does hold his orb. That's something here for Team Spirit, but Falcons have leveled the playing field.
And your worry now is that they've done more than that, right? Shiro has this AWP. Money isn't really there on anyone else to put much into this round. Gonna be a couple of pistols at most.
Не теряйте голову, 3 в 5 мы доиграем. Все, пацаны, круто. Продолжаем в том же темпе. Эмоции нас не поглощают. Это не наша карта, мы ебем их, пацаны.
Shiro trying to inspire. It's fight and talk. But can he walk the walk? He's the guy with the hero gun. He's the guy with the golden AWP. An aggressive line to try and start this round.
Do Falcons just walk in though? Should be primed by a flash. Patience on this T side. Good grenades. And an aggressive flash set up here by Tanir. So if Sontics wants to just jump it, he can. Off the back of Shiro's shots. Meanwhile, mid-control for Falcons, and they're doing it late in the round when no one's here again. Just Donk moving in, but P250 armor's all he got to play for. Falcons have found nothing. Maybe this threat of middle is enough just to walk back towards B main. Leave a lurker and trust in your numbers. That smoke will keep Spirit guessing.
It's a nice idea for Karrigan, right? If you're anticipating an A-wood lean, if you're anticipating a stack out towards this side of the map, that draws all the attention over the way, seeing that smoke down in Temple. And so this has been a game where Magic's had a bunch of fantastic calls, but here we get to see a bit of brilliance for Karrigan. That one smoke just misdirecting everything for Team Spirit.
It had no intention of using middle. It's just so late in the round. Spirit have to make the gamble. They go, surely, if they're blocking Temple, they're coming camera. But no one was entering middle there for Falcons. It was just a means to an end, an MTB bomb site. Team Spirit coming in to try and scramble some guns at the end of the round, look to inflict some damage. Shiro needs to keep his AWP. Otherwise, anyone else, free range, send him in. I think Spirit letting Falcons sable their guns here might come back to haunt them later in this game.
It really could. I mean, look at the money. It's already in a problematic spot, right? You got Kiyasuke, Karrigan, both at $5+ grand.
I'm not breaking
That's going to tick on up now. And as you get later into this game, the idea that your opponent becomes unbreakable, that is a terrifying feat.
They just really didn't have a lot of money. They felt like they needed that armor to buy up full in this round, right? We had 4 players with Kevlar. So Spirit, in order to get rifles and full nades, that is the decision they have to make. They're going to keep those SMGs, keep some for later. Shiro keeps his AWP. But make no mistake, this is a must-win round for Team Spirit, or Falcons will pocket their map pick. I like that we also heard Shiro just talk in that timeout, you know, say, look, it's not our map pick, and acknowledgement that this one was never meant to be easy. You're relying on your home ground of Mirage and Dust 2 in the decider. But wouldn't it be nice just to make a game quick and easy for once? It's something Spirit haven't experienced here in Cologne. Not since that second stage. It has been a grind. Every game going the distance. Spirit really want this first engagement in middle. 2 SMGs are there. Falcons giving them nothing. So reblock comes in, Spirit reposition. Go for yet another gamble.
Shiro with a very well-timed clear right as Nico left that position. And now Donk starts to walk on through, hot on the heels of an A play with a backstab. See this util come down in mid. You know that Spirit are going to be a little uncertain. That's one hell of a catch for Nico. Line up for Tanir. Zontix hopes he can save a bit of face here. That's a massive double. Will it be enough? Monacy stabbed as Maddox comes flying in from nowhere, and Nico dead! Team Spirit do not go down easy!
It looks so good for Falcons, but I will say those SMGs actually do Spirit more good than harm. They get a lot of damage on that connector. Tanir able to just spam them down, making them soft and easy for Zontix body shots, and Magic's jumping the corner. Well, that's Magic's all over. Spirit survive. Said it a second ago, they're not going to break Falcons in this regulation. There will be back-to-back buys coming in. But that has kept Spirit in this first map. And they do it again without Donk, without Shiro. The evolution of the team in Spirit is clear.
I mean, you see the trust they have in each other in these moments, right? It's something that had to get forged on this grind of a run that you talk about. They do this all without a coach, without some veteran, long-standing, still behind the team with them. And so you've got to learn to trust the guy sitting next to you.
I like the idea of just walking down mid here for Falcons, right? It's been a chasm on both halves. No team has really played consistently towards the doors. That smoke comes in. Falcons do want to call its bluff. They are onto something. Nade will do damage, but Tanir can just get peeked here in camera. He's got to give it up. Not sure if he got that spot. They're shuffling away. Falcons are getting closer. Good shot from Tanir. Keeps this round alive. He's got more in store. Double for Tanir before the trade, but that's bomb in middle, and Monacy can't lose it.
Magic's doing what he so often does. The moment this info comes through, he instantly gets aggressive. And he's just going to play for the space. This is such a smart move from Magic's. Doesn't commit to the flank, doesn't commit to the backstab. The longer he waits, they're going to come to him. Carrigan! No way!
It's a hell of a time to find your 6th kill. We are 23 rounds deep. Carrigan has just put them back into 3-on-3.
Where does this end up? It's the question Spirit are asking themselves. They've gambled over towards B, leaving Zontix alone. Oh! Should have been the catch for Monacy. That would have been an empty A bomb site, but now Zontix gets to fall back, long this one out, try and play for the round.
Donk and Shiro nowhere to be seen, no moves being made. Monacy starts to peek, but Donk swings out the connector, finds that kill. 3v2, Zontix on his own.
It's Nico and Carrigan. The shock reunion trying to see through that 12th round for the Falcons, and they've got the full might of Team Spirit to go against. Carrigan, they're coming through right behind him, gonna get himself into a position out here towards heaven. Nico waiting back there in main. He's not planted for him, so he's got to be pretty active here. Has to be involved as they look for this cross. Nico can't chain them together, and so it's handed off to Carrigan in this clutch. Oh, this would be a time to find his footing on this stage. Been so quiet, so struggling, and shut down by Shiro. Nail biter of a defuse, but Spirit just get it. The man that hyped them up rounds ago. Shiro delivers in his clutch. And Spirit now with the chance to close on Falcons map pick.
Oh, this would throw the whole series into jeopardy. This would flip it upside down. This would put Spirit heavy weight, heavy favor for that defending title. Carrigan did so much, but he even got Shiro off the bomb and re-swings in the 1v1. You'd think he wouldn't fall for it, Shiro stunning shots. And Team Spirit take map point first. You don't break Falcons easy. They have more money. They have another buy. Do they have an overtime in store?
Can't ignore the difference m0NESY could have made on that AWP if even one of those shots had connected. He's got one more chance to put that AWP to work. This guy's meant to be your secret weapon.
I mean, Donk has been avoided in this game, right? Here he sits on this B site, surrounded by Falcons. That entry from Nico could change their tune. They start to pull back a bit. Carrigan checks mid, but m0NESY still moves forward, looking for his pick. Donk waits, unwavered in his position. Falcons coming in.
Magic's facing first, right into that AWP. Donk quelled, Tesses comes through with the opening. And 2 kills away from overtime. Falcons breathe a little easier. Shiro trying to make a hero play, comes through that smoke, but doesn't leave an impression. And Tania coming to terms with it. Surely this is not his round. Falcons doing more than enough. Looking to salvage an overtime. And after a string of misses from m0NESY, boy, does he rise to the occasion in round 24.
Falcons say you can't get rid of us that easy into overtime. They limp their way there. That was getting scary and hairy down the stretch, but into bonus play. And isn't it just where Carrigan does his best work? So let's see what Falcons can do. Starting off on the T side again, they keep the good times rolling. Team Spirit get tested on an underplayed map. Donk throws himself into the water, and they don't know where to look. Double-handed dink. m0NESY still found 2. How has he done that?
I mean, he's so wounded. 10 points of health, but look at Tesses go. Look at the room he's taken. And he's saying to m0NESY, look, I'm going to hold the fort as long as I physically can. Bring that bomb over right now. m0NESY is to be careful and considered every step of the way. A shot away from certain death. Full belt of util as he makes his way over. Even the chance now to use Spirit's own util against them down here in the connector. Spam for Zontix would be huge. Ooh. Does he want to give away his position? Break on this smoke. m0NESY's always hungry to try and force a fight.
So low.
But that bomb's got to go down. They're expecting a reaction. There's no move yet for Spirit. With each second they waste, Tania closes in on this backstab. They don't know about him in main. He's got the full element of surprise. Zontix drawing so much attention, it falls down to Tesses now to try and save this. Tania round that corner, and the last thing he sees, that AK, Tesses' hand, firing off for the first in overtime.
I can't believe Zontix goes there. He absolutely sells Tania down the river. That was a perfectly played slow 2v2. Tania gets there in time. Zontix swings out backside, giving away that kill. And Tesses, what a heroic play coming out through B main there. Talk about the difficulty of trying to be stable, to take risks, but to also just be a safe pair of hands. Towing a very fine line. But Tesses finds the space, makes the play, and wins the round for the Falcons. He is head held high, 22 kills alongside m0NESY.
I mean, Tesses just been having a monster major, right? Some of these games where he's just stood tall and delivered. It's the type of output you expect from a star. Maybe a bit of a pace change here for the Falcons. This one coming in quick.
First time all game.
These have been very drawn out rounds, and so now in OT, a round to the good. They feel like they can swap the pace up. Nico shooting ghosts. And that gives up his position. Just ease back into this 5v5. Nico hoping to make a move. Decisive with the first, lives to tell the tale, but not for long. It's Carrigan on that spray. Left to Shiro.
Can't lose your all.
Times are wasting. Money on the line. It's a round. He feels like he can't attempt. A clutch player, sure, but if you give that AWP away, it's not coming back. Falcons back-to-back rounds in OT, and Spirit are broke.
Well, That's a frustrating one. Shiro knows he has to save that AWP. I can't believe he's going for it as well. That is the pressure of this moment in this overtime. They are full broke for this last round. 2 MP9s, 3 M4s. Desperate times now for Team Spirit as Falcons surge ahead. Spirit had their chance to close this map, but Falcons grabbing back control. And m0NESY, you can remember his misses, but he's hit some spectacular shots to save Falcons in these rounds. Magic's up close. We saw MP9's got them through before. He's going to have to do it again. Donk, danger, caught by m0NESY. Magic's can't save ya.
One more man here, it's Shiro. But how much can he really resist this? They're all around him. This SMG put in a box. Rotate start to arrive. More hero plays might be required. Tanir gonna struggle for one back on this dark flank. Falcons far from comfortable. This one doesn't even feel like you're gonna get that bomb down. It's gonna come in with these fights. That's what it comes down to. Nico will deliver his. Attention now, as it's Nico and m0NESY 2v2. This was the duo, the signing that was supposed to elevate the Falcons. Ended up needing a bit more help. But these were the two that were meant to battle against Rops and ZywOo, Shiro and Donk. These big duos in the top squads. And they have outmaneuvered Team Spirit. They've got them doubting. They've made them second guess. Open bomb site, open bomb plant. And Falcons with all the time in the world to get comfortable.
Penny drops there for Falcons. They have an entirely open bomb site. There is no kit in play for Spirit. They're going to have to find one. They threw themselves around corners to get into this 2v2, but you have those star players of the Falcons in this late round situation. You wouldn't want anyone else. Missed shot from m0NESY. Going to swap off to the rifle. Tanir playing very late on this flank. Nico holds it, the line, locks it down with a clinical headshot. Tanir, no health, no time, no chance. This is a flawless half in overtime from the Falcons.
The calm they feel in that 2v2 when you look up and see who's left to pull through for you.
And it has felt like that all game long, right? We've had some of the high-performing Falcons players in these late clutches. For Spirit, it's been Tanir, it's been Zontix, it's at times been Magix. You've obviously not had Donk in these clutches. You rarely do. But Spirit can't match that output here in overtime. Whoa, Nico. Guy's got moves.
3 opportunities to close on your map pick. Kerrigan bringing out a classic, the Org, in their first of 3.
Had a quiet game, also had a couple of massive multi-kills. Not here to frag, here to lead. Here to get Falcons to a final, here to lift a trophy. And round by round, that's feeling more realistic. As Team Spirit just have to sit in it, needing a flawless half on this T side. It starts with an A attack.
Magic's late mid-lurk, gonna spring to life now. m0NESY dead after 1. It's Donk keeping the advantage, belonging to Spirit. Hasn't been left alive in a lot of these late rounds. You said that earlier, but here, no trade on Donk. He will be a problem to deal with later in this retake. Magic still causing chaos. Finally dealt with, but it doesn't leave you in much of a fighting position. Flashes are good. Shiro conceals himself, tries to hide away, has no say in the matter, but this is where you've got to deal with Donk. As Tess's up for the job, doesn't look like it. Donk on a tear.
Despicable time to kill for Donk. He doesn't even get a second to react. Nobody does. See ahead behind the site. Yours is off. Donk a double on that entry and stops the clutch in its tracks. A much needed round win to keep Spirit in this. And a game lacking of timeouts, because it has been neck and neck the entire way. Sonic calls his troops back, takes a breather here in this overtime as Falcons look to not fumble their 3-round advantage.
There's been a real variety in this Spirit T side, but I think one of the main consistencies has been these Magic's mid-lurks. They were game-defining, it felt like, in that original T side campaign. Even now, his double out towards mid, helping to turn the tide in that post-plant, stopping Falcons from amassing the retake fast enough. Wonder if they want to try and stick someone on him.
Just so much space getting taken every single round, and you know, Falcons every now and then would throw a double mid setup, would go for a fight, would put some pressure, some presence, but Magix has never been caught by it.
I mean, look at Monacy, he's just out on an island here watching for any mid control. Early volley of util, trading that out with Team Spirit. This time, they don't leave mid open. They always have a player with eyes on it.
Yeah, Odyssey has absolutely been the better AWPer in this map. Shiro has done more with rifles, I feel, than his AWP, and has definitely cooled off in these recent few rounds. Now would be a time to change that as he holds for the same. This mid-fight with the AWP not being given away. Magix takes that space again. Pressure on this B bomb site. Keep Falcons flustered. They throw their util. Spirit get that con control. They're about to dart in.
Open up for Kiyosuke. Why not make it a double? One back for Tanier, but they're fighting a losing battle here as they go into the stack. Shiro has reclaimed one on the other side of the map.
But there's more where that came from.
You're going to try and long this out. You realized you were walking right in to the talons of the Falcons. And so they try and change direction. Tanier and Shiro. The last hopes to keep this game alive.
My goodness, he's gonna get it! Shiro! Stutter step, hits that shot, bomb's gonna go down. Spirit able to stabilize in this post plant. Don't tell me Shiro's gonna do it all. They boost up one for the flank, but Carrigan's still gonna come in through the water, so this should be a free shot for Shiro.
Nails it, no doubt, no time.
Oh, they've misread it. They've completely misread it. They're in the open.
Oh my God, they don't know! Shiro hits the flank! Talk about a savior!
That almost goes very, very wrong. Team Spirit with a misunderstanding, and Shiro saves them again. We just said he was quiet in these last few rounds. Well, that is one hell of a way to make yourself known. 2 versus 4. Shiro finds every single frag. And the game-saving flick off the AWP keeps Spirit 1 round from another overtime. Falcons have nothing to show for it. They bring speed to this round. Nico drops in quick.
This was how Donk opened their CT. Half in this OT. Aggression. Bashiro holding for it. Not looking to set a foot wrong. Still riding the high. His big round in the one prior.
He stinks. But did he leave an AWP for later?
.5v4 up against a broken Falcons. Eyeing up a run back into another overtime. That's been Spirit's whole thing across these playoffs. Well, I think we're going to go A. There's a B stack right now for the Falcons. And I don't think they're changing their minds here. The walk back, eyeing up this A bomb site. Tessa's starting to feel the pressure as the mollies rain in. The full onslaught of util. One from his deagle. Can't find any more. And so bomb plant here, left to a retake, a man down. That's a crazy shot for Carrigan. Surely that kill isn't the one that gives you an edge. There's the backstab for Kiyosuke. Zontic's clutch required. If Spirit want to complete this and they've got him trapped, they've got him boxed in. Zontic shut down. Kiyosuke with a massive clutch to save the Falcons on their map pick. Their rookie, their star, so much faith in him as time and time again he delivers. It is said, a trophy tells the story of its era. This is our history. Katowice, Chrome Classic, inspiring. And then, of course, you have the postmodern era. Blast Paris Major 2023. Hideous. And so we, the DHL Esports Logistics Division, have decided no more lifeless geometry, no more sterile sculptures. A trophy should breathe. Behold the future of esports accolades. The world's first liquid trophy.
Why is it bubbling?
Because it's alive, Hugo. It breathes competition.
It's burning.
A world's first.
It's beautiful.
Now, due to its fragility and intricate brilliance, I will be hand-delivering the Cologne Major Trophy myself.
Or we could ship it.
The team expects it by 6 p.m. sharp. We missed the window, we missed the major.
You're joking, right?
Freya, this is no laughing matter. DHL have entrusted us to deliver esports history, and we always deliver. And with that, Freya, Hugo, you're riding shotgun with me.
What, really?
To Cologne. Yes, so strap in, team. As the old saying goes, all roads lead to Cologne. Mission Control, this is Flight Director Machine 1. We are 5 clicks away from Junction 7. ETA 42 minutes. Can I get a status update, please?
Roger that, Love Machine. We got eyes on the payload. GNC confirms you're about 8 minutes behind schedule. If we don't pick up the pace through Sector B, Cologne's gonna start without a trophy. Sponge 2 over.
Dumbass.
Whoa! Careful! That thing's sloshing around like a fishbowl.
Drive steady. Any movement could completely destabilize the operation.
We're late already.
What's going on?
They're currently at a red light.
How much time they got?
Boat leaves in 52 minutes.
For the love of Gaben, they're never gonna make it.
Watch out!
Oh, it's burning through the car!
On my leg!
Machine 1, comm check, do you read?
Clean this up, Hugo.
You were T-minus 52 minutes from the payload. Need to speed things up. We've hit turbulence.
They are literally in a van, Chad.
This is a 4-cylinder, state-of-the-art diesel vehicle, Trace.
My bad.
Sponge 2, do you read me? We've had a little hiccup, but we're back on track. Can we get a status update on lost time? Over.
Bear with me, Machine 1.
How quick do they have to drive to make it?
About 100 kilometers an hour.
100 kilometers? They can still make it. Machine 1, time to put pedal to the metal. full throttle, engines engaged. You can still make it.
We're not going to make it, Alex. GPS says 45 minutes. Boat leaves in 30.
I will make it. Hugo, engage thrusters.
Roger that, sir. It's leaking again.
Machine 1, talk to me. What is your position? I repeat, what is your position?
For the love of... Whoa! Why are you stopping? Look!
Unbelievable.
Oi! Get a move on! You know who we are!
Oh, I know exactly who you are, Mr. Richardson. Dear, oh dear. I thought I'd seen the last of you people. What are you doing here? Look at me. I've escaped this esports nonsense. Why can't you just leave me alone?
That's I live and breathe. So this is where you've been burying your head in the muck, is it, yeah? Running away from your colossal mistake.
Oh, great.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Here we go
What's
again.
the matter, mate? Price tag non-refundable?
Oh, you just had to bring it up, didn't you? You know that hurts me.
Mission Control, this is Birdie Girl. Looks like we've hit an obstruction.
Copy that, Birdie Girl. We'll assess and report back.
Why don't
Over.
you just leave this all behind? You can come join me in the woods.
Oh, what? Playing with the sheep? How cool!
Oh, you're pathetic, mate. I've had enough of this. Good luck to you.
I'll go hang out with your sheep. Sick one, mate.
Yeah?
Sheep man.
Wait. There's a DHL depot 2 kilometers north-northwest. If they cut through the field, they can still make the drop-off in time.
Wait, you want them to abandon ship, Chad?
Yes, Trace. It's time to go on foot. Machine 1. Star Command has found a depot 2 kilometers north-northwest. Please proceed on foot. I repeat, please proceed on foot.
That means run!
Run!
No, absolutely not.
We're running out of time, Freya. This is it.
Copy that, Sponge 2. We're going dark.
There it is! Oh my God! I can see it! There it is!
We're gonna make it!
Yeah! Careful! Watch your step! Oh! No!
Embarrassing.
We were so close! No.
Houston, we have a problem.
So, what do we do now?
Use last year's?
Let's clean it up a little bit, shall we?
Machine 1. We've had to abort mission. Trace has gone ahead and delivered last year's trophy. Over and out.
You see, told you. We always deliver.
I'm surprised it didn't burn your skin, boss.
That's the thing about leadership, Hugo. You gotta have thick skin.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here at Katowice.
double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
"24 teams came to Krakow, only 6 remain.
So let's test the acoustics.
New Year 2015. And that was the year where my brother gave me Counter-Strike. The first thing I wanted to do is just go and destroy everyone. Очень обрадовался, потом побежал за компьютер, там начал уже там все это выбивать все данные, там, можно заходить в игру, там настраивать что-то. Ну, понятное дело, потянулись такие другие игры, все было интересно, там World of Warcraft, там Dota. In 1 year I started playing Dota. Watching international, for example, every year was traditional with my brother. Started enjoying playing Dota more than CS for some reason. I had a friend with who I played online. All of a sudden we were playing 1v1 and I won him like once. I won him second time, and the next days he just deleted me and he said, I don't want to play with you anymore, and I had no friends other to play in Dota. So I started playing CS because I had my school friends. Да, мы делили компьютер. Я не могу так, ну, то есть он, давайте что-нибудь ему купим уже. То есть они постоянно с родителями ездили на дачу. Подумал, говорю, ну, ноутбук, короче, взять. Ну, Илье вроде решение это понравилось. Ему без разницы. Вообще было самое главное, чтобы мы что-то купили, чтобы он мог играть без меня.
I don't know, Mo. I'm just as confused as you are here.
Picking your Instaban at a major is a pretty brave move.
У нас есть план или нет?
Все нормально, доверьте.
Я не могу ждать 2 года.
Понял тебя, купи дигл. Дал дроп.
Дал дроп, дал дроп.
Дал дроп. Дал дроп.
Что мы, блядь, делаем?
А ты сам как думаешь? Граффити.
Now the bomb goes in, 40 seconds on the clock.
Вокруг всей карты.
Actually going to go around the world to come back through middle.
Такого еще никогда не.
Okay. Where's he off to?
The safest route possible.
This is the longest rotation.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh no. Oh no, tech issue mid-round.
This wouldn't happen at Blast.
He's playing off his teammates' screens. It still wins. Oh, they're gonna have to run this down long.
Воронка, воронка.
Straight up sprint, and here come the mollies.
They've created a passage.
A perfect line. Shiro ready off the flashy peaks. Oh!
Хорош, парни.
Every T's dead, the retake's underway, but the guy on site isn't the one with the kit.
This is over now. There's no time to get this done.
Oh, Magic's just sprinting as if he still has time. Yeah, all T's dead, CT's for the retake, but the kit's not where it needs to be. Wait, why? No, the kit! They pick it up, they find it on site, it's just the right amount of time. It's a delivery by Magix from the heavens.
Falcons take map 1, and I found some super fans all around. What's your names?
Mess. I'm Martin.
And
I'm Lucas.
And Lucas has been coming a lot to the events, always making these amazing displays, but I hear that you two have been fans of Counter-Strike for so long, and you've been to so many events.
Yeah, we've been to a lot of events during the years. It's a fifth or sixth? Fifth or sixth? I think it's 6 major. Yeah, six major, yeah.
6 major. Where are you from?
Denmark.
Well, I was gonna ask, yeah. But the thing is, you're wearing the Falcons jersey now, so I can only assume for one reason.
This is Kerrigan, you know. This is Kerrigan, well, of course. We follow Kerrigan, of course.
And you also follow Kerrigan.
Yeah, of course, for years now. Like, I can't remember when I started watching, but it's like, I don't know, almost 10 years now.
Yeah.
Hey, Kerrigan is just the GOAT, come on.
I'm as old as he is.
Exactly.
Come on.
Exactly.
Making
That's
friends.
only one goat. That's Kerrigan.
Forever, ever.
The best in-game leader, but we also miss Kadian. We miss Kadian. So Kadian, take yourself together.
If he's watching, we miss him. But tell me then, how is Kerrigan gonna win the major for Falcons?
How he's gonna win? He's gonna keep calm because Falcons needed calm. They needed to be calm during their mid rounds, and Kerrigan can give it to them.
Okay.
That's all they need.
Also, the most important thing, it's Nico time. It's very important. It's Nico time. He deserves it. He is so much.
Yeah, he deserves. Nico deserves it.
Yeah.
And you agree? I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you agree.
I think we all agree if you're a Counter-Strike fan. Thank you all so much. Let's go.
Falcons sit a map away from the IEM Cologne Grand Final. That ticking clock rages on as Falcons try to fulfill a destiny. Potential first major final for m0NESY, the first for Kyosuke, the first in 4 years for Tesses, and the first for Nico in 5 long years. Kerrigan is laser guided, laser focused, with only one destination on his mind: the major grand finals.
The Spirit expected this. Anubis was always going to be tough. It's time for home ground. A 7-map win streak on Mirage. Anubis in the rear view. They're here to defend their title. They have unfinished business in Cologne. They're chasing their own glory, their own legacy. Team Spirit's map, Team Spirit's chance. This semi-final is far from over. Do we get the bounce back? Spirit start T-side. Very reliant on their defense in this litany of wins, but no strangers to strong starts. Need Donk performing out of the gate in this game. So Spirit decisive pistol coming out under. A bit of a pressure on this A site keeps Falcons' eyes misplaced.
m0NESY dead first as Tania leads the way in this pistol. Not before a quick tap back for Nico. Bombs heading in through the apartments. Trying to pull the wall over the eyes of the Falcons here. Kerrigan's the only man that hasn't moved a muscle. Little boost in the mid-round. That will catch them by surprise. And Kerrigan holds his own over at B. There's the follow-up, and that's the bomb drawn. Falcons run amok in the pistol. That is now every pistol in this series going their way.
Yeah, and full ecos from Spirit has just given Falcons those early 4 rounds to the both halves being played. Will that continue with no bomb plant from Team Spirit? They get caught off guard. I love what they were doing. The call was great. They got back behind enemy lines. They could have split market, gone for this flank, but they call it off. Try to escape out under. Some banging shots connect here from Nico and Kerrigan and keep Falcons in the lead. That full eco comes through again here for Team Spirit. Donk looking a bit flustered in this game. m0NESY wants that up as soon as possible. And of course, as in many games of Mirage, we're going to see a lot of hits on this B-bomb site. Kerrigan getting tested.
Yeah, a lot of squads like to try and exploit him here. No, you're going to find him on this half of the map. No, he is the weakest player on the Falcons squad.
But interestingly enough, Spirit was still really handy with their B-pops yesterday when they took on Matish in that position. That was not an easy fight. That's not a weak player. They have Hunter on short. That's a hard site to hit for Spirit. They were still really keen at just running B-side pops all game. So expecting more of that today. What kind of support will Falcons offer to this B-bomb site? This is the question. anti-eco clean as can be, as they have tended to be for the Falcons, but here come Spirit Guns. Slow start feels unacceptable at this point. Spirit have got to kick down that door. Flash ready, Spirit wait for a reaction on middle, nothing's given. Karrigan holds his molly for some time, and Magix waits for Nico's mistake. Nothing is given, only taken. Nice time to boost, but Kiyasuke is on his own.
Magix have their presence of mind to check this. Up and over on the bench. Blows exchanged. No kill found. It's Nico breaking that silence. Him and Tessez trading contact, and Shiro can't reel it in. Zontics and Tania worlds apart here, and the bomb lost out on the catwalk. And this is now a desperate grasp at a 2v4, and Karrigan not going down for free over at this B site, dealing with every single player that's come his way.
I mean, it's not a good sign for Spirit if Karrigan starts holding his own in every single position. He was really getting warmed up towards the end of Anubis, getting some key frags in CT side. And now on B site, holding his own in this round in his 1v1 has sent Spirit back to save. Zontics is going to hold his AK, and Falcons go 3-0 up. Nice re-aggress in middle off of Kiyasuke's contact. Nico comes through that con smoke. It is a fearless Falcons play again. And finally, Spirit call a pause for the first time in this semi-final, feeling the pressure.
You know, this is a sign that they're recognizing there's a bit of tension right now within the team. You've seen Spirit be very sparing with the pauses, what with them not having a coach. Donk doing a lot of the talking. Not being immune to tilt. Saw that in the 9Z game, a stressful one, matched with the interview from Magix at the end of it. An emotional match that took a real toll on this squad. I mean, even at the end of that G2 match, you heard that, you know, if it weren't for the protracted tech pause, giving them some time to kind of dial back in, they were getting in their heads, they were getting frustrated. They've not been above that on this major run.
Tilt happens, but can you use it in your favor? Can you weaponize it? Or does it just knock you out of the game? Can Spirit keep their focus in what is feeling like a very shaky match? Falcons staying calm. 3-round lead. AK saved, Donk Deagle searching B, but nothing given over. And lucky for him, because m0NESY is on this line, so it's going to have to be an execute here for Spirit to make it work. Smoke to cut this line off. m0NESY already moving back to the other side of the map. It's far too quiet. Spirit are in no hurry. Honestly, surprising to not see Donk get that AK-47 off of the save. That's something that Spirit have always done, right? Whether it's called or just assumed. And there it is. It was a matter of time. Give yourself your best possible chance to win.
Well, look, we've been crediting Karrigan with some good B holds to get this one going, but in this round, Kiyasuke is not close by to offer up support. Karrigan still delivering that opener. Now Kiyasuke arrives, and Karrigan's the only piece that's holding on. Trying to buy time for his teammates. What if he doesn't need them? Karrigan on for the ace. Cut down one shy of it, but to say he's done enough is an understatement. Soak it in, because that's not an everyday thing for this guy. What does this mean for this series? if Carrigan's having rounds like that to start Mirage.
I mean, he's snapping donk on that B hit, making it look like it's nothing. Clinical shots from Carrigan. You know how much he wants this, willing to depart phase mid-season just to keep up a major streak, just to get back in another playoff, just to fight for the final that we so often see Carrigan in. 4 CS2 majors, 3 grand finals featuring this man. Say what you want, you can't say he doesn't want it. And so no better time to show up than this second map, this sanctuary for Team Spirit on Mirage. And right now, it's no contest. Just worrying signs for Team Spirit across this series. Will they get better? Doesn't feel like they have that punch right now that we so often associate with the world's best rifler. 1 and 4 on Donk. 2 players yet to frag.
I think if you're a team as sharp as Spirit, you know, having Carrigan be the guy that's wrecking you right now is its own unique type of burn to the mental. In the eyes of a player like Donk, I'll put it bluntly, Carrigan's a bot. And yet here he is, you know, meant to be the guy bringing the tactical prowess. He is hitting hard. And that's only going to fire up the Falcons. Carrigan's best game at the major thus far, 15 kills. Did it twice, 1v Vitality, 1v G2. He's on track to have his best individual map of the major, and we're only 5 rounds in.
What's Donk got to say about that, huh? Quick kill, m0NESY trades. Nico in the connector, they come through the smoke. It's a mess. Zontix will keep this round alive. m0NESY has to move, aggressive, pushes down on the ramp. Tanir's tracking him, where's he gone? Can they figure it out? He missed that timing, m0NESY crouched.
This is so weird now. Tanir in behind enemy lines, but who gets the better of this timing? It's left to chance. m0NESY's about to cross his path and won't think to check it. So opener for Tanir.
Oh, they're going back. This is cheeky. Spirit are getting very cheeky in some of these mid-rounds. I wonder if it will do them right or wrong. As a man waits back sight. Tanir hears the steps, he goes in for another fight. Kyosuke, it's too quiet. Can he realize as Tanir finds that frag, Carrigan might feel flustered.
Okay. Now we really see how wild this ride is. Carrigan hears them coming his way. 1v3 clutch attempt from the Falcons captain. He has held his own in every one of these rounds. Finn Carrigan Anderson, team on his back, but shut down. No magic in that round as finally Spirit get on the board.
It's nice to know there are limits here to this madness. Spirit at least do something. They get themselves in this game. Massive entries for Tanir. The patience pays dividends. Waits out m0NESY, feeling shaky in his position. And Tanir profits with 2 more kills on that A site. Gives Spirit the best possible chance to close out that round. Carrigan or not. So Team Spirit, they don't wait forever. m0NESY might need a flick. Who peeks first? Ooh, as Tess says, into the orb they go. m0NESY holds a wrong line, and Tess is traded as well, so Spirit can cool off. Or they could just go. Right now, Ramp, they push this one through.
You get 2 entries like that, you might just look to play with a bit of pace. They're kind of hesitant with Shiro going back. But the rifles look to get stuck in, look to get committed. Carrigan the guy to try and fight first, and he's gonna best Donk again in the head-to-head.
What is happening?
Tanir wrestling one back, but in comes Kyosuke. And now him and Nico side by side, hoping to recover this man down. Round, it's handed off to Kyosuke, spam connects. Magic's with the response.
All right, it's a captain's game, huh? Magic showing up with a massive kill over the stairs, spams a second, keeps Spirit alive in another very scary round because Falcons are quick to rotate. They know what to fake and they know what Spirit are going to commit of. Those two entries are too easy to say no to. Spirit reset the orb, they send it into A. Falcons now forcing back. Spirit have the chance to break them and really build into this game. A worrying start could dissipate.
To start to breathe a little easier, don't you? The idea that you can launch this into a level playing field if you win this round. Again, they come in the way of Carrigan. Timed block, but it goes deep, and it feels like Tania is more than willing to just walk right through that. So they're coming Carrigan's way. Rotations a long way out for the Falcons. Can Carrigan buy them any time? All bearing down upon him. He's going to catch Shiro, brings him down low. A little too much. As 4 players adorn that B side, Carrigan's got nowhere safe to hide. And a save called. Nico, Monacy, and Tessez just hoping to get out with these guns and armor. Team Spirit, bit by bit, start to enter the conversation again. Now they will have an AWP, an M4 to go up against in the next. But this is where the strong start from Carrigan. While it's nice, you want some of these superstars switching online soon.
Your biggest mistake would be to doubt Team Spirit at this point in the matchup. Just because they've had a slow start, they've looked a little shaky at times. Donk is well and truly warming in now. All the kills on this hunt, no AWP saved, nothing left for Falcons. 2.5 in the bank. This is an eco. This is Spirit evening up. Falcons cannot afford to underestimate. I mean, do we remember Mao's last year? Took down the world #1, took down Team Vitality in the semi-finals. Oh my goodness. Went on to that grand final. Felt like they'd done the hard part, then Spirit hit harder.
Can this round get any more weird? Because Donk is out of the picture. Carrigan's even purchased up a Deagle. What with the hot hands he's coming to this game with. Kiyasuke patrolling in the windows, given another. 5v3, only pistols for the Falcons, and they keep that lead. Kiyasuke trying to get ahead of this, goes over to pad out this B site. Tessez aggression out through top mid, spots that bomb. Now they know it's late. Kiyasuke's fantastic round brought to a close. And that bomb getting away from B. Now a moment of doubt, because Tania still holds the bomb site. They don't know where Nico's gotten to in all this downtime.
He's gonna help him out, go back apps, check under, clear this for him, make sure they can group up and trade the kill. Nico hears him running away. Does he know what that means? They recommit, they do it loud. Nico in position.
He's going to try and get himself tucked in right before this hit, and he gets there just in time. There's so much uncertainty in this. Now they know where Nico is, and they look to ice him out. Play that together, play to their strength in numbers.
All right, great to see Tania finding success in these late round situations. That is a massive 3K, a lot of thought behind it. Knows he has to push the boat out on his B fake. Does so well, it draws the bomb back in, and they hunt that final kill together. Very, very important round for Tania. We were getting shades of Falcons winning that full eco with just Eagles. Like they did yesterday on Dust 2, but not here. Not now. Spirit saved themselves in a 2v4. Falcons can ride it off. They've got rifles and they're riding on them.
Need to try and stem the bleeding soon, right? This is a big streak for Team Spirit, warming into the T side. Heard even back on that first map, they were prepared for this series to go the distance. They know they have what it takes on Mirage. So you don't want them feeling too comfortable. You don't want anything feeling too certain. Walk down through mid. Donk and Magic's playing it together. Magic's actually sent out first. Donk looking for trades, but until Nico backstabbed, that's well timed. Donk just can't find any peace at the start of Mirage. Now they look for the B hit. Karrigan, Kiyosuke, this time side by side in the bomb site. Karrigan's gone right away. Kiyosuke burning, silenced by Tanir. And rotate start to arrive, but this is starting to feel like a losing battle. Break on the smoke nets them nothing. And if you're not given a reason to go for this, if you're not given a reason to believe, you might have to write it off. Nico goes looking for his entry. Magic's floating around up close. Footsteps heard. Nico with the trade, but it's not the invitation they were hoping for. Him and Monacy 2v3, and a round they've got to reconsider. Team Spirit keep the streak going. 5 in a row.
Absolute form flip on the day as well. We have Tanir absolutely carrying Spirit through these rounds, while Donk is just dead after nothing. Spam through this smoke by Nico. He didn't even get a chance to play this round, and Tanir finds Nico at the end as well. Triple kill, 12 and 5. Tanir standing tall in this high impact game. Winning round after round for Team Spirit on the T side. They take the lead. Falcons use a second timeout.
And it's just wild to see, isn't it? I mean, this guy's been a real focal point for Team Spirit throughout the major run. Had some really rough games in there where he certainly looks a little uncomfortable. Now in the highest pressure moment, he is giving you a fantastic game. Spirit cannot afford to waste that.
Yeah, Yanko mentioned on the desk coming in, right? We saw Tanir pushed off that long position when we hit one of the overtimes on Dust 2 yesterday. Donk said, look, this is mine now. I need to do it. You're not holding your position. We saw some sloppy holds from Tanir. And so what a time to flip that on its head and stand tall. There is still time for Donk to get activated on this T side. Few more rounds in the face. Falcons just have what they saved. An AWP and some light upgrades as Spirit go for something standard, a set piece. Hey, Execute getting lined up here for Team Spirit. Falcons playing close with 4 players.
That's an opening for Monacy. Been getting avoided here on this CT half, but with a hero orb comes heroic moves. Nico with another, why not make it the double? Knife pulled, takes the risk, takes the chance. Have they given Shiro an opportunity with that ballsy move out of Monacy?
Certainly giving him an orb. No better gun for the job.
Wigan closes in. Seeming determined to try and have more impact is the Falcons captain. That is ludicrously quick. And so now the going gets tough for Nico. Health advantage, sure, but it's Shiro that's well on his way to that B-bomb site, and orb in the post is weapon of choice. This is far from an easy round. Arriving quickly, and that might be what's needed. Nico gets there just in time.
Unscope, he cleared it, he thought he had it. Falcons get saved by Monacy and Nico. The 2 superstars do what they do best, and that is win you rounds. 2 from Monacy, triple from Nico, and an absolute shutdown here from the Falcons on a low economy round. So quick, almost too quick to unscope in that 1v1. Five-round streak broken here by Falcons on low eco. What can they make with it?
see, one down range. Very much feeling inspired after that round prior. Been getting left out of the action, hasn't had a chance to play. This is Falcons trying to regain control over Mirage. And they do so by brawling, they do so by fighting, feeling that they've got the edge on Spirit in these heads-up engagements. Yasuke sitting back over towards the connector, been a quiet start for this guy, and while Monacy and Nico have arrived, you're still waiting for him to get going. Other side of this smoke, there are a lot of crosshairs trained on this position. Magix leaves it to Chance. Chance is a fine thing indeed. He's out of there.
Can't hunt him down now. He has disappeared. Nico goes searching. He's at least going to clear mid, and that opens up a timing if he wants to take it. This is absolutely where Magix has gone, and so Falcons roll the dice. They opt to gamble. They trust in the flank from Nico, and Monacy moves into this site. No matter where Spirit go, they are running into a trap.
The moment you see that Monacy AWP, you know you've been rumbled. Nico's backstab might just beat them to it. There's the AWP firing off. Nico closing in. Nowhere left to hide for Spirit. Falcons take the lead.
What a beautiful move from Nico in the late round. It just walks it right down under. Perfect flank, perfect read. And Nico has had one hell of a game here in this semi-final. Searching for that one lost trophy. The one that always eluded him.
You know, we say captains set the culture within a team, and I think this is Carrigan all over. The idea that he really does give his stars, and he's not shy of them, in this Falcons squad, a hell of a lot of room to play. Something he's always done. In fact, at his lowest moments, it's been where he's actually assumed more control and had to kind of over-micromanage. When you're dealing with veterans of the game, like Nico, prodigies in Monacy and Kiyasuke, and just captains players like Tess says, you've got a tremendous amount of faith in these individuals to make the right moves and react accordingly. That makes them very, very flexible indeed. Kiyasuke playing it forward. Awkward fight for him.
Shooting teammates.
Gives Nico a love tap back in the connector and dies after one. Round still hot, Spirit. A lot to play for here. Would love to split this half right down the middle.
Indeed, got us into overtime back on Anubis. Spirit searching for it. They're going to leave Zontix in a strong position. Still utilizing middle, coming up connected to near. Tessa's hiding out. Where has he gone? It's Nico who has to win these fights. Head on. Spirit coming through. Nico searching those kills, but they read it well. Don't discount the possibility behind that smoke. Carrigan might dive in front of the Molotov, but Shiro says not today. Tess says the only player remaining in this site, and they've got the spot as well. There is nowhere to hide as Shiro shoots him through default. Monacy, an impossibility in this 1v3.
Now through the window, but they're considering this, and with a miss from Monacy, Spirit hone in on this split half. Their major lifeline relies on a Mirage recovery. They go to the defense, their better half. A Spirit still in this thing.
is a drag. He's gonna hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double from Cologne! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cologne is safe luminosity with the on play.
What yesterday was one of Counter-Strike's most chaotic days, today stories will be cemented here in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, the Lanxess Arena, giving us 2 semi-finals. FURIA already waiting for a BO5, and Falcons and Spirit surging for success. For Spirit, it's defending champions. For Falcons, it's reuniting of Nico and Carrigan, looking to do what they never could back in Boston. It's an even game. Safe to say, Spirit have woken up a bit, but Donk has still gone cold in this second map of Mirage.
Yeah, he has been a non-factor, never really given the room to play. The receiving end of all these spams, all the trickery out of the Falcons. An unlikely candidate sitting up top of the board, it's Carrigan holding that top spot. Nico there alongside him, the veterans performing on this all-important second map.
Donk has felt like a magnet for nades, every HE thrown by Falcons landing on his head. It's now the time for him to change his fortune. Or is this just a bump in the road for Falcons on a glorious run to this grand final? Shiro rotates in. Donk is out of commission in this pistol. Falcons are lining up and execute.
Now going into a stack, 3 strong here for Team Spirit. So you really hope this is enough. Falcons' flawless pistol track record in this series. Is that about to change? Kiyasuke doesn't think so! 3 from him on the entries. Carrigan, lengthy fight up against Donk.
Good nade.
That nade might just decide it. Down to this, a 1v1. And the 2 generational talents ready to go blow for blow. Nico's got experience. Donk has raw speed. Let's the silence do the talking. Nico now with the spot. A pistol round that shapes the momentum of this charge for the finals. Nico's got it!
He always did. It's a destined head-to-head for Nico. 9 times in a row did him and Modesty beat Donk. And while that only changed at the end of 2025, Nico is back on his BS, looking to send Donk another rung down. These are 2 players going head-to-head on big event MVPs. Nico holds 9, Donk holds 8. Trying to challenge Nico. Trying to take it away here in Cologne.
And look at Donk at the end of that round. He cannot believe it. He had Nico looking the wrong way. These are not mistakes you see out of a former world #1.
Donk, I mean, has broken every rule, every record. The most consistent player we've ever seen in the few years we've been watching him. And to see a game like this is uncanny. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't compute. That could have been his way back into the match. MP7 out on shore side. They go spamming. Donk takes 1, but the entry still comes in. This B bomb site is under threat.
Wanna offers up a double there from Catwalk before he's dealt with. Hit coming in over towards B, and Carrigan just skirts on by with that bomb in tow. That was really the best chance for Spirit if they wanted to make something of this force buy. AK now retrieved for Tania, sitting top of the board for Team Spirit. A guy that's been at the focal point, blamed for a lot of the problems, blamed for a lot of the shortcomings. Had some very quiet games here, and the clutch is handed off to him. Can he make something of this spam out of Carrigan? He says, not today. Force buy shut down, and so Falcons off to a rip-roaring start in this second half.
Doesn't it feel like destiny? Doesn't it feel like it's all there for the taking? You're getting a Spirit on a shaky day. You're getting Donk dead after 1. And you have won every single pistol. You have converted every single pistol in this series. Have Falcons, something that plagued them at the dawn of this roster. It was comedic how poor they were. in what are supposed to be 50-50 rounds. Well, now they've won them all. Chasing that legacy. NiKo is having none of it.
And when you talk about players with a point to prove at these majors, there is no better candidate than NiKo. Hold on a second. Donk's Deagle. Can I give them a way out? Kyosuke is getting spammed down low. It's handed off to NiKo in this clutch. The right as you speak of the devil. He must appear. NiKo with one back. This was never supposed to be this close. They have demanded so much of NiKo to start this second half, from a clutch in the pistol, now asked to do it again. This won't be some big bombastic finish. NiKo's got to test his brain here, as this is a drawn-out 1v1. Saw him look comfortable to do so versus Donk, but this is Magic's the captain, the thinking man in Team Spirit. Footsteps heard, and that's all Magic's needs. But it's not the answer he was hoping for. Feels like now he's in the wrong position. NiKo trying to fake him out. Rifle retrieved for Magic's, as this is a tense moment. Magic's finishes! NiKo couldn't piece it together! And a smirk on his face, as Magic's knows that round can reignite the fires for Team Spirit.
That gives them an opportunity here. That gives them a chance. That breaks the money fully of Falcons after their pistol win. Magic's gets one up on the top performer in this map. And that has got to feel good with the rounds that NiKo has delivered here for Falcons. Magic stabilizes the game. Donk to his dying breath, cheering every round, cheering every teammate that has kept him in this series, trying to buy enough time for him to come alive in this semi-final. And this is when the stress hits, because suddenly it's an uphill battle. Money broken, 2 AKs adorn the Falcon. Spirit have economic advantage.
Don't really have the util to go for a drawn-out round here. So how punchy do Falcons try and make this? They send one of their rifles out with Tessez over here towards A. Kyosuke really trying to force this opening on the other end of the map, but he meets util head-on. And that is an edge that Spirit will continue to have throughout this round. Putting all this pressure on early. Trying to draw as much as you can out of Team Spirit.
Trying to set up Donk. Cancel that. Double nays land on ramp. Falcons evading capture. Magic's, I mean, of all players in the playoffs, he has the highest successful flashes coming into the playoffs. Knows what it takes to set his team up for success, but in this round, he is on his own. He's missed a jump twice now. He needs to hold his position. Falcons are coming in. They have no util to stop him. He has nothing to stop them. It's coming down to gunfights in this B site, 2v5.
Footsteps now heard, and they know that hit's on its way. Tessez sent in first, NiKo dead. First set of openers going the way of Spirit, and they'll continue to do so as it's only Modesty left. Only has this 1v1 available for a little moment. These rotates are on their way, so he's looking for it as fast as he can. Modesty with big damage, but the rotates arrive. No clutch today.
You see how difficult it is to get out of the B apartments when you don't have a speck of util. Even a default site smoke does nothing to stop Team Spirit. Full vision and full faith in their crossfire, holding that site very strong indeed. Falcons full broken. Spirit, the lead is up for grabs. Better take it while you can.
burn their timeouts very, very quickly, so going to use this as a chance just to talk things over. Are the Falcons? There's a big task in front of them as Spirit, thanks to that clutch from Magix, converting upon it. Now in a powerful position on this CT half.
Yeah, who knows what these next few rounds will hold, but if Spirit were to win this map with the game we got out of Donk, with the 4-kill first half, with the whiffed pistol 1v1, you would bank on him winning every single time. If Spirit actually win this map, what does that even say about this team? The fact that they can do it together, so little reliance on their star, shows the evolution of this squad that we've been seeing from time and time, with Magix in this role, with Zontix back in the server, with Shiro step up on all guns, and Tanir led them through this T-side to get here, with so many multi-kills. Team Spirit, this one should be easy.
Chance at a mowdown for Magix. Luckily here for Zontix, but
good molly.
We'll stop that bomb plant, and that's really what the Falcons were looking for in this round. No worries here. Cleanup crew is in.
Calm.
Spirit back in the lead, but for how long?
That's the million-dollar question here. Maybe Falcons have the answer. Rifles come back out. Monacy's AWP will be delayed, as Falcons are still reeling from their third round of this half. Back to mid control. Zontix makes a move, Shiro rather makes a move into ladder. Zontix on the A side for a change. He's going to support Donk in the connector. Two-man hold, looking to fight together, but that molly pushes Shiro back. Donk is on his own. He wants more.
That's the most terrifying factor right now. The idea that Donk can start rolling in this series. Oh, that all lines up. The stars align for Shiro. And this starts to feel decidedly different to that first half. Full control with the rifles. Tessez and Nico not together here in this 2v5. Tessez trying to open a back door, but this bomb is dropped. This bomb is loose out in middle.
Irretrievable.
How interested even are you? Tessez giving him a fight here. Zontix doesn't necessarily need to hang around and take this, but you know, if you get rid of him, round is dead. Nico still aggressing down through those lower tunnels, slowly closing in. There's 30 seconds left in this round. You almost have to win it to the kills at this point. Nico, that's clean, but he can't follow up. Don gets the better of him. And Tessez was living on borrowed time throughout all of that round. 2 for Donk, collateral out of Shiro proves to be more than enough.
Yeah, you could see the way in, but info was power there for Spirit. They had such powerful positions, they didn't have to commit to fight. Even if Donk dies there in middle, Zontix knows he can stop them picking up that bomb from the window position. Spirit set up very well in that 4v2. Thank you, Shiro and Donk. Those two finding 4 and shutting down the round here for Team Spirits. Much needed. Puts Falcons back with pistols. Pop out the ramp smoke. Bit of pace here for the Falcons. Shiro stems the bleeding.
Closing in, but Shiro just keeping them at arm's length this entire time. Anyone that's made it close to the spawn is on the receiving end of this AWP. Nico Deagle will not save them, and with Tessez brushed aside, Spirit are making moves towards a deciding map.
Donk's looking different. He's looking alive now, isn't he? These shots are connecting. He's converting a beautiful spray out in the open, trusting his aim. He's still got the confidence of the world's best rifler. And that can go a long way with skills like this. 11-8, quite the streak amassing here for Team Spirit. They say, Falcons, if you want those finals, you're going to have to come and get it.
Says here's that. Knows about an aggressive move here out of Spirit. More informed, thinks twice about going around that corner. Spirit aren't done making moves. This is more than just ramp aggression.
They just haven't played the B side in this half. In the last few rounds, Magix has shut it down, so they're just fine to leave a solo player in that position. Again, Zontix meanders over. Spirit have the right call. Can they connect the shots?
Everything on the timer of just waiting for these smokes to fade, but if Falcons do commit to this A plate, they're going in into a Spirit stack. 30 seconds left on this round. Time is becoming a real problem here for the Falcons. Going to force them to commit, force them just to go in to uncharted waters, right in to this stack. Donk, only good for one. Tanir's got their back, deals with Tesses on that backstab.
Stay alive.
Odyssey, locked in a fight over here, but that bomb's got to go down. He wins his on Shiro. Still bomb loose out in the open. No time for Modesty. No miracle, no angle to work. It's Team Spirit looking to run away with Mirage.
You can't vanquish this team. They look dead in the water. They look done on this stage. They look like they had nothing left, and Donk had 4 kills at halftime, but somehow Spirit are here. From 8-6 down on pistols, that clutch from Magix reignited Team Spirit. They have not lost a round since. Falcons banging their head up against the wall, stack after stack, successful for Team Spirit. And this might all be decided on dust.
Suddenly that smirk from Magix at the end of his clutch gets a whole different meaning. He knew what they were capable of. And now they're going to come and challenge through the apartments. You know this guy can mow you down at this B-bomb site. And so Falcons think twice. They've got no other options here, though. The only path is the one right in front of them. Into the hailstorm from Magix.
Gimme, gimme, gimme. I'm getting them all.
Nothing left in this for Monacy. Bomb lost. Magic's on his way to an ace. And a Mirage that passed them by in an instant. From close and competitive to Spirit running away with it. And it all happened so fast. Feels only right that it starts with a Magic's clutch. It ends with a Magic's mowdown. And as soon as Modesty rounds this corner, he is a dead man. Team Spirit hold it together. They keep themselves afloat. Donk a non-factor in the start of this game, but individuals there keep it alive long enough to get back online.
You gotta kill the dragon while it sleeps. It is awake, it is roaring to life. Donk is coming back. Magix is leading this team, and the grand final is still up for debate.
Control regained by Spirit, and we are going to distance. Magix turning water into wine in that crucial clutch moment and spraying down Falcons to end it all. Ever since that moment, Yanko, nothing left in the tank for Falcons.
He just loves a good clutch on Mirage. He did it yesterday, he did it today as well, and on a map where Donk was human, Spirit still extend the series.
And another guy that was surprisingly good was obviously Kerrigan, and even though they won both pistol rounds, Kerrigan is activated, he was top fragging the first half, they just didn't manage to convert, and it's worrisome because the fact that they lost this map is just a lot of signs of trouble, especially in gun rounds.
I mean, looking at the T round specifically, I think the last round is a good example of that. I think Kerrigan just running out of ideas, you know. I think, you know, going for that approach towards the B side. Seemed like he lacked a little bit of ideas. They've tried so many different approaches, but nothing seems to be working at them. And I feel like also the fact that they gifted a couple of rounds over to the Spirit Camp, notoriously the anti-force rounds, which they have been struggling with, has been a little bit of an issue. And mental side, it's about resetting now and going into a map that they are very known for.
Yeah, not over for either side of the equation. But let's tackle this one in a more linear fashion. We've got round number 8 from what was a pretty brawly first half, Stico. What are you pulling out here?
Yeah, and this is just to exactly underline the point where the Falcons were just struggling on those gun rounds. This is the round where it felt very much winnable. Kyosuke eliminates Dong on top mid, then he finds another gap onto Magix, and now after pretty good trade on short, 1-for-1 here, it leaves in a very winnable situation right now. But the way they slow down everything, the way Shiro lurks around this map, Tanir takes a lot of space. They know they were on eco. They know they don't have Kevlars. He's just being activated with his MP7 and MP9, sorry. And the way how they just slow down the whole gameplay, and in the end, anyway, hit B side, which was, by the way, their target whole T side. They were just targeting that side, even though Kerrigan had a good game, and they just are able to convert these rounds, and it's just a miracle how they're able to bounce back in such an unfavorable position again and again.
I think most of the time you could probably tell the fact that Shiro is always lurking somewhere, or at least like finding himself where he's not part of the pack, right? This is the third time he does this in the game, and that's very like Shiro-esque, that he decides to be a little bit away from the pack, and then he punishes someone pushing him whenever they're going for the information, and that creates like another avenue. This was one of the examples. He also did that the one on Anubis where he catches Manusio off guard, and I think it's the way that he's doing it. It's very frustrating to go up against a player like that. They'll always do this kind of things, but you also got to be prepared for it, because he's always been doing it, and he's still going to continue doing it, and that's the way that Spirit finds their way back at these games.
He's reading the game really well, because in Mirage, when the numbers are getting low and low for T side, the opportunities to rotate are no longer through CT and kitchen, but you can actually push and go through underground, go through top mid. That's when Shiro actually slows down, and he's catching them time and time again, going from connector up to short, going from connector down to underground. It happened multiple times in this map alone, and I just praise Shiro for reading the game so well in the clutch situations.
And we pointed him out, like this is usually where he struggles, right on the big stage, and he had a great Anubis, he had a good Mirage too, but that's where you see some of the sloppiness from Falcons, right? They're in a 4v2 situation, and it's just one by one, the remaining players who die, and it's not going to be perfect for them, but on this map they gave a little bit too much to the side of Spirit.
And it was a map where Donk looked human, as you said, Janko. Dupree, that's not a feat that happens often, and if you're Falcons, you want to take that opportunity hands-on. Doesn't come there.
It's quite a statement from the likes of Spirit. I think the fact that they can win this game where Donk doesn't really show up, this is Donk not showing up in the fashion that we know he is, right? He even gets 3 multi-kills and do end up in 14 in 17, right? He still had impact here and there, but it's far from what we know Donk can bring to the table, right? And I think even like when this game ended, multiple of the Spirit guys, they walked up to Donk and they actually gave him a hug. Like, I think they wanted to comfort him a little bit. Like, I know that it looks like the Spirit players are aware that he's not feeling the game right now, and they know he's going to be important moving on to Dust 2, and even the piss around where he whiffs a little bit on Nico, it's just not the Donk that we know of, and I think he knows himself that he's maybe letting the guys a little bit down, but it's good to see that they can turn things.
Hindsight is always 20/20, but I guess we should take a look at what ultimately was the final nail in the coffin moment. This was at 1v1 between Magix and Nico. Siko, why don't you run us through this one and how maybe this wasn't played the best way?
This is again full ego almost coming from Team Spirit, and they somehow convert. They have a brawl in connector through the smokes. They again make a good trades. The guys on A are just dying. Coming out of abs, immediately Donk deletes one, then deals a good amount of damage on the second one. Actually, Shiro here is able to finish the kill off, and after all, Nico is getting himself in a pretty good duel, okay? So this is 1v1, let's paint the picture. He goes back to pick up the C4. Magix knows that something's off. He knows that Magix is B player, but the way he overthinks and overcooks it in here is, again, kind of worrisome, because they're on an eco, they don't have any Kevlar, you want to take the duel whenever possible, and the way he plays this in an arena, when there's audience and there's going to be a lot of cheers revealing some of the positions, you just cannot do that. That was not Nico-esque 1v1 clutch. You kind of want to bring that capacity of your aim a little bit forward and just take the duel head on and search for him instead of being searched.
Well, I mean, it's the B player. He doesn't know where he is. He suspects he's somewhere close to B, throws some utility, hoping to keep him there, and goes to the other side. It's very hard to deal with no information. I'm more wondering, why are you fighting connector at 125 in the round when apps on A are smoked? Where's the communication to just hold and wait? You're playing up against an eco, you're taking fights for no reason that you don't need to take, and you already found 1 kill. And I think this is where we're seeing you know, some of the deficiencies with the Falcons, and Anubis has been great, Dust 2 has been great, but some of the other maps is where you see weaknesses, and then maybe just not being on the same page enough, not having enough time. On the other side, you have a Team Spirit that's quietly on a 13-match win streak. All best of 3s or best of 5s. Ever since that loss to Vitality in Rio, they haven't lost a game. So that's a ton of reps that they have with this 5-man lineup where, you know, they have an edge over Falcons in moments like these.
And obviously it was kind of the T side where we had questions, I guess, for Falcons. It's what we were all hearing that Karrigan was brought in to be fixing here. I guess this was a bit more of the Falcons of old. Like, they've kind of put forward a compelling case on some of these other maps as well, but...
It's tough. We always talk about winning pistol, losing second round, right?
Yeah.
Like, this has an even bigger swing because it's an eco, so Spirit has money in the bank. They get the win bonus. Falcons don't have as much economy behind, and you could see the round after that, I think they had 3 smokes when they bought, right? Like, there's not many plays in your playbook when you have that sort of a buy. Like, those rounds are very hard to win. So you try there, you lose, then it's an eco, then again it's a buy with Monacy, no op, right? Like, that's not a scenario in which you want to be. And then for Spirit, winning rounds, having a big economy, all of a sudden you can take gambles, play 4A, do this, do that, and they're a very, very good CT side team. Like, they're very smart about how they go about these things, especially when they have a lead, and that was too much for this Falcons team to overcome on a map like Mirage.
The main reason for me why I brought the round 15 is that, yes, finally, Falcons won the T-side pistol round, and now this is where you are building up the whole game plan. The fact they crumble so early in that half is worrisome because, I don't know if everyone is aware of this, but we always praise Overpass and Nuke as the most CT-sided maps. Here at the Major, it's Mirage. Most of the good T-side teams actually crumble, and this is the most CT-sided map we've had in a long time, and obviously, it's just by slim margin over Overpass, but it's a new trend. Overpass was never this CT-sided, so you have to get the ball rolling early on T-side, which they did by the winning pistol round. Nico in an amazing 1v1 against Dong, where he was out positions, but Dong just missed the shot. Nico adjusted really, really well. But then you have to bring the callings and obviously the individuals to step up the T-side. That did not happen. On the other hand, it gave the momentum back to Spirit.
Speaking of that CT side, that is where Spirit are going to be starting on that third and final map of Dust 2. Set me up, Janko. What should we be expecting from this defense?
I think we'll have to wait and see what the approach for Falcons is. We saw Tanir struggle yesterday, but he stepped up tremendously today on Mirage for his team, right? And yesterday that was one messy game for the Falcons, also for Team Spirit. They had to come from behind and win the game in overtime, right? Donk plays towards that B bomb site. You do wonder, like, wouldn't he be better used as an A rotator so he can be everywhere a little bit? So we saw G2 actually take the fight to Donk. Like, their game plan was to go B a lot early on, and they were finding success. We'll have to see what Falcons plan to do.
And you've split up your 2 best players, and Shiro is having a phenomenal game right now, you know, and that's gonna be very important for Spirit when Falcons turn their attention to the A side. But, you know, it's also about the fact that Donk, you know, I don't think Donk's going to have 2 bad games in a row. And even, like, this is not even bad, like, but let's just put it mediocre. I don't think that's going to be a case. So the fact that you have Donk on one side and you have Shiro on the other one, that's at least where you're going to be like, where do we want to put our eggs in the basket, right? And I think the G2 approach, like, either you're just going to go all in and you're just going to, like, over-rumble like Donk, or then you're just going to try and avoid him. But then you're going to turn your attention to Shiro.
It's interesting because if you go A, like, sure, he's not there, but it can be a 3v3 retake.
It can.
If you go to him, you have a 5v2, right?
Because he kills him.
When you can get rid of him, and then you play a retake, maybe even 2v3, but at least you've, you know, neutralized Donk.
Exactly, yeah. What approach would you take, Stiko, if you were Falcons in this very moment starting T-side? What do you think is going to be the most effective?
All right, I actually looked into some of the stats around Dong, and I noticed quite a trend that whenever he has an AK, that's when you avoid him. When he doesn't have an AK, that's when you can actually try to abuse him. And this is one of the players that is just notoriously known for his first bullet accuracy and the way he's able to string out these multi-kills. With M4, not that much possible, right? But with AK, I honestly fear Dong. And everyone in this arena should fear Dong when he's on the AK, but obviously we've had a little bit of a quiet game, and yes, that it might come into play here on Dust 2, but I still think that Falcons is here to play, obviously, and Dong is going to disrupt the most of the game plan that they're trying to bring.
Less than a minute left, gentlemen. Where are we putting our eggs? In what basket are they laying right now, Janko?
I think Spirit is the favorite to take this. In the last 3 months, they've only lost it to Vitality in that Rio final and to Aurora in this stage 3 game. This is a map that they're just so proficient on. They can do a lot of different things, and this is where you feel like after Mirage, Donk will be back to his usual form.
It wouldn't surprise me if it goes a bit to overtime. It's a map that both teams just really love to play. And if it goes to overtimes, why not pick Falcons?
Well, it all comes down to this. The third and final decider to see who seals a spot in the Cologne Major Grand Final versus FURIA. It's going down on Dust 2 after this short break.
Bro, you're baiting every round. What are you talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad. You suck.
Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Boys, Nikola, Damian, here are some gifts from me. Nikola Kovac, Damian. Thank you. Open, check it, enjoy. A book. The Art of War. One of the most influential works on strategy of all time.
Good thinking. It was actually on my list of reading.
Ooh, a book? Learn Mandarin Chinese?
No, it's always good to expand your horizons.
Oh, for the Chinese fan base. Now it makes sense.
Maxim, brother, give a gift to Nikola. That one.
What do we have here?
A checkersport? Chess. Zonik always told me that Glaive was a mastermind. But don't worry, bro. We actually got another one for you, Damian. This thing. You will love it for sure, man. Take it. Yeah, open up.
What about me, boys? Don't you worry. We're saving the best for last.
A tent?
Yeah, I mean, you never know when you need a tent, right?
Super useful.
I see what this is. You want me to lead a team building expedition?
For example.
Nikola, come on, brathan. Oh, boys. The management have spoiled us this year. Everyone ready? Oh. Brother, let's go!
Блять.
Maxim, it's your bestie, no? Come on, guys. There's not enough space in this team for Donk. Not by kicking Tesses.
Who said it has to be Tesses? Works on strategy. You never know when you need a tent. Expand. You're rising.
Don't you worry, my friend.
Nikola Kovac. Classic. Shout out to Russ for the sleeping bag though. Real comfy.
After Anubis, it felt about time. Time for Karrigan to appear in his 4th CS2 major final. Time for Nico to make his major dreams reality. But now, time slows down. Spirit's resurgence hits Falcons like a bucket of cold water. Cologne's defending champions are not rolling over. Magic's captaincy continues to impress, and Karrigan's biggest test yet in a Falcons jersey stands right in front of him. We go to Counter-Strike's classic map on our decider, Dust 2. And so it is time to find a finalist. Cologne, are you still with me?
And you couldn't pick a better battleground to end this series on. This is where Spirit have had some of the most stressful games in spite of a good track record. Matches that have gone the distance. Last 2 times it's cropped up. The Falcons also success found here on Dust 2 at this major. For one of them, this will be the map that secures the final. The other, the resting place, the heartbreak, just a map away. Now, pistol rounds have not been the bread and butter of Team Spirit. They've lost every single one of them in this series. It's a track record they don't like. They don't want to keep up. Oh, and maybe they've got a say in the matter. Jump up here as they find this 3-on-3. Drawn out fights, and that's exactly what Shiro wants, is a hop, skip, and a jump keeps him in this pistol round. Team Spirit finally finds success with the pistols at the most opportune of times.
Couldn't be a better time here for Team Spirit to show up. Shiro has just been sneakily sneaking up the scoreboard this entire series. That is a massive triple kill to open up this game for Team Spirit. Front runners indeed on their go-to map. A map that almost never lets them down. 20 wins to 3 losses this year alone. Falcons are rolling the ball up the hill. One wrong step and it will crush you.
Outside of the Monacy scout meant to make this exciting, but with an opener from Kiyosuke. A 5v4 for the Falcons. This is meant to be an open and shut case here. Just how weird can they make it? Shiro gonna thin the herd, no issues here. That scout will deliver one back, but how much more can Monacy really do? Looking for that, it's apparently a hell of a lot! No way! Jump up, that seals the deal right into Zontix. Calm as ever.
catch this guy off guard, can you? A little smile from m0NESY, an excellent sequence of kills, keeping this game interesting. In the second round, it should have just been a sweep. Sontics make sure that Spirit won't miss that opportunity to convert. They finally want a pistol. You better make the most of it. Jump too far. Keep Spirit heads high. And full buy out for the Falcons. It's Karrigan who takes the hit.
Well, yeah, now you know you have a world of opportunity here in this first gun round, right? Chance to just level the playing field right away. Thanks to all that damage of the m0NESY scout, you can make sure that even though he didn't win you the round, it's all not in vain. Those efforts can pay off in the long term.
Magic's locked in. Will be challenged late. Can't control taken. Too long lurks. Can often catch you off guard. You might just find the first one, discount the second. Let's see if they go together. Karrigan's up short with that Tech 9. Mid to be feigned here by Falcons. Uncertainty for Spirit. Donk on A is a change.
Now his defense isn't budging. 3 strong out towards the A bomb site. Magix has waited in this corner on his perch out towards long. From the very top of the round, gets out with a 1 and done. But now this becomes very awkward for these 2 players out on ramp. Tanir living on borrowed time, and Nico trying to end this with a backstab. Shiro left up at the end. Is this a risk he feels is worth the reward? He's very decisive in his move.
Karrigan's taking the space back, though. This is good timing for Karrigan. Either just getting the info and living is massive. Oh, he'll win the fight. No clutch today for Shiro. A very nice round out of Falcons, but I do feel like Spirit really missed the boat on that second long player, not reacting to the call that he was charging down on that long position. They both looked the wrong way. Only just saved on a trade. Never needed to be that costly.
This is where that highly impactful scout round for m0NESY can be so valuable. This next buy for Spirit is lacking almost everything. Only thing you've got to work with, this rifle on Donk, little helping of util for the rest of the team. But you're almost at the full mercy of the Falcons here. And so a chance at an early lead thanks to that earlier damage. Again, showing a keen interest out here on long. Whole host of players waiting out towards these doors.
Already noticing just in these couple of rounds Donk on A. This one, it makes sense, right? It's a hero rifle, it's in the right place, but I wonder how much Donk's position will adjust in this game. You expect him locking down middle and B. Are things changing in this game in front of our eyes? Donk looks to keep them on their toes, push back on the catwalk. Spirit takes space. These nades, long forgotten. Falcons are on A.
Donk going to arrive with that hero M4. Damage painted onto Karrigan. But only the 1 and done for Donk. It's Shiro's Deagle to maintain the advantage here. Right about him now, they're trying to walk on him. Tessez closing in, and pressure alleviated. Magic's trying to edge around the corner of this smoke, and that's exactly what Tessez wants. Eventually falls to him to get this bomb down. Sontics tries his hand at the jump shot, can't hack it, and now Magic's thrust into the clutch.
Feels
I just have to write it off.
Yeah.
Heads for the hills. And so Falcons, big opportunity, an early lead on Dust 2, on the decider.
Yeah, Magic's may have won some phenomenal clutches in the Spirit jersey, but that gun can be more valuable in the next round. Falcons Get Spirit out of position on that eco. And just walk that one in. Donk handed over the M4 immediately.
I mean, Magix has always had such an unshakable belief in Donk. Hard not to, I know, with the games he's given us since he exploded onto the scene, but this guy saw it all straight away. Realized he's capable of things other players simply aren't. And so no question, he throws that M4 over. Pointing it out, but Donk's been spotted in every one of these A-side takes for the Falcons, so this time switching it up, back to his usual tricks out here towards B. And Zontic's trying to set him up for an opening here, hoping for a trade. What if it's better than that? They catch Nico with util in hand. That's going to force Falcons to hit the go button on this A-play. You can't wait too long, so you got to move in. Don't want to hemorrhage any more players. They get past Shiro with ease.
Perfect reaction. They see the rifle. They know that's all that Spirit have in this round. So let's just chase the USPs, get away from Donk, and get this bomb down. Falcons put themselves in position to close out this round, and Spirit have to ask the question, do we really want it that bad, or should we save our guns? Surely the latter, temptation of damage here for Spirit on the way out. Hack10 may as well go for it. Oh, wait, whoa, this happened so quick. Where did that come from? Spirit just killed everyone, but they don't have the time. They don't have a kit. 4 kills in an instant. But nothing is guaranteed. Falcons still win that round.
All the Falcons thinking, what a screenshot we just dodged. Lead taken, but you barely feel good about it. That's Spirit keeping the pressure on. If damage was their goal, yeah, you feel a little sour. You never had a chance at the defuse, but my word, do you feel good with the results? Go fishing there for damage at the end.
All is fine, Carrigan reassures, but it won't be if they lose this round. Falcons' money dangles in the balance. Donk back on B. Shiro's AWP finally. And he gets up on cap, but they're here as well. They haven't thrown the scaling nades. He might be surprised at the pace of these players. The tag goes through the wall. Falcons might just jump on this though. He's out of position, or rather perfectly placed, as Magic's nades land on the head of Falcons. It's such a quick reaction from the captain of Spirit that keeps them in this round. It was about to be Falcons running all over this A site.
Carrigan sees that molly into the door, feels like he's got a timing, but with a double swing, Spirit left nothing to chance. And you know the Shiro AWP is here, you know it's waiting for a chance to get involved. m0NESY not quick enough for the trade.
Why give him the fight?
Shiro's just playing to evade. You know how fast m0NESY is. Why make it easy? Why give him the chance?
Backdoor shut.
Zontic's here to try and stop this save. Knows that m0NESY wants to hold on to that AWP. Isn't allowed by Team Spirit.
I mean, it's looking like a very different Spirit in this third map. They're making moves. Their util is landing. Players are sacrificing, flashing for each other. It's looking very, very clean right now for Spirit. Winning their first pistol. Falcons still finding 3 rounds. Spirit maximizing damage, putting them again on pistols. Everything's coming up, Team Spirit.
This is a...
Guys. Okay, we're gonna lock this off now, but we need to lock in now. Everyone lock in now, okay? We had our fun, a little bit face of premiums.
All right, serious. Because Falcons are in a predicament. This force has come through.
Yeah, it's a wild force to go for, right? Even trusted a gun on a Kiyosuke. Carrigan even donned that scout, but wasn't able to find anything with it. Now it's handed off to m0NESY. You might be shocked at the presence of a buy here. And seeing that scout on Carrigan doesn't tell you a hell of a lot. It's the rifle still yet to play its hands. Shot from Odyssey, info gained. Donk realizes, doesn't have time to deploy util. These are pistols coming in quick. Doesn't make it any easier.
Oh no.
Zontix needs results because his team are falling like flies. They have a man trapped. They still can't get him. Odyssey with another. And so the risky force buy, a man down in it, 4v5 for the Falcons, and they pull through. This is just a nail-biter of a start. No one feeling comfortable yet at the dawn of Dust 2.
Oh, no one is safe at any point in this game. Donk just gets run over there, perfectly placed flashbang, and you see there is just no room for error there in that B bomb site. Zontix is getting played with by the Tunnels player and hunted down, even punished on the way out. They would have loved that AK. That feels entirely unnecessary here for Tania.
I mean, look, both these squads are doing it, right? They're both going for maximum damage in every one of these 1 rounds. Because this economy battle, it's very protracted, it's very drawn out, but whoever wins it gets off to this dream start on Dust 2. We're 8 rounds in and no one's had that clear edge yet. No one's had that clear breakaway round, as both squads are trying to force it.
Ooh, quick out long. Magic's holding it. Donk in the pit, back to his position. As Spirit keep you guessing, you don't know where they're starting. What a time to change positions. In a semi-final of all places. Because if you try and avoid Donk, you don't know where he'll turn up. Positionless CT side here for Team Spirit, catching Falcons off guard. That was a chance, but it's wasted. Donk jumps on it, and m0NESY looks for another massive clutch the Falcons require.
Time is not yet the problem for m0NESY. Still has a lot to work with, but it's positions all across the map owned by Spirit right now.
Oh my goodness.
That drop down, fight forced for Zontix.
Crazy. That is crazy.
But around all the same, as these 2 squads still go blow for blow. Chance at another one of these forces if you wanted to rely on the hero gun again.
That might cut the mustard though, right? Would you really force here? You're gonna have like 1 AK max. It's a mess for Falcons. Sure, they have players on low economy, but this is such a high-risk maneuver. This is gonna keep digging the trench they're in. I've gone through it before, but this one's even worse.
At this point, you've kind of made your bed, right? You've set that standard that you're going to fight for the money. You're going to fight for the early control, and so they can't back down now. 9 rounds into the T side. They feel like they have to do this. They lose the hero gun to open things up.
There's a max damage nade as well.
Suke does not get away scot-free with the rifle. Again, a 4v5. Felt like a miracle last time they were able to pull this one off. Is it something you can replicate if you're the Falcons? Or is this Spirit finally taking that edge?
Zontix jiggling, he's got nades to block this B site. Nico Deagle will not connect. Kyosuke still holding this AK on half health. And Falcons thrust into what feels like an impossible situation. Man down, couple of smokes remaining. No control of the map, just middle. Spirit don't buy it. They see that mid to be smoked, nothing follows. Carrigan hangs around as they go back to long. Shiro, surely this opening shot is his. He's
Yasuke right into it, right into that orb. And a round that's going nowhere quickly. If kills don't suddenly amount for the Falcons, you've got multiple pairs of eyes staring back at you on this long cross, and that's too much to ask. A shutdown, convincingly so. If all this has been the battle for the wallet, control over the money, Spirit just won it out with that round there.
Yeah, that is a breakthrough round at this point of the game. Falcons have 2k a player, they have minimal loss bonus, they have no damage in the last round against Spirit. They don't have them in any threats. And so Falcons just have to sit in it. It's a perfect time for a timeout from Zonic. But at this point, Spirit are surging ahead in this semi-final on their home map. 20-3 in 2026. Not much worse last year either. That sinking feeling of acceptance for Falcons, just having to sit back in this round, chat it out.
And there's just such a threat about losing out on this money so late in the half. You know, you have one more buy round. If you don't win that, you're taking a force into round 12. You're looking at an 8-4 lead for Team Spirit. There's a tremendous amount of pressure, of weight on this next rifle round for the Falcons. Don't want to feel like you gave it all away, chasing the dragon. Here it's just pistols. Chance for Tanier to feast. It's a little labored, but he's got Shiro close by, so no worries here.
He gets his one, Shiro gets his triple. Lockdown on long. Team Spirit a step closer to their chance to defend a title here in Cologne. Team that have had their own major woes. Frustratingly close game against Vitality back in Budapest in that semi-final. A disappointing outing in Austin following from their Shanghai victory. Rob said the Cologne is that only trophy he hasn't won twice. Well, Spirit feeling a similar way. This round makes all the difference.
Yeah, this is the one for all the marbles. Chance for Spirit just to take a super commanding lead, feel mega comfortable. For Falcons, this round is their way out of this nightmare. Donk gonna open Tanier with another. 3v5, Spirit in full control. And there's not a single pressure point left. They fade away. The gamble right now is Nico out in this B site, trying to keep the round alive. He's got the taps to back it up. Has Nico just saved them with these entries? Donk arrives right when he's supposed to. And now ready at the window. Kiyosuke in the site trying to hold on as m0NESY makes his way over. On planted, does Donk decide to go? They're gonna wait, they're gonna hold off on this retake because Shiro's a long way away. They don't want to jump the gun here. The only advantage they have is this man advantage. B site, infamously hard to retake.
Trade the flash, send Donk in. Flank coming in.
Window held. m0NESY with eyes on it. They hear the tunnels player. Kiyosuke gets his. m0NESY with the transfer! And in this all-important round, it is the stars of the Falcons that keep them in it.
And Donk says, I left B for this. He started cat, he found Carrigan. Nico walked through a lurk smoke. He saw the gap. He saw the bigger picture. He knew the only way in. Nico on the extremity and an extremely important round delivered by the Kovac. He opens the door and m0NESY slams it shut in Spirit's face.
When Nico from bottom of the board gives you a 2K like that to reignite a must-win 3v5, you can't fail to capitalize. Now they get a bit of wind in their sails, chance to puff their chest out. 4v4 here with Tanier reclaiming one. And their eyes firmly fixed on no place but B.
Oh dear.
Donk dead, leaves Zontix here alone. Kiyosuke providing the openers. doesn't feel like his job is done. Tania fast through the tunnels. There's a spot for m0NESY. That smoke causes a whole host of problems. You can't wait.
Donk's head in hands. That smoke comes down. You see him on the camera. He puts his head in his hands. He knows this is impossible. You can't win this retake. You are blocked by 3 smokes.
You've got to hope for a major failure of protocol, a major individual step up. Magics and Tania start to claw their way back into this. This was meant to be an impossible round. Suke is dead. It's so close. But Team Spirit, with milliseconds, the difference, somehow pulled through. Donk had given up. He thought that round was over. And yet somehow, someway, Spirit prevailed.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
A sinking feeling for the Falcons, a position Nico and m0NESY are all too familiar with. This duo semi-finals has been the height, and with Spirit holding a lead, playing As close to positionless CS as you've ever seen. Donk roaming around the map. It's a style that was always hypothesized, rarely put into practice. Bringing this out now in a major semi-final took serious balls.
Yeah, you could feel the Falcons didn't want to just go for the B-slam after B-slam that so many teams do. They felt like Donk was there every time. He was not. He was everywhere. Cat, lower, long, B. Donk, a nightmare for Falcons. Shiro and Tanir dependable upon this third map, and now Falcons must play their best half yet.
Until Dust 2 started, they had every single pistol in this series to fall back on. Spirit finally bucked that trend here at the dawn of Dust 2. This could be your lifeline if you're the Falcons. You want all the others, but this one matters most. m0NESY, backstab, tears through Team Spirit. Zontic's clutch, they're demanding a hell of a lot, and he can't manage it. Falcons close in, and with that, a lifeline has been presented.
Yeah, they look dismayed at halftime. They look defeated. That will invite a new energy into this second half, and a new task for Magix to call his way out of this game again. So many rounds. Is this major run for Spirit? Stage 2, they lost 10 rounds in 3 matches. Ever since that point, it has been overtimes, it has been third maps, it has been never-ending games. Magix has really been put through the ringer at this major. Time and time again, held his head high. Kept them in Mirage. And a Dust 2 that feels destined to go the distance to find our grand finalist.
You're looking at the Falcon squad right now. You're loving what Kyosuke and m0NESY are bringing to the table, but a curse has hung over Nico at these majors for the longest of times. In the beginning, it's that he couldn't lift the trophies, had 2 stabs at it in finals, but as time's gone on, that curse has gotten worse. It's been semis at best.
Copenhagen to Shanghai. Felt favored.
So you don't want him quiet here in the deciding map. Chance for a shutdown up against the Pistols just to build a bit of confidence up. Nice for Tesses, who has been quiet here on map 3. A tie game now, that Pistol providing a way back in for the Falcons. But in come the guns for Team Spirit. This is what they've been waiting for. No risky force, no fight for early control. Only AWP in the server right now belongs to m0NESY. Shiro doesn't get to don his yet.
Yeah, almost 60% of the rounds Team Spirit win on this map are off the back of a T side. So in the perfect place, you'd like to think. This presence is all but a ruse. With Tanir and Zontix holding the tunnels. That is the way back in. Donk doing a lot, throwing all the util, getting them up catwalk. Magix keeps it coming, but Falcons are boosting up behind the smoke. He saw something on that jump. Danger, danger for Nico as he's felled by Magix. B hit coming in.
Get all that info. Feel like they're out of position. You go quickly. Kyosuke, next man to rotate over. He can't find a thing.
So messy.
Carrigan dead. m0NESY thinking about saving, and even that door might get closed right here. Shiro gets his AWP. Spirit get their lead. You don't wait long for Spirit to arrive on this T side.
They just pry everything away. Every advantage, every gun. Every shred from the Falcons. Donk double entry. Straight to the head of Kyosuke. And of course, Shiro finds his AWP. As Falcons can feel it slipping through their fingers. More pistols in play.
gap is going to get wider. The task in front of the Falcons going to get harder. As Spirit go from strength to strength on a comfortable half, on a comfortable map. No resistance here as this stack looks to get dodged. Still a world this ends in a mid to be. Maybe if Nico can hold his own, stop Magics. They're already out over towards middle. This is nothing more than a ruse from the captain right now. There's a shot for Kiyasuke. Nico's up and left, so Magics has a lot of room out of the catwalk, and they're going to start to reconsider. They're looking to dodge the stack right now. Another good move from Magics in this mid-round. Nico is the only point of resistance, and he's been spotted, locked in a duel he didn't want to take. Rifles retrieved, but Spirit try and force this advantage. Bomb now planted. He's back into a 3-on-3. Nades find Carrigan as he arrives on shore, and so the prospect of going for this out the window with that kill. Spirit dodged the stack, Spirit dodged the danger, and continue homing in on these grand finals.
It really is just fun to watch Magic's move on these T sides. He's so often putting himself in the most important position, finding these gaps, going on little lurks. Look at that Mirage round yesterday, a set call that we've seen Spirit even run a couple of times at this major, where he just rotates off of a ramp with a bomb and walks into an MTB bomb site. He is fine to put himself in those pivotal positions, and he finds a gap in this round again. B-stack avoided. Beautiful deke shot for Kiyasuke, but it matters not. As Falcons are out-positioned on their eco. They look to Zonic for answers again. Another rifle round, another chance. Spirit do it all with no one looking over their shoulder.
We're just running out of time. That clock is ticking down. If Falcons do want to recover this. The Spirit feel like they're only picking up momentum. Nico's still sitting bottom of the board for the Falcons. Yet to really find his place in this game. Had that one lurk out towards B. But you've been looking at the young guns to be the difference makers. Kiyasuke with an opening. Feeling that pressure to perform, forcing these fights out through middle. Nico wrapping back long side. They missed this timing on Tania. Now he can sit here. He can be very, very patient because the bulk of this hit is coming in on the catwalk. You can wait for them to go first, and you're going to be in a power position to try and shut down this long side.
Oh no, Carrigan.
Not aware about this cross. He's going to walk right into Tania's crosshair. And he plays the trigger discipline. Doesn't just want the one. Worried that swell from the crowd could have given something away. He takes his freebie. Honestly, never saw them crossing. And Nico now in a world of hurt. Yasuke trying to close in up the ramp side. Drop on them! And now left to Shiro. You weren't expecting it to go this wrong if you're Team Spirit. You thought you had Falcons right where you wanted them. 3 players in this site. Tap on that bomb, forces a swing, and each missed shot gonna cost you dearly. Shiro won't get them off that defuse in time. Falcons are able to recover with a huge helping hand from Kiyasuke. This kid trying to move mountains to keep Falcons in contention for those finals.
He feels the burden of responsibility, and boy is he delivering, forcing so many engagements on this CT side, putting himself into positions to succeed. Kiyasuke right there when Falcons need him. Keep them neck and neck with Team Spirit in this game. What a monumental step up for a young player on only his second major stage. Rivaling Spirit's best. Kyosuke leans back into that B-bomb site. Spirit get their mid-control they bargained for. Smoke to put out a pre-Molotov, and Magix goes for the jiggle, and Monacy forces shot. That's all Magix wanted. Push that all back. The pressure on this A site as Spirit eye up a different destination.
Magix has read the setup like a book in this round. He was ready for everything, ready for the orb, ready for the nade. He knew the protocols, he knew what was going to happen. And now likely aware that the stack for the Falcons is on the other end of the map.
Still, Kyosuke is in position.
Damage done, big damage of that. Kyosuke, the walking wounded, 9 HP.
Ugh.
Now you need a bit of help from Tesses. More than one, feels like it's enough. They stop this spillover through the B site. And with the momentum sucked clean out of Spirit, nowhere safe to turn, Falcons tie it up.
Resilience we have not seen from any other Falcons roster. Still, they keep themselves in this semi-final. Unbelievable. A missed opportunity for Kyosuke, and it matters not. Tesses is that rock in this B-bomb site.
Just a captain's player through and through, right? Having to try and be that safe pair of hands where everyone else gets a bit more freedom. He does not.
Karrigan's got to give it up. He doesn't want to, but that smoke missed, so Tanae can just walk outdoors here. They got a corner smoke. Spirit have some support to get into position. This is not what Falcons bargained for, considering the retake utility. But Spirit are already out and about, going around at long.
You still don't have any answers here, right? You don't really know if this was all a ruse out towards long, and they've thrown in this retake util. Looks like they want to try and fight for it. This round decided on a skirmish at long. There's that molly. Traps a player, but Tania moves forward. Nico with the first. Can't afford to just be a one and done. The aim is shaky. Monacy does what he can.
Fox got a gun.
The shot. Now they're closing in. Tech9's getting closer. Monacy provides. Still Donk is armed, and where Donk is armed, he's dangerous. They're so focused on long right now. And with Donk hitting shots like that, a dream round in front of Spirit, only one player left. He's gonna try and challenge. Doesn't know where Shiro is in any of this round.
He wouldn't, would he?
Walk in that smoke. Would it be a death sentence? Tess says nails the first, now he hears the footsteps. Is he really here to bail the Falcons out? The Renaissance on the line! Falcons in the lead!
Spirit had everything going for them. A hero rifle put them in contention. Donk thrust them into the limelight, and still Tesses, the rock Spirit's world. 10 rounds now to the Falcons. This felt like this had slipped through their fingers. Again, they keep them coming. 3 rounds in a row. Spirit up the pace.
They felt like they found their pressure point, right? They like the results out here towards long. So they go and take this space early. They're not worried about the resistance from Karrigan nor Nico in this position. And so a foothold already taken. Bomb still with Shiro. Links back up with Zontix over here at B. And Magic sends the rest of his team away. Only one player here for the Falcons. While Magix puts the pressure on the other side of the map.
Well, Tesses You have showed up when the Falcons need you. But is this one asking too much? As Magix fakes the long side, a 1v4 on this site. Donk coming in for the kill.
Great timing on the smoke drop, but they're coming right through that. Tessez in hot water. And Donk is quick to close in. Backstab opportunity now for Magix. Went from selling this lurk, potentially doing big damage. Carrigan's coming through. Carrigan's coming through. Oh man! What a roller coaster! And we're still not off this wild ride. And Shiro and Magix. Oh! Now just Shiro makes it across, but there's an enemy in the sight. He's not aware. Nico shuts it down. Carrigan's on his feet. Falcons are closing in.
Carrigan has just saved the game with a heroic individual play. Magix makes the perfect call. And Carrigan throws caution to the wind. Chaos through the smoke. The Danish captain bails Falcons out. Is that the round?
Spirit cannot believe what they just saw. They cannot believe that's the round that might have cost them everything. They picked the right bomb site, the lurk had its desired effect, and a hero play from Carrigan has put Falcons within touching distance of those finals.
Oh, it would be so Spirit just to punch a pistol round in this B bomb site and pick it up, wouldn't it? Is the firepower there? Can they break through?
Kiyasuke here this time. Tries to fade away into the smoke. In behind it, but can't find a thing.
There it is!
Pistols with all the entries. Nico makes his way over, but he's the only guy fighting for this. No one else is nearby. He just gives it all away. Save called. Falcons have to write it off. Team Spirit with an instant bounce back.
Just a middle finger in your face. Team Spirit still here, surging towards that grand final. Unbelievable. It was their only option. A required entry, Spirit run it through that B site, then come hunting for guns. Slowly moving in, knowing taking this orb out is something that Falcons may not be able to afford. Carrigan holds the line. Shots connect, Monacy just needs to live and he can't even do that. Donk drops that, takes it for himself. And Team Spirit around behind. There is more twists and turns in this semi-final.
Not saving those guns has cost you a buy. Monacy had a lot of extra money though, so you come into this with one thing and one thing only. It's Monacy on a hero AWP. Posted and waiting for a mid-peak that Shiro will not give him. This is a weapon that Spirit think they removed. They don't know exactly the money on Falcons. I don't know if they're aware that Monacy has this AWP in this round. How much difference can one man, one gun make?
If you find it, you can avoid it. As long as Spirit don't get that information too late in the round, if they see it on the long cross, they can bail back to a mid to B. They know they have advantage. We saw Falcons do similar things when they found Doc's position. Team Spirit, do they only find out when it's already too late, when they're committed with this execute, stacking this site? Team Spirit coming in. Monacy, these are not easy shots. Especially not with smokes and flashes in your face, but he has got to do it. That's what he's here for.
Tries to get across. He's picked his position. There's no second guessing it now. This is gonna be all Monacy. First shot connects, but that's gonna be a sign of things to come. Spirit making their move, closing in, and now he's feeling the pressure. Another miss for Monacy. Won't be able to make up for it. Third miss, and that's it. Team Spirit go right into the belly of the beast, and they live to tell the tale.
Everybody home, and Spirit a victim one by one. This game has given so much, and can you believe it's going to come down to these final two rounds? Two teams demanding, deserving of that final, but only room for one. Whose destiny will it be? Is Nico fated to never find that major trophy? Can Carrigan drag them all the way? Will Spirit defend their title? Our answers are right in front of us.
Pressure hits harder for the Falcons right now because they are all in. This is all their money. If they lose this, they are broke. Spirit have a chance to close, and there would be nothing in it for the Falcons fighting back with pistols. And so if you want that nice, easy route at the end of a brutal best of three, win this round, Team Spirit. Magix has called an absolute blinder. He's been keeping pace with Carrigan, a veteran IGL. One of the most revered captains in this space. This is Magix's first outing as a captain at a major. And so he has to do his best call yet. Any trick up your sleeve, any round that just feels comfortable, feels right, this is the test, this is the time.
First look plays, Tanir gets his entry, long locked off, Monacy, he can make up for it. He has to make up for it. On his own in this site, Nico not far away as Spirit erupt.
Full blind, they've already crossed, Monacy able to adjust. How many can he take with him? There's the help from Nico. Oh, Monacy! Prevail! They must win! The round that might have shaped it all! Monacy is in an uncomfortable spot every step of the way!
But until that server is shut down, you are not safe. Your job is not done. Spirit, bring the pace again.
They try and end this with a very fast pace. They're looking for overtime. And they go quickly out to these long doors. They have no position anywhere else on the map.
It's all or nothing.
And that's Falcons discovering this right now. They have cleared the tunnels. They know where Spirit are. Look at the call, look at the reinforcements. 4 strong out towards this A bomb site as Spirit are closing in.
Falcons could not have more info.
This is the best chance you've ever had since being on this roster and making the finals, stack in the right place. Now it's down to the shots. Monacy gets rid of Donk. Spirit's big name won't play in round 24. Nico battling through the Molotovs. And from down bottom of the board,
whoa.
He's just put up a big double, but the job's not done. It's handed off now to Kiyosuke. The man that Spirit once owned. They give up to the Falcons, they hand them a loaded gun and they take it away. Team Spirit, breakthrough, overtime secured. The game that kept on
giving. Across every map of this series, not a second of certainty, not a single guarantee, no advantage too much. We wait for our answers. Spirit's resilience. It is unshakable, it is unquestionable. Hundreds of rounds of play across just a few BO3s. Spirit have got a few more in them. Modesty pressured on this B site, tries to escape. Donk does not finish his job. It's a 5v4 for Falcons in round 25. Modesty's position known. Does that send you elsewhere or into this B site? A site you know is not stacked.
It's the call from Spawn. They wanted to end up this way. They had Zontix here earlier, fell prey to that Modesty orb. But this is where it was always destined to go for Team Spirit. They know about the AWP. Modesty tries to drop into the site, but that molly forces him to concede position.
It's getting closer. They wait.
As Tania closes in, backstab for Kiyasuke, gets rid of that flank. Now they're set up, meant to put this down. Magix has kept them in the conversation. Magix has kept them in this. And to death by a flying Kiyasuke, and Shiro shot out of it.
Hardest site to retake. Falcons do not let it get that far. They keep the pressure on in that B bomb site. While Spirit try to set positions, Falcons uproot them. First round of overtime in their pocket. Such important cover from Kiyasuke.
If he doesn't get that, Tania has a double right there. They are side by side, rubbing shoulders at the car. That is a Spirit round through and through. And so Falcons try and pull a bit of a bluff here. They feel like after that result over at B, there's no way that Spirit go back to it.
Still a very quiet map. Are they going to start scrambling back? Kiyasuke moving from that long position. He is trying to cross back. It's too late. Spirit are jumping the gun.
No time for util, no time to think. You don't get a moment of respite at this solo B defender. Aids find Donk. That's how they lose the point, man.
They go.
And Nico's looking to come through. Flashbang out of his team, send him into the site. It all slows, but only for a moment. Shiro posted, dead. Kiyasuke, relentless aggression. And the rest of the Falcons don't follow through. He's done enough. Monacy and Carrigan, they've got one kill between them and a streak of rounds in this overtime. They decide to make this next move very carefully. And that has given time to Tania.
Is he cooking or is he burning the dish? Back to check tunnels, recommit to B. It's not a flank round the world for Tania. He wants to play this site out, but that smoke fades. Carrigan's sideline opens. Saw some AWPing from him on Anubis. Gonna have to pull that back. Tania could initiate. Time is not on his side. He is running out of options.
Now they know, and they're going to play quickly here. Straight through those doors, facing him together. Missed shot from Carrigan, but so much has to go right. And with Tania falling short, Falcons chain together rounds in overtime. Monacy and Carrigan hold their composure. And now Spirit arrive at this third in OT with a broken bite. On Plant goes some way to leveling that out, but this is a golden opportunity for the Falcons to go flawless.
And sure, Spirit won their own shocking retake of this B bomb site at the end of the first half of regulation, but Falcons know the answer to these B hits. It's not let them get to post plants. It's not let them get comfortable in B. Every time Spirit have gone for these B pops, if Falcons have players nearby, they will charge window, they will charge door. They keep the pressure on. This team is playing aggressive. They are playing to win. Another move made, Kiyasuke in lower. Monacy stays aggressive with him, side by side.
Oh, missed shot, but no punish. Starting to leave Kiyasuke in a bit of a vulnerable spot, so does well to get out of there.
Oh dear.
Everyone's so tense here. Falcons know the chance in front of them. The idea that you could go flawless on the half, give yourself so many opportunities to close this, that's massive. For Spirit feeling like they need anything to hold on to.
Nico's in a perfect position here. But actually, it might go back. Zontix re-enters a tunnel. Spirit sign up for a mid to B, and Kyosuke again called into question. Him and Tess says on this B-bomb site against the entirety of Spirit. Spirit needing a single round in this half of overtime.
Nico spam connects. So already a man down. You're starting this B takeoff on shaky ground. Kyosuke able to withstand. More than that, what if he thrives? Magix, he's had some unbelievable rounds, but this is feeling like one step too far. Modesty puts him down. Falcons go flawless. 3 opportunities, 3 swings at those finals.
How many will be enough for the Falcons? This is their chance. This is their destiny. This is their opportunity. And it is in their hands. A Carrigan T-side half. A chance to call the superstars over the line. Something Falcons could never do. A team with an empty trophy cabinet. A team with a checkbook out of pages. But was it money well spent? Spirit have shown unshakable resilience across the major. This feels like a bridge too far. $15,000 people, you can hear the pin drop as everyone waits on the opening frag.
That flash signals the go-ahead. That flash signals the push. They're coming to donk on his bomb site. Gotta put up numbers. Oh! Nothing found on this B-hole.
Surely that's it!
And the promise of those finals might finally be delivered. They are right there. Spirit out of time. Spirit out of chances. The hardest retake in Counter-Strike. That's what's in front of them. And as Falcons wait, they rub their hands together. Years in the making, years in the waiting. This is their moment. Those finals are right there, and you've just got to reach out and grab it. There's the killing blow. And Falcons reach new heights, never before seen with this roster. A fairy tale run. They beat the world #1. They beat the heavy-hitting Team Spirit. They defy every expectation. 60 days since he joined this roster. 60 days for Carrigan to work his magic, and he reinvigorates this super team. Resilience the likes they have never shown before. Come the turn of Game 3, it's Kyosuke, it's Modesty, it's these young guns that get Falcons through it.
Yeah.
And now half a decade on for Nico since his last final, he will make another appearance with Carrigan by his side. A chance once more to fight for a major trophy.
Reunited from Boston to Stockholm and now Cologne. It must be different. Team Spirit, their prodigy versus Falcons protege. And today, the defending champions here in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike fall short. An incredible run from Team Spirit. Resilience never shown before. A bright future for this roster. But today is not about them. It is the Falcons forcing their way into the finals.
Well, the sort of series that I feel you need smelling salts afterwards. It was stressful to watch. What was that like to play in?
It was great. Finally at a major. Last time in Shanghai, it was, we lost 13-11. This time overtime. I remember this in Shanghai, I'll never forget. And when we came to overtime, I was like, this is how it's supposed to be. And the way we managed to win 4 rounds in a row, I'm so impressed by the team.
It was amazing overtime. What is your heart rate doing? You get that plant at the end. You know it's a hard retake. You know they've only got a couple of players left. What are you saying to the team, and what is your heart rate doing?
I mean, we just have to follow through what we're doing. I mean, this team is so good. I said when I joined, this team is special. I think we're showing how many times it looks bad, but we managed to come back. And when we're getting the highest pressure you can get, yesterday's from Vitality, today from Spirit, we can withstand that pressure. And it just feels natural to be in these games.
Yeah, it feels natural to be in these games. Feels natural now to be in a grand final of a major here in Cologne as well. I mean, you've done so much in your career over the years. We've seen you win, we've seen you at different teams, you've been successful. What does what you're doing right now compare to that?
I have no idea. Right now, it's hard to believe that 2 months ago, was not supposed to be at the Cologne Major. Now I'm here in front of this amazing crowd and making entertaining games. And tomorrow there's a grand final. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, what a grand final it's going to be. I mean, the storyline is a first major for Nico, a final ever won from Fallen. I mean, tomorrow's going to be something special.
Oh, it's going to be special. I think this is my fourth CS2 major. I would like to win one now. I think I have been waited a few times now, so but FURIA is playing great. We managed to come through this bracket, but final is a 50-50, I always say it. And tomorrow is going to be a very tough game again.
And what is it like playing against Fallen? I mean, you've been jousting with him for years now, years and years and years, so many different legacies both of you are leaving. What has it been like taking him on?
I mean, he has done a fantastic job in FURIA. What can I say? I have huge respect for him, and I think he has huge respect for me. We were there in the beginning, fighting each other, and we are still both fighting with people complaining about age, but yet both of us are in the major final, so I don't think age matters that much. Maybe only on scoreboard.
And if he's watching right now, what do you want to say to him?
Let's have some fun tomorrow. I always love playing him, and let the best man win.
I love it. Congratulations. It's a major final for this man right here. Carrigans and Falcons are your grand finalists.
The miracle man for Falcons. We all thought Carrigan was missing out on his 22nd Counter-Strike major after FaZe's failure, but now he leads Falcons to their first ever major grand final, the first for m0NESY and Kyosuke, a second shot for TeZeUS, and a third chance for Nico at the trophy that has always evaded him. An incredible showing here tonight that just feels like a date with destiny. We do have m0NESY up here joining us on the desk. Can you just describe your emotions right now?
I'm so emotional, guys. I'm so happy. It was a very tense game, very pressured game, to be honest. And we were doing a lot of things that could have gone wrong, you know, but they worked out, you know, they worked out.
You said when you joined us up here on the desk, it's down to this man that we see on the screen. Explain that perspective.
Magic man. The aura coming from him. Every round when he's doing something, you always believe it's gonna work out, you know. And those things that he was doing on B and double, jumping through the smoke, you know, doing these kind of things, somehow it just works for him, and I'm just so happy. I don't know how to explain.
I mean, ever since Carrigan joined, you guys have played 9 overtime maps, and you won 8 out of the 9 after this Spirit series. I mean, before with Falcons, you just wouldn't see that sort of a resilience. Is it really just down to him and what he brings?
I don't know. Could be. I mean, everything is working for. I mean, all the things that we're doing, he's calling, we listen, we are also adapting, and I think we're just enabling ourselves a little bit more in the game, you know?
What about now the fact that you're in your first major playoff? Like, how does everyone feel? Like, you know, you're going to be playing in the Cologne and it's a major playoff, and just tell me about how does it feel?
I don't know, it feels insane. I just always like to play on the stage. It just, that's what's not motivating me, but pushing me, you know, to perform better and play in front of the crowd as well. In the Lanxess Arena, I played here in 2023 when we won Cologne, and we know how to win. And just arena is insane. It's so many people here supporting us, watching the teams that they support. feels amazing.
I want to go back to Kerrigan because I think we can all see what he's doing inside the server, and you just explained very well that he's a magic man at moments, right?
Yes.
What has he done for you guys outside the server? Because I think Danny has also been talking about that he brings a lot of good mood, and he's also elevated Yusuke to play better in playoffs. So can you just explain to us what is it that Kerrigan can do outside the server as well?
What he's doing, I mean, he's doing a lot of things that I don't know how to explain, but we are just working on our weaknesses that we have been struggling for a long time, and those weaknesses I think we are just improving, and we started doing better, since he joined, and we're also adapting to his playstyle, to do these rotations, mid-round on those two, on Anubis always, we're never gonna finish I don't know how to explain it, but it's gonna be always chaotic game, so...
Do you like that?
I like this.
Yourself?
Yes, I like this. I like to build the chaos.
I also wanted to ask you, against Spirit, the last 2 times didn't really go well for you guys. Also, their Dust 2. I mean, after Vitality, they're probably the best team in the world. So what made the difference today for you guys?
What made the difference? I think we were all 5 players on the server. We were all there, we were all feeling the game. We were all communicating so well. And I think those 5 players and the coach behind made the difference today.
You're talking a lot about Kerrigan. You mentioned that round. I think we have it. So if we can play it and then just hear sort of what was going in your head while this round was happening.
Listen, I have no idea. I have no idea. Just everything I just see, Shin is just going. I don't know. Sometimes he reminds me a little bit of how to say it. I already played on the stage with Stewie 2K, in Dallas.
All right. That's a good example.
And Stewie 2K would always cross the smoke with the right click flash or something, and sometimes he just not remind him, of course, but these kind of plays are so nice.
Magix is shooting at you in the back. You guys were 4A, they go B, and somehow this happens.
Yes, look at this guy. He's just crossing the smoke. He doesn't care, guys. He has belief in himself. He just believes in himself always. That's what you need to have in the game. You always believe in yourself. You're always confident, and you stay until the end of the round.
You had a lot of really fast B retakes in this game because it felt like you guys were you wanted to hit them before they got into the post plans and everything. Was that like his idea, or was it just because of the game flow that you guys went so fast?
I think first of all, René Tezes, he was very good at shutting B down. Sometimes he was dying very fast, but we were all there already because we had Finn who pushed from behind. We were all in the position to do this, So I think the positioning ourselves and reacting faster to the things, I think, allowed us to do these kind of things like fast retakes. I'm already there. I'm holding the flash for Maxime and for Nicola. They're breaking the smoke. They're ready to commit. So we were all there. That's what I mean. We were all communicating. We all heard each other in this game.
Ilya, I've got to ask, as Janko said, so many overtime maps for you that you've managed to convert. In this one in particular, though, when was the point where you actually believed you could do it? Because Spirit, they looked like they were teed up to take this one. When was the point that you started believing?
As soon as I walked down the stage. I believe we can win. Even though we had very rough, not rough start, but we had rough game on the second map on Mirage, and it felt like we were just, after that eco round that we lost under connector when Don killed with Deagle and we started just crushing, we lost the belief, not belief, but we lost ourselves for some reason, we were adapting ourselves. But yeah, as soon as we walked on the stage.
Tomorrow your opponent is FURIA, and there's another grand final waiting for you guys. How do you feel about this one?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see on the server.
Okay.
We'll see what they cooked for us, what we're gonna cook for them. We're gonna come there prepared, and this is the most important. And we're gonna come there with all the belief.
Honestly, I've almost never seen you in this kind of emotional state, right? It's amazing to see. I mean, not to give anything away, we were talking on Media Day, right? And we were talking about your lack of trophies, and you got pretty emotional when we were talking about that.
Yes.
How amazing does it feel to actually have this fire back in you? Because we can see it written all over your face, inside the server, outside the server. Just walk me through that.
I don't know. I just found myself back again.
Good timing to do so.
I mean, I'm just happy where I am right now, and I'm happy that I'm in this kind of, I don't know, environment. I don't know how to explain it, but I just love fans as well. I like to play on the stage. This was just always motivated me, to play in front of the crowd.
And they love seeing you.
Yes.
Do you want to say anything to them before we let you get off and prepare for the game tomorrow?
Yes, love you all, guys. Support your favorite teams, and see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much for your time, Majesty. Congratulations. That was such an entertaining series, and hopefully we get another one for the ages tomorrow. But that does mean, well, yeah, we can let you get off and go celebrate with your team and get prepared for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and see you tomorrow.
Yes,
Congrats.
see you tomorrow in that best of 5. Man, that just felt like an absolutely insane series. Like, I can't even imagine the emotions he's feeling right now. I mean, he couldn't even put into words a lot of those moments, right? But for them to actually get the job done where Spirit showed so much resilience, backs against the wall at so many moments, that's a testament to this new Falcons.
Listen, Freya, if you know me for anything, I'm not a very much kumbaya, hold your hands type of a guy, right? But I think you see with this team and the way they're playing, the power of belief. Right, and they're just a different team whenever they walk out on that stage. The statistic about the overtime speaks for itself. The 8 out of 9 wins in overtime. You go back to that Astana final, the result on Dust 2 was identical. Just flipped 7-5 halves into a 16-12, you know, win. But for Team Spirit then, and it started with that crazy round without going around the smoke, you know, and all it takes is this short amount of time, and it shows you the power of believing in yourself, trusting your teammates, playing with confidence, and that's what got Falcons into the grand final.
I really think it spoke itself, right, with how happy he was and how he was, you know, you could just feel like all the emotions coming out, and that it's just a team that started to believe, right? You know, it's been, I think it's been a very tough journey in Falcons for a long time for the guys. You know, they're finding themselves and having a lot of pressure on themselves, and now they find themselves in a major grand final, right? You know, that's like when things are starting to fall into places for you. And tomorrow there's going to be another big game, right? And that's the one where we really hope things are going to fall even more into places, because they've earned it so far. I mean, I've taken down Vitality, then today taking down Spirit. I mean, it's also close to the perfect run that you can actually have.
Yeah, on the 7th time of trying, Ilya finally makes it to that coveted major grand final. But I'm curious to see if he is in contention for our DHL MVP. A lot of humongous moments going down on this very stage tonight. So we've got some compelling cases put forward for your DHL MVP vote. The first up, Yanko, you got to take this one away. It's Nico.
Yeah, he had a great series. Finally, on the big stage at the major, had some opportunities right on Dust 2. Rough T side. Outside of this round, you really didn't see that much, but he kept his head in the game, was able to find much more impact on the CT side and be one of the main reasons why Falcons got into the grand final.
Yeah, and that 3rd grand final awaits in terms of majors for Nico. Going to be very exciting to see if he can indeed achieve that feat tomorrow. But of course, you said it, Dupree, a first time for m0NESY, a shot at that major trophy, and he put forward some incredible impact in this one.
He does, and he always does for the team, right? He is one for the future, and he's been that for such a long time. His impact today was also found in a lot of the rounds where he would find openings, but also just the rounds where he would bail Falcons out of situation where he didn't think they were going to be back. He's such a vital orb, and he's such a vital part of this team, and it's good to, and I think it's just like at the times, you know, he deserves to get on the stage, get to play a major grand final. I think at this point, you know, he's probably the best player in the team.
The 3rd and final option in contention for your DHL MVP Twitch channel points is none other than Kiyosuke Stiko. You wanted to see him perform on this big stage, and so far looking incredibly good.
I'm so glad we're seeing these Anubis kills, because honestly, that Anubis really held on their shoulders. The amount of entry kills he got even from this connector area throughout this whole game, he was extremely impactful. And yes, maybe he was not always impactful as those guys that you mentioned just before that, but he was just playing out of his mind. All of the times when he got a chance to do a little bit more, he did. With multi-kills, with impact, and just pure brilliance.
It's going to be so exciting to see if any of these individuals can continue that form versus FURIA tomorrow. Of course, the biggest of stakes in that best of 5 grand final. But I do want to touch upon the opposite side of the equation in terms of Team Spirit. So many opportunities where they could have pushed this one over the line, and I think it is an admirable feat considering no coach behind them. Magic's his first major playoffs as an in-game leader as well. They put up such an effort today.
They fought valiantly, and it was impressive the level of composure and fortitude and poise that they've shown on this big stage, right, without having a coach behind them. And Magix as an IGL, you know, Donk as the superstar that he is, but we did point out Shiro, and he stepped up in a big way for his team. It just in the end, you know, it's about the slimmest of margins, and they just didn't have enough in the tank.
Yeah, they came into the major with a bang. I think, you know, the amount of rounds they managed to just not lose in the group stage, that was phenomenal. And once they took that chance here to the stage, you know, it was very close games after. Like the game against G2 is just like they could have gone out in that game as well, you know. So for them to be here and to fight their way through, they can be proud of what they have achieved regardless. And you know, it's just, you know, spirit building upon the greatness that they already have achieved.
And specifically in this game, I mean, those pistol rounds were really hurting them. They were one of the weakest teams in the playoffs that actually couldn't really get the ball rolling at the beginning of the game, at the beginning of the map, and each half as well. But I have to give it to them. Whatever they were going through it together. Dong was actually very impactful during the pauses as well, when he was like voicing his issues with the team. That's something that we didn't usually see him do when the coach was behind. And I'm interested to see how this one goes. Obviously, the coach should be back soon, but what an effort.
Obviously, we can talk about, you know, how proud they should be, yada, 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 resilience in buckets and spades. But let's be real, if you're Donk, you're pissed right now. You are so disappointed in yourself. He takes every loss so personally, not least up here on a Cologne and a major stage.
Of course, he knows what he's capable of, right? And that's why you can never really doubt team spirit as long as he's around. Like, he always has that ability to turn a game on its head. And yeah, in this one as well, had a lot of great moments. Not, you know, the out of this world maybe moments as much, but that's how it gets in these games. You know, the other team also, everyone thinks about going into a game, how do we limit this guy? You cannot stop him, but how do we limit him? And perhaps Falcons did just enough today to get him over the line.
It must be so tough to be such a superstar that you know that your opponent is always going to try and find that specific thing that's going to counter you or you put much pressure on you. I think obviously today, like, I still think Dong had a decent series. I mean, it's maybe a little bit under his like normal standards, but I still think that, you know, it's what it is. He takes it a very personal, right, and rightfully so. I think it's also just the fashion that they lost, and they didn't really get blown out the waters. They had a lot of situations, specifically on B today on those two, where they could have closed it out, but they just couldn't, and they got a little bit surprised of what was thrown at them. And you know, that's what Counter-Strike is sometimes.
He will be pissed about us too, though.
He will. He will.
It was what, under 1 rating in the end, right? But it was a tough game to play, and you cannot expect him to go above and beyond every single match.
No, I don't think we can put the failure in terms of this, you know, team spirit run on Dog's head. I mean, just to go back to your point, prior to this, the series streak that Spirit found themselves on as well, it really shows how thin of a margin that they let this one slip through by.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, we said that the coaching issue hasn't been as big. You know, they've shown to be very much capable, but it is in a series like this where it's, you know, you lose in 2 overtimes where you wonder if just some timeout to keep their cool a little bit more, right? To maybe in this last overtime when they're losing round after round, to take something, give them a call, you know, have just that outside perspective for Magix. It's simply very difficult to do when you're, especially if you're alive until the end of these rounds. Now you're dead, the round is over, you have 20 seconds to think about everything that's been going on, give your players the call, maybe remind them of something, like, especially if you want to do something quick like that. That's incredibly hard to do, and he deserves a lot of praise for how Team Spirit looked like as a team in this tournament.
Like them or hate them, the amount of entertainment these guys brought to this whole major and to this playoff is actually remarkable. If it wasn't Dong, it was Magix. If it wasn't Magix, it was Shiro, particularly in this game we just saw. So props to them, and obviously we will have a new reigning champion of IEM Cologne.
Just touching upon the Magic's point once more, like, I was just thinking about, okay, how many players have transitioned from just a player into an in-game leader successfully? Like, right now off the top of my head, obviously Apex is up there, but so many people attempt it and so many fail. Like, for Magix to achieve this already in such a short span of time, so impressive.
You know, I'm kind of mad about his personality, that he's such a big troll, because I think like he's a really smart guy, and I think he could actually give a lot of great insight almost, but you know, it's just the sort of the personality that he is. He likes to troll a little bit and everything, but from the early looks of it, it seems like he has a lot of potential to turn into a great in-game leader.
Well, let's hear from him. Obviously a heartbreaking defeat for the side of Spirit, but we do have a few closing thoughts courtesy of Magix.
Yeah, it is that unfortunate time where we say goodbye to Spirit, and in the same notion, Magix is so graceful to give us some words. Magix, let's get ahead of it, man. Let's talk a little bit about Let's talk a little about this game overall to you. It was a very tense, it was a very stressful game. How did it play out in your own words?
I mean, this one was kind of similar to what we had with 9Z and G2 last couple of matches. And, you know, the only difference is the outcome.
And so, I mean, obviously with the outcome comes leaving the major. But I guess my question is, for Spirit, you guys have been riding such a high. You know, it's been a great season for you guys otherwise. How do you put that into feelings? You know, what does it make you feel like?
You're always going to have mixed feelings or bad feelings, you know, when you're losing. So it's kind of mid, but overall, like last couple of months, we have shown some glances of form that we might play well or play good or whatever, like we had in Rio and Astana. And you know, we're just getting better from what we have had in the beginning of the year.
Yeah, it's a pretty young lineup. It's an exciting project, not just because of Donk. I mean, even you play Mirage sometimes, which is pretty cool. Magix, if I look at this series overall, you know, 16-14 in the first map, we go to Mirage. Let's just run it to D2, to Dust 2. What do you think of when we start talking about the map Dust 2 in this series?
I feel like that we have lost a couple of weird rounds on CT side, and, you know, going into the T side, we had like an opportunity to, you know, to catch the moment, but we lost a couple of clutches, like, you know, in few situations the communications were not clear, and, you know, that's why it's been kind of shaky. It could have gone like either way, but, you know, in the end we have something like Counter-Strike died today and humanity lost.
Look, bro, it's always exciting to watch Spirit play. I know you guys come into interviews, sometimes you have some attitudes, like sometimes there's an approach to the big game, the big picture that is Counter-Strike with Team Spirit, and is an exciting team to watch. Is there anything that you want to say about Spirit in this season? You know, we have a little bit of a break. Is there anything that you want to say about Spirit performance in this season and how this major ended up?
Well, to conclude the season, I would say that we definitely improved from what we have had, and there's only a way up. And see you in Singapore.
Yeah, it could be that. Anything you want to say on the way up?
See ya.
Ciao. Thank you very much, Magic.
Yeah, end of the major and the end of the season, unfortunately, for the side of Team Spirit. But that does tee us up for quite the best of 5 tomorrow. I can't quite believe I'm saying we either have Fallen realizing a major 10 years later, the one he hoisted in 2016, or we have Nico getting his first. Like, the scriptwriters, you cooked on this one.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, a glorious day for Counter-Strike fans either way, right? Like, there's so many cool storylines. Yes, Fallen is the big one, but what about Yuri and Keiserato?
Yes.
I mean, being so good for so long, and not getting really close, not getting to a major grand final first and foremost, and then on the other side, obviously Nico, but Monesi, I mean, someone like Tessis who has a chance at redemption after Rio and losing to outsiders as a big favorite. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be crazy.
What about the Ekindar as well? And the redemption arc from Liquid, when everyone was writing him off whatever he was trying to do, IGLing, entering, everyone was pointing fingers, myself included. I'm gonna throw myself out there. Yes, it was, I think, valid criticism, but what a turnaround of a career. Moldoy, 1.5 years ago, he was playing on Amcal still. You know, it's what a turnaround and what a step up, massive step up from everyone on FURIA roster to bring this home.
It is absolutely crazy. Stika, we were talking about it in the green room with Chad, I think. We're curious about the best of 5 record for Fallen as well. Obviously didn't happen back in Krakow, but he's got quite a lot under his belt, no?
Yeah, so Fallen is a best of 5 specialist. Whatever he has in his mind, and the professor always delivers. This is absolutely crazy. He is 14-2 in best of 5 finals. You know how cracked it is? I didn't even play that many best of 5s in my life.
And that sounds like a you problem.
And we're not in Poland. Those are
there we go.
Oh yeah,
yeah, true.
Yes,
yes,
that's the curse. That's the curse. We cracked it now.
Look, I think all the players that's going to be playing more obviously deserves a major, and you know, I think the big storyline is always, is Nico finally, is he finally going to get that one, right? But I can't help to not think that, what if Kerrigan loses another major grand final? That would be very devastating.
What about Monesi?
Well,
is it like 10th
the thing is,
grand final lost?
Well, now we're talking major grand finals, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah, of course.
I know what you mean, yeah.
For them, it's a weird scenario. I think that it wasn't the expectation to be in this final and be in all these finals. But then once you're there, to lose them all is devastating. So we'll see.
Either way, somebody will indeed get theirs tomorrow. That is the best of 5 grand final coming away at 5 p.m. if you're joining us in the local time zone. And this is exactly how the bracket fell to get to this situation. Of course, Falcons taking down Vitality, now slaying the Dragons of Spirit. That teased them up versus FURIA. Gentlemen, I just want to say massive thank you for joining me up here on the desk today. This has been quite some semi-final Saturday, and I have a suspicion the best of 5 will be delivering tomorrow. We'll see you at 5 p.m. if you want to be joining us for the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major Grand Final.
I'm focused, I got my mind right.
This is not a fight you expect from an And there's the Molyneux special! Quick scope, neck broken, and he wants more! He feasts on a second, dips down! Oh, Yakinda tracking his prey and executes the rookie!
They making problems, we making change. Somebody will tell them we ain't the same. No, we ain't the same.
Centaurus, there should be that right hook! Oh no! Gets absolutely nothing! Matchup running him down! It's a collapse! And he could be the one to secure it, denied by Soulfly. You've got Serato though, and that's why he's here! The Fang secures it with a quad kill!
We ain't the same, we ain't the same. We ain't the same, we ain't the same. Yeah. We ain't the same, we ain't the same. Don't move with the rest against the grain. Been tested through the
Zontix and Tania side by side out through the camera into this crossfire. Kiyosuke is not close by to offer up support. Carrigan still delivering that opener. Now Kiyosuke arrives and Carrigan's the only piece that's holding on. Trying to buy time for his teammates. What if he doesn't need them? Carrigan! And so now the going gets tough for Nico. Grabbing quickly. And that might be what's needed. Nico gets there just in time. Unscope, he cleared it. He thought he had it. This is a tense moment. But Magic's finishes. Nico couldn't piece it together. He's on it. They hear the tunnels player. Kiyosuke gets his. Modesty with the transfer. Trying to close in up the ramp side. Drop on them. Says nails the first. Now he hears the footsteps. Is he really here to bail the Falcons out? And Carrigan's coming through. Carrigan's coming through. Oh man! Oh, Modesty and Nico prevail. This is their moment. There's the killing blow. And Falcons reach new heights.
Nossa, eu sei você me mata. Ai, se te pego, ai, se te pego. Delícia, delícia, assim você me mata. I cannot speak Portuguese. Sorry for that.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Bro, you're baiting every round. What are you talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. One round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
I'm on the concrete now. I can feel it all around. A chronicle of people caving in. Under the pressure of the death temptress, I can see all the fumbling. I see the storm give out. Umbrella weather, not a single cloud. I can see the storm give out. Where you so tired all the time. Can't see through my I can feel it all around. A chronicle of people caving in. have to try.